Thanks for this beautiful day you've spent with me. Now I get what you're all about. Going through life with a smile. Show me how you lose yourself in whatever you do. How do you think it's alright, even in the darkest night? Now I wanna see you again, so we can love every day as if it's our last one. Nothing to care for, just you and I. Wanna know how we can say it all, just one night. It's easy if we try. Now love every day like it was our last one. Just you and I being here right now. Now hold me once, no, just hold me twice for tonight. Thanks for your beautiful smile. Ooh, thanks for your beautiful smile.
Good morning. I hope everybody had caffeine. If not, there's a ton of it around, so make sure you're taking advantage of it. They put me right here in the center, so I'm going to look down and be right in front of you this whole time. But forgive me, or I'm asking for a little bit of grace as I'm looking through a ton of notes to make sure that you have everything that you need for today. All right, well, welcome to Product Con San Francisco. Can I get a little bit of excitement? Yay! Awesome. Cool. Well, my name's Christine. I'm going to be your MC and your host for this amazing day of all things product. We have a massive day in store for all of you, and I know this room's about to get even more packed in a couple minutes. There are 1,500 people here in person at SVN West with 13 incredible speakers and some panelists joining us on stage throughout this entire day. Fun fact, don't get nervous, but we also have 10,000 people joining us online, which is insane. So, camera's over there. I want to say hi to everybody who's joining us today from all over the world. A couple countries I know so far that I saw trickling in was Germany, Spain, India, Australia, Singapore, Dubai, Lithuania, and a couple more that I was looking at before I walked up here. So super, super excited. Everybody give a round of applause for everybody who's staying up late, who's joining us early, and yourselves for being here and joining us today all day for this incredible, incredible conference. I'm excited to also let you guys know that, excuse me, I missed a little bit of a note there. There are going to be a couple people on stage that are going to be filling your ears and your brains with a lot of knowledge, and as many people as I just mentioned are going to be absorbing all of this. So I do want to ask you guys to make sure that you are also equally pumping them up and pumping up everybody else online, because they put a lot into this for today, and they're really trying to give you their best in terms of what they've learned and make sure that you can all grow your careers alongside them. If there's one thing I know about product people, it's that we are deep in community and we love to make sure that we're supporting each other. So let's make sure that we always continue to support each other today and beyond today. A fun fact that I do need to share with you is that ProductCon is actually the largest product conference in the entire world. So kudos to the ProductCon team who will be milling around and make sure that you're saying thank you and congratulations to them throughout the day. And huge, huge shout out, I'm seeing a lot of them mill around, to our volunteers who are running around today. So can I please also get a round of applause for them? Yes, thank you. Awesome. So before I start to get through some logistics, I'm going to properly introduce myself. I said my name's Christine. I'm more than honored to be here today in front of everybody. I'm going to be stepping into some new shoes next week as the VP of Product at Beamer and User Flow. My career in product has grown from IC all the way up to now a leadership role, and I'm super grateful to this community, product school, and just product in general for what it's done for my life. I had no idea what product management was 15 years ago, and I accidentally fell in. Anybody else have an accidental story that it's like a ton of people have fallen into it, and then once you fall in, you don't want to get up. You just want to continue, or you kind of get up, but you want to make things stronger. So in 2019, this image here, fun story, I was asked to speak at ProductCon at the Hyatt here in San Francisco. I was representing Pendo, which was the company that I was with at that time. I had no idea the impact that the community was going to make on my career and that product school was going to make on my career at that time. The conference was a percentage. If you look at that room, the conference was just a percentage of what we are today, both in person and then virtually. So we all know Carlos, right? Clap for that guy, right? Okay. So Carlos opens the doors to this venue and says, I'm going to show you where you're going to be speaking. And I got sick. I was so nervous. It was the first big conference or big stage that I was on. The knots in my stomach were so, so disgusting. TMI, but I'm telling y'all, make sure you get coffee just as a reminder. In that room were just a couple hundred seats, right? And there were a lot of people online, but it was still a percentage of what it is today. So this right here for me, standing here in front of all of you, is a full circle moment when he asked me a couple months ago to come and MC this conference, right? It's been a couple years. My career has grown. And I will say that I remember that day specifically, the amount of people I connected with was, I couldn't count. And some of those people helped me grow my career. Some of those people are still friends of mine and mentors and mentees of mine to this day, right? So all of that happened because of this one conference in 2019. And I hear so many more success stories like that from so many product people. So don't take what I'm saying for granted. I know I'm gonna repeat it over and over again, but the connection we have in this community is incredible, so just make sure you're leaning in, right? Product School brings something so special to the table for each of us, so either network or take an opportunity to give a talk, teach a course, learn from one of the courses that we have. We should all be proud to know that this is the community that we have, just, helping to make sure that we're growing. That's my story. We're gonna move on now to a little bit of a tour for our virtual audience. So, for a quick tour for the virtual audience, and to our in-person guests and those streaming on social media, just bear with me for a minute while I go through some very important logistics. So, my friends on Ring Central, hello. You are on the main stage right now where all of today's talks are going to happen. On the left-hand side, which is your left and my right, you're gonna find other areas of the event. You got the reception. This is where you can view the agenda for today. Below that, our virtual networking area is gonna be there, where I'm sure many of you are looking forward to make sure, again, you make your connections. And finally, there's an expo hall. That's where you're gonna find all of our amazing sponsors. Feel free to explore all the areas, make sure you feel at home, make the most of your time online with us today. All right, that's virtual. So now let's move into the agenda. Okay, awesome. So today is jam-packed, lots of insights, absorb all the content you can, be sponges like you're starting a new job, like I am next week. All right. We'll be bringing you 7 amazing talks with the best in product, a live recording of the product podcast, and a panel discussion by some world-class speakers, as I mentioned. There's been a lot of buzz this year about this being our best product con lineup ever. I definitely do not disagree, so make sure, again, you're leaning in. We're gonna have 3 networking breaks today in the expo hall. So make sure that I know that you guys all walked by, and make sure that you are taking advantage and meeting all of our sponsors as well. They're gonna be giving away some fantastic merchandise. They're running raffles, and they have other giveaways with some pretty great prizes, so make sure that you're checking all of that out. Make sure you also head to the back of the expo hall and check out our Tesla Cybertrucks. That's pretty cool. And chat with the Tesla team about potentially grabbing a ride in one of those things. So have some fun there. The expo hall is also where you're gonna find very, very, very important, super important coffee stations, right? Stay caffeinated throughout the day. Caffeinate, network, collaborate. And they're free, right? So don't worry about paying for anything. Don't worry about your energy levels dipping. You should be completely fine. Okay, almost through. As we are in the age of tech and social media, let me highly encourage both our in-person and our virtual attendees to take photos, take screenshots, post your comments, tag folks who you know, tag the product school staff, myself, whoever, on any social media channel, and you can see the hashtags along the walls out in the halls everywhere. For our in-person attendees, also go to the photo booth in the expo hall for an official ProductCon snap, or up to the Instagrammable photo wall on the rooftop. So maybe some folks saw that out there. The weather's a little weird. I think today at some point it's gonna shift to be really nice. We also have this world-class and ridiculously exciting social media giveaway happening today, but we're gonna talk a little bit more about that later, so you're gonna have to that's my way of saying just stay, and then we're gonna talk about it a little bit later. We're almost there. For in-person people, sorry people who are streaming or streaming in, I have to go over some logistics with you all. Listen in a little bit more, sorry. If you have a star on your badge, you wanna check that, next to your ticket, next to the name, this will give you access to your complimentary lunch a little bit later on today. You're gonna find that on the rooftop as well. If you don't have a star, don't stress out. We actually do have some incredible vendors that you can purchase lunch from. There are 4 of them that are gonna be on the rooftop. Or you can find lunch elsewhere if you'd like. If you're feeling a little bit lost, don't worry. We have the staff, ProductCon volunteers, myself, we're here to help you. We're wearing, well, I'm not wearing, but they are wearing navy t-shirts with bright turquoise branding, and they'll answer all of the questions that you have. And that's it with the logistics. Whew, okay. I'm gonna talk a little bit about the team that's bringing us all together today, though, because they're the reason that we're here. So, here we are. Can I get a show of hands and comments on Ring Central? How many people were familiar with Product School before today? Okay, that's a lot of people. But if you didn't raise your hand, I'm going to just explain it really quickly. Product School is the global leader in product training. They offer both individual and team training. Certifications are delivered live, online, by product leaders working at top Silicon Valley companies, including Google, Meta, Netflix, Airbnb, Uber, Amazon, right? The team at Product School are super passionate about all things product, so make sure that you're also checking out that booth in the hall and chat with all of our amazing people. All right, and on top of that, they also run 4 product cons a year. And today is actually the final leg of Product Con 2024, so kudos to them. We've had 3 this year already, London in February, New York in May, and 1 entirely online in August, which was really fun. And we're gonna get into the 2025 schedule a little bit later, but for now we're gonna dive into Product Con San Francisco. And finally, I'm gonna shut up and introduce y'all to our first speaker. All right, so John Alferness is the Executive Vice President and CPO at Walmart US. His key focus at Walmart is bringing life to digital and physical experiences and capabilities for members, for customers, and for associates. He has over 20 years of experience in the Silicon Valley product and tech space, and he has a passion for leading cross-functional organizations to build and grow businesses. Let's welcome John to the stage, everybody. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. It is an absolute pleasure to be here. Welcome to Product Con. It seems like it is going to be an incredible day. You have a great lineup set up for yourselves today. I thought I'd start our conference, not surprisingly, by talking a little bit about artificial intelligence. We're going to talk about it in the light of Walmart and everything that we're doing to better enable our customers and associates and help bring amazing solutions to life for them. But before I do, for those of you who don't know me, it's great to meet you. Hi, I'm John Alferness, and I lead product management for Walmart US, and that's across financial services, health and wellness, e-commerce, associate tools, merchant tools, and the like. And what's been so much fun about working with my teams is how we get to think about big picture solutions that cut across these areas. And nothing could be more exciting than the advances that we're seeing in artificial intelligence and how we can apply that today. So we're going to talk a little bit about that in the context of what we're doing for our customers, how we're bringing customer solutions to life, what we're doing for our associates, how we're using artificial intelligence to give them effectively superpowers to do their job even better. And then we're going to talk a little bit about how we're using this internally to produce better tools for our product managers so that we can do our job from a day-to-day basis. So Walmart's approach to technology is a little bit unique. As was said earlier, I've spent my career in Silicon Valley in product management, leaned into technology, but Walmart is, as you see on the slides behind me, a little bit, our approach to technology is a little bit different. We see technology from a different perspective. We want to leverage technology to enrich our customer and our associate lives. We're not going to build technology just for technology's sake, but really, and you can see it in the words behind me, what we say when people ask us, what is Walmart? Is Walmart a tech company? Is it a retail company? Well, we're a little bit different. We are a people-led, tech-powered, omni-channel retailer dedicated to helping people save money to live better. We're people-led, and we always will be people-led, and we'll talk about that throughout today. But more and more, we are tech-powered, and we're taking advantage of all of the great innovations that are out there to help our people do even better in their jobs. And that last tagline goes all the way back to the early days of Walmart, when Sam Walton founded the company with the mission of helping people save money so that they can live better. For those of you who don't know about Walmart, let me dig in a little bit deeper to kind of bring some of our experiences to life. As I mentioned, saving people money to live better is very much core to the Walmart ethos. It's our mission, it's our purpose. We are known for being people-led. We always will be. Our people are probably our strongest asset. In the United States alone, we have 1.6 million associates and 4,600 stores. It's not just our strength, but it's also our competitive advantage and our differentiator. We call our employees associates, all of our employees, whether you're Doug, you're John Ferner, my boss, you're myself, you're an employee in a store or in the supply chain. All of us are associates because it strengthens two things: the power of the collective, the power of the group of all of these individuals, and our desire to be here to serve our customers. We make this, in case anybody's confused at all about how we're using associates, Nike does a similar thing. Nike talks about all of their employees as athletes. So in our world, all of our employees are associates. Now, as much as we are people-led, we are more and more tech-powered than ever before. And this might come as a little bit of a surprise for those of you who aren't as close to Walmart. We're leaning on technology to create delightful experiences, to bring to life even more intelligent operations for our associates. We believe that technology augments what we're doing. It doesn't replace humans. It doesn't replace our associates. But technology, and in particular technology like artificial intelligence, gives us the power to deliver what customers want, when they want it, and how they want it. And ultimately, our goal is to provide everyday low prices to hundreds of millions of products in our assortment. And the way we do that is through focusing on everyday low costs. So every time we get an advantage with cost, or every time we're able to return that value back to a customer, we do so, which creates this flywheel, builds trust with our customers. They understand that anytime they shop with Walmart, they're getting everyday low prices. They come back time and time again. I'm sure you'll hear a lot more about the flywheels that are created in business throughout today. We believe ultimately that these assets of being people-led and infusing everything that we do with technology best positions Walmart for success in the future. We believe that we are the best positioned retailer to bring tech advances to life for our customers so that we can solve the kind of problems they have today. Now, no surprise, especially in 2024, but this has been true throughout my career, customer expectations are changing, behaviors are changing, they're changing faster than ever before. And as we release and announce and bring to life new and new bits of technology, whether it's AI, assistance, you name it, customer expectations keep rising. They keep changing. In the world of retail, customers are no longer just satisfied spear fishing for the specific product that they want. We're starting to see it in the queries they bring us as well. Customers are looking to platforms like Walmart to solve more complex tasks. At the same time that their expectations are evolving in that way, the world's becoming more complicated. So we know that technology can deliver bigger expectations for us so that we weave into our lives more and more, we multitask more. We think about shopping and solving these tasks while we're taking our kids to school, while we're preparing the talk that we're giving here at ProductCon. AI is not just empowering our customers, but it is increasing their expectations tenfold. And they want these systems, customers want these systems to be able to do more for them. So at Walmart, we're using a bit of a bold vision. We're using the vision of a shopping assistant to kind of lead us forward. We talk about assistants all the time in the world of AI, and I know we're just in our early days of bringing that to life. So we use it as a North Star to say that if we can make all of our experiences more fluid, more frictionless, and more delightful for our customers, ultimately solving their problems as we would if we were an assistant in the cloud, that will not only give us the right endpoint, but it'll give us all of these stops along the way that will deliver real value to our customers. We know that retailers who deliver against this vision will ultimately lead, because we'll give customers what they want in an incredibly frictionless way. So I want to talk through some of those examples. The first thing that we're doing is on the search side of the world. We're leveraging AI in two distinct ways to improve our search experiences fairly fundamentally. Now, I've worked across the industry, and I've worked in search for many, many years. And I've had the privilege to work at places like Google on teams that brought product search to life. And I think one of the challenges when you're working on a product like search at Walmart is the expectations out there. Google has been delivering against this for 10 plus years. They've had hundreds of engineers to be able to build something like a product search experience. And Walmart, we don't quite have that scale. So for a long time, I thought it would be difficult to get to the kind of quality of search experiences that customers expect. And then along comes artificial intelligence, comes the large language models, Gen AI, that we've been playing with. And to me, it seemed like an incredible unlock ahead of us, and it has been. So we've been leveraging large language models and AI to improve the core foundations of search. We've used it to improve how we think about type ahead, spell correction, simple things. We've also used it to help us understand word entities. When can we break things apart? When can we not? What are brands that are relevant? When are we looking at types of products versus brands? All of that has increased our search relevancy significantly in the past year or so, and we're seeing that in our engagement and retention results from customers too. At the same time that we are using AI to improve the very foundation, the very core of search, we're also using it to extend, to up-level what we're able to do in search. And we're seeing the response from our customers. So customers are now able to ask questions like, what do I need to throw a Super Bowl watch party? Or, I want all of the best products so that I can have the most fantastic Halloween party on the block. I'm not just searching for a Halloween costume, but I want costumes, I want decorations, I want the best punch bowl, I want candy buckets. So into the core of Walmart Search, we've built this ability to understand more complex queries and break them down, and then return to customers this entire set of results that would make this experience better. So if you go back to what I said earlier about expectations growing, tasks becoming more complex, we're able to meet our customers where they are by responding to these more complex tasks directly without pushing that cognitive load back into our customers' hands. But as I said earlier, while we are here to serve our customers, perhaps our greatest asset is our associates. And we're leveraging AI across the board to help enable our associates as well. We see AI as equipping our associates with advanced tools to help them do their job so much better. AI, as far as Walmart is concerned, is not here to replace people's jobs. It's not here to help reduce our associate headcount. It's here to help us up-level, upskill, and enable our associates across the board. Like I said earlier, our associates are one of our greatest strengths, and I see it in the stores all day long. Customers come up to our associates and they ask the kind of questions that almost bewilder me. I think to myself, weird, this associate is working in a store, and yet the customer is asking the associate something about a recent movie that's out. We'll talk about some of these examples in a second. So we're trying to figure out how we can help reduce friction for our associates so they can interact with our customers more, creating those touch points and answering these more complex questions. All the while, our goal here is to make the job of our associates fun, more enjoyable, frictionless, seamless. So let's talk about how we're bringing this to life across our systems. So for a long time, we have had dozens, if not hundreds, of separate applications that have helped our associates in the stores operate the stores. Some of those applications are, web apps or mobile apps. Some of the applications are pieces of paper. We would create manual lists. There are binders. There used to be these super thick binders that sat in the back of a Walmart store that associates would go to if they needed information or instruction about something that was happening in the store. All of this now has been pulled together. All of these discrete applications, as well as these nuggets of information, have been pulled together into a platform, a singular application that we call Me at Walmart. Me at Walmart is deployed to our 1.6 million associates, and it's not just a platform for them to get access to all of these tools and information, but as we're layering large language models throughout those tools, as we're leaning in on AI, as we're building a data platform underneath, it helps us connect through these applications so that our associates can ask more complex questions of those tools and better help the customer. Just a couple examples. Recently, I was in a Walmart here in the Bay Area, and I watched a customer in the grocery section looking for a specific brand of cookie. The cookie was clearly out of stock. It wasn't there on the shelf. She called an associate over and asked her, do you know when you're going to get more of this particular brand of cookie? The customer definitely answered the question. She answered the question because she was able to lean into, to utilize Me at and effectively ask our platform in an assistant form that same question. And it turns out that the cookie is on its way. In fact, it's being unloaded in the back right now. A truck just dropped it off. So we've been able to now connect our supply chain, status of products in our supply chain, the inventory we have in the back room, all the way to the front, to the inventory that we have on the store shelves. While we've had the information in the past, because it's been locked in these silos, it's been so much more difficult for associates to pull out. If you'll see, what we're doing here, and I'm absolutely amazed by the progress we've made. We're flying a plane as fast as possible, as fast as humanly possible. We're driving amazing amounts of customer experience and revenue day in and day out. And we're having to retrofit how we think about data, platforms, and artificial intelligence into these technology stacks that we've had for years. And we are unlocking value in just amazing ways. Another example, I'm a toy fan. I particularly love Lego. And I was in the toy aisle just checking out the newest Lego sets, and I saw another customer come up to an associate and ask the type of question that I think is pretty common at a Walmart. There's so much trust between our customers and associates. The customer was asking the associate, I'm looking for a new Lego set. I think it's based on a movie or a video game, but I don't know which. Can you help me find one because I'm looking for one for my niece for their birthday? I wasn't even sure what she was referring to. But in the back and forth, it turns out she was looking for the new Fortnite sets, which luckily we had. They were on the shelf, and the associate was able to show the customer some suggestions. So again, we have built in real-world knowledge through LLMs into the Me at platform and linked it up with our own product inventory, information about those products, availability, pricing, and the like, so that again, our associates are able to do their job much quicker, more seamlessly, easier, so that they can dedicate their time and what they're doing to the customer, not running back and forth, trying to dig up this information, going to a million different systems, trying to figure this all out. All of this has been possible because we've thought about how to build this into a platform, we've thought about how to connect that with data underneath, and then ultimately using the interface of an assistant, of questions, prompts. We put that at the top to basically enable these integrations that we've built. As you can tell, data is at the very foundation of so many of these experiences. Walmart's a 60-plus-year-old company, and we have been aggregating and accumulating data for a long, long time. A friend of mine is the chief economist at Walmart, and he is thrilled about the scale of our data sets because the type of insights that he can bring forward are like nothing that he's ever seen before. But at the same time, for a 60-year-old company, that data tends to be a little bit locked in silos. We have pools, we have puddles, we have thousands upon thousands of databases and millions of tables. So as a product manager, if I want to get at some insights about what's working in my products, what isn't, what are customers doing on my platform, what type of behaviors are we seeing, it's pretty difficult for me to do that in a very raw fashion. So we've leaned on many data scientists, analysts, and the product teams work closely with these data friends to answer these questions. The back and forths become a little ridiculous. We ask a question, data scientist says no problem, I can figure out the answer to that, goes away, comes back, says here's the answer. Okay, that's great, but I'd like the data sliced slightly differently, or I'd like to look at it from this dimension, or with this metric instead. No problem. Let me go away and come back a couple of days later with those answers. In order to be able to run faster and to really enable our product management team, our product managers need the ability to dig into the data themselves, to be able to query it so that they can get some of these insights before you go and spend the time with the data scientist or analyst. So this vision, I've had this vision for a long time about if we can have all of this data, even if it isn't perfectly cleaned and aggregated, what if we're to put that data alongside a singular AI model, a large language model of sorts, so that on the other side, we can effectively interface through that model into that data with natural language type queries. This is exactly what we're building at Walmart with the enterprise data platform. It has required and will continue to require some amount of data foundations and data cleanup. But the magic of what we're seeing in this new world that's being created right now is it doesn't have to be perfect. AI and large language models help the product managers understand what's the canonical data or table for this type of data. These columns or these rows are not human readable. Can you help give me an explanation of what this data is? And then ultimately, we're working towards this place where the assistant that we are building on top of our enterprise data platform will enable me to ask questions of the data itself, and over time, we're looking forward to the ability for that platform and that assistant to actually intuit and bring to life insights and feed that to our product managers and our business friends offline, asynchronously. It's early in this journey for us. If I think back, we started this journey on data about a year, maybe a year and a half ago. And we started it with a conversation between me and John Furner, who runs Walmart US. And he posited to me, hey, with everything happening in the world of AI, we should just be able to have it answer questions for us, find those insights, and present them to us. We shouldn't even have to think about it. And a year and a half ago, I told John he was crazy. There's no way that AI was that good that it was going to be able to do, that it was going to be able to bring those solutions to life. But I hope you're all keeping an eye, because the pace that AI is changing means ideas that were crazy a year and a half ago are now very doable. So the last point that I want to make to all of you today is please continue to lean into the AI space. Skate to where the puck is going, not to where it is already. And you're going to be not just blown away with what you're able to do, but your customers, your users are going to be thrilled with the solutions that you're delivering, because their expectations are going to rise to that challenge anyway. I want to take a moment to thank you all. We covered a whole variety of different topics today. We talked a little bit about who Walmart is, our unique and different approach to technology, which I'm really excited about. How Walmart is always and will always be people-led, but how technology is unlocking and leveraging even more superpowers from our associates. We talked about how we're improving the customer experience across search and beyond. And then we finished with this example of the enterprise data platform where we're bringing data to life for my product management team and beyond in ways that makes our jobs not just easier, but delightful. You've got an incredible, incredible lineup today. So many great speakers. I'm really excited that you're all here, excited for the day that you're about to have, and I want to thank you so much for your time and your patience this morning. Enjoy the day, guys.
Hi. Can you hear me? I'm back. All right. That was awesome. Thank you for kicking things off, John. Another round of applause for him, if you don't mind, please. Okay. Awesome. It sounds unsurprisingly like embracing AI might be key. And I personally was sitting there listening to a bit of his talk, and I really love what he said about allowing it to augment what we do. It's a super important mindset for all of us in product to embrace. Don't be scared of it. Allow it to augment what we're doing. I am really excited right now to introduce Noam Lovinsky, who's the CPO at Grammarly. He's going to come up here in a minute. Noam will be talking to us about a question he often hears from PMs about the demise of the product that he's working on. So that's a big one. I'm really excited for this one because this product is something that I use every single day. For Noam, clear communication has always been the basis of every strong relationship. This is just one of the many reasons he's thrilled to work on Grammarly, a product that empowers every individual to communicate effectively and be understood so that they can achieve their greatest potential. And we know how important communication is, especially in this world. So everybody, please give a huge Product Con welcome to Noam.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for having me. Hi, Jerem. Hi, team. Oh, great. Yeah, as was said, I'm really excited to talk to you about a question that I often get from PMs about how the product that our team is building is likely on its way to demise. I thought that would be a fun topic, kind of the elephant in the room, that we could try to address, but also use it as a way to help folks think about how we think about building products with AI and how we're thinking about evolving our product. And hopefully there's some lessons and some applicable learnings there for all of you who are thinking about building products with AI. So with that, let's get started. Right, so have LLMs killed Grammarly? Or maybe like more specifically, you know, if everyone is adding like LM functionality into every single other writing surface, you know, what is Grammarly's right to exist? How is Grammarly going to kind of navigate this? This is a question that I get from almost every PM that I interview. And by the way, I interview a lot of PMs. We are hiring across every function. If you are interested in coming in and talking to us. But again, I wanted to try to address this directly because I think there's a lot that we can learn not only from what Grammarly is doing, but that can be applicable to the products that you are all building. I wanted to throw my photo up here again in case you were wondering who we're talking to. I thought we could do that twice. I even decided to wear the same shirt as in the photo so that you knew for sure that I was really him. It's a form of verification, so we made sure and put that in there. Thank you for that. But anyway, so I'm sure all of you have heard this, have read this, and maybe have these own questions about you know, the death and demise of Grammarly, with everything that's going on with LLMs, you know, the ability to kind of shorten, lengthen, correct words appearing in every text box. Certainly that means the demise of Grammarly, what Apple is doing, et cetera, what Microsoft is putting in Word and Google and Docs and so on. But the funny thing is that all of these things that are written up here are actually is what people have been saying about Grammarly for a very long time. This is nothing new. Grammarly has been working on providing a solution that works everywhere you work to correct your words everywhere that you write. And since the inception of the company, there's been the same question. I don't get it. There's spell checking and grammar checking in Google Docs. It's in the browser. It's in Microsoft Office. Like, how is Grammarly going to survive? What is the point of Grammarly? But despite that, we've actually grown a pretty significant business. I really want to tell you how big the business is, but my comms team will not allow me. So you'll have to catch me one-on-one in the bathroom when they're not in the crowd, so that I can share all of our metrics with you. Just kidding, Darlene. But the point is that we have grown a fairly significant and large business. And one thing I can share that we share publicly is the business has been profitable since day one. It is a very profitable, very efficient business because we are solving, I think, a very acute problem for a large number of people. For a very long time, Grammarly was kind of in the quiet backwaters of technology. We didn't want anyone to notice us. We had found this secret gem that we can kind of grow and turn into a really large business. But clearly, the idea that machines will assist all of us to communicate in very significant ways is no longer a quiet backwaters idea. It's an idea that has kind of come into the forefront, even though it's an idea that Grammarly has had for a really long time. Obviously, our entire industry now realizes that this is a foregone conclusion. The question is, how do we get from here to there? So, as I said, a very, very healthy business, but the one stat that I want to point to here, just to give you an idea of the scale and kind of what Grammarly has created is, in a given year, given our current usage, we process about 25 trillion tokens a year and growing. And just to give you a sense of that scale, I believe Meta trained Llama 3 on about 15 trillion tokens. So it's a fairly significant amount of words that are coming through our system. We obviously get to see how these words are written and rewritten. We obviously understand what applications, what tasks. We do all this in a very privacy-preserving manner, an anonymized manner. We're very careful about how we associate kind of users with text. But the point is that despite this kind of consistent question around what is the place or potential value of Grammarly, we still managed to kind of grow a fairly significant business. And so the question I think to ask is, like, how did we do that, and what can we learn from that kind of going forward? So how did we grow this business? So I don't know if any of you have seen Inside Eye 2, but this is the emotion anxiety. And the way we grew this business is we just have a lot of anxiety. We are very anxious about growing this business and losing this business. And it turns out anxiety is a really good motivating force to build fantastic products. I'm kidding, obviously. But the first thing I want to say is, like, why did Grammarly work? What is the fit? Why do we manage to grow such a substantial business? And I do think that one of the fundamental things is that very early on, Grammarly understood very clearly the customer problem that they were trying to address. And that problem was anxiety. Many, many people are worried or anxious that their words are somehow going to get in their way. Whether they're writing an essay and they really care about getting that grade, or they're communicating at work and it's a tense situation, and they're worried about their words somehow misrepresenting them and getting in their way. These are not people who are just English second language or understand remedial English or something like that. This is much broader. It's engineers who didn't sign up to work in order to write a bunch of communication to a bunch of other people. They like to code, right? It's people across all functions who simply have some concern and worry about their words. And Grammarly understood that very, very early on and understood that that was the customer pain point that they were addressing. And what we did is that we delivered confidence to address that customer pain point. The product is not marketed around fear or anxiety or things like that. The product is trying to constantly reinforce confidence, explaining why these words, why we're making these suggestions, to try and give people the feeling that they can communicate more confidently, that they can write more confidently, such that their ideas and their best selves are represented when they are communicating at work or for school purposes. The other reason that I think Grammarly really managed to build a very significant business in this space, despite what everyone else was doing, was what I would call honestly say fantastic UX. Fantastic product experience. And again, I think there's something that I'll get to in a moment, that there's a lot to learn from this in terms of how to build with these models today. But Grammarly is a seemingly very simple product. And like all other very simple products, under the hood, it's actually quite complicated to deliver that simplicity at scale to the number of customers that we have. So Grammarly is one of the few products out there. It's almost like if I were to use the buzzwords of today, Grammarly is one of the earliest agents. We're almost there to agent. You just install us, you don't have to configure us or do anything else, and we just make you better. You continue doing what you're doing wherever you like to do it, and in real time, we push suggestions and recommendations to you, and we make it incredibly easy to accept or ignore those suggestions. All you have to do to get value from Grammarly is hover over an underline. And I think this is a really important lesson for all of us who are building products with AI and are trying to drive growth. Every click really matters. The fact that users don't have to pull value from Grammarly, the fact that we push value to where the users are, and we are trying to do that in a way that's not annoying as fuck, but we're getting better at that. The fact that all you have to do is hover and get value from Grammarly is a huge reason for the company's success and for the product's growth. And I think that when you're building with AI and you're building with these models and you're thinking about how do I get to the cost, quality, latency equation where I can deliver functionality in this way, in a way that millions of people can understand how to use, I think that is a really good lesson there. And so under these simple underlines is actually a great deal of engineering work and a great deal of optimization. Even just integrating with other people's applications in order to be able to decorate the words in a real-time way is a significant challenge to kind of do at scale with the number of applications that we support. So again, seems very simple, but actually quite a complicated product underneath. And it looks like I might be missing the next slide, but the last point that I'll say is, so there's the product experience, there's understanding the true customer problem that we're solving, and then I would say for a long time there has been a strong focus in quality. I think Grammarly understood very early that even small points in improvements on model quality or evaluated quality actually end up making a very big difference in customer experience and driving revenue, especially when you're working on a feature and a workflow that people are constantly doing. People are constantly writing. They're writing everywhere. 80% of how we spend our time at work for most of us is communication. And so when you have such a high frequency action, and you can even move very small points in quality, the differences to the customer and then to the business are quite significant. And for a long time, very early on, Grammarly was always evaluating its grammar and spelling models against what Google was putting out, what Microsoft was putting out, et cetera. And the company saw that even small improvements in quality actually showed up in our metrics and in the bottom line, the top line of the business. So I think those are the three things that have really kind of, I think at its core, brought us to the business that we are today, despite what everyone else has been providing. It's that understanding the customer problem and pain point, delivering a very seemingly simple product experience, and then focusing on the quality of our suggestions and results. Now, fast forward to today, and we're kind of seeing similar headlines, right? It's the same thing that we've been saying for a long time. Apple Intelligence is going to kill Grammarly. ChatGPT is going to kill Grammarly, et cetera, et cetera. So what's going to happen? Like, what is the truth? Well, I think that we're we're currently writing that story, but I wanted to kind of take a step back for a moment and give you a sense of how we're thinking about that and how to reason through problems like this and situations like this, but try to make it very relevant to perhaps other AI products that folks in the audience might be building. So first thing, when you're trying to kind of figure out what to do in these scenarios, I think it's important to kind of like step out of the hype cycle we're all in for a moment, right? We have like kind of one understanding and one kind of a set of zeitgeist about like kind of what's going on in the industry and with our customers, and most of us are here in the Bay Area, and I would say that's a pretty skewed understanding of like what's going on with our customers. Sometimes I like to think about Grammarly as the McDonald's of AI, like billions served. I may not be interested in kind of building the most complex agent that's going to rewrite your whole application stack and clear every single Jira ticket for you automatically, but if I can find a problem that I can solve that billions of people can very easily adopt and use several times in their week, in their month, then that's a business that I'm very, very excited to solve. And the reason that I say that is when we step out of the hype cycle a little bit and try to understand what problems are people really dealing with, how are they currently using this technology and adopting this technology. It is one of the fastest technologies to ever be adopted, but where are people now, and how do we bring them along with us as we build and create something that they can actually have a chance of adopting. So first of all, what are people generally doing when they're prompting? Obviously we see a lot of people prompt LLMs, not only within our own products, but with many other products. So this is just a sample that we took to give you a sense of kind of what people are often doing with these things. Obviously, like composing and editing and rewriting is fairly high on the list. We know that coding is a use case that is kind of found probably more fit and is really taking hold, but many people are still trying to use this technology, obviously, for composing and rewriting. You see the third one is no instruction, so it kind of gives you an idea of kind of where people are at with their understanding and ability to prompt. And then the list gets kind of much smaller from there. But I want to just kind of also pull up some example prompts that are fun to look at, just to give us an idea like where are customers at with this technology today. So like, give me a sentence to put at the cover of the book to make people want to buy it. It's a very reasonable thing to be asking. Surely, if the machine could give you the answer to that question, it would be great. And I'm not doing this to try and like throw shade on our customers. It's quite the opposite. It's that we need to understand kind of what the customers are trying to do, their understanding of how to use this technology today, and this is our problem, not their problem. The fact that people are sort of at this level of understanding and ability to work with these models and prompt these models is something that we need to fix for and we need to address. We need to make it far easier to interact with these things, optimize their prompts, and perhaps in the future remove the need to prompt entirely. Because my view personally is that prompting is a bug, not a feature, and over time, we'll see that more and more of the sort of assistance that we get from this AI does not require that sort of active prompting. So the next thing to think about is has the problem that you're working on actually truly been solved with where kind of like LLMs and the technology is today. So I don't know how many of you, does this, just curious like a show of hands, because this really dates me. Does anybody know what these are? Do you recognize these? Like, it's hard to see you. All right, some of you, awesome. So this is a Thomas guide. For those of you who grew up in Southern California or have traveled in Southern California in the, let's say, late 80s, early 90s, this is how we all figured out how to get around. Everyone had one of these maps in their car because driving in LA and other places, it's so vast, and you go to such different corners, that oftentimes you needed a map to figure out how to get to where you're going. And so this was kind of like the state of the art at that time for navigating and helping you get to your destination. And then, of course, MapQuest came out, right? And we all thought, amazing, like problem solved. I'm gonna go to a browser, I'm gonna enter my destination before I leave, I'm gonna print out the directions, I'm gonna take that in my car, and great, I don't have to carry a Thomas guide anymore because now I've got a printout that tells me where to go. Problem solved, right? The point I'm trying to make is the way we're solving a lot of these problems with LLMs and AI today, we're at the MapQuest stage. So just to give you an idea, right? These problems that we're working on, if you pick the right problem, are far from solved from an LLM, are far from solved from ChatGPT, are far from solved by the prompting that you can do in Microsoft Word and so on. Just in our own customer base, like what we see around how many people are actually frequently using the output of models for day-to-day communication, it's very low. And I'm sure that matches the anecdotal experience like in this group. What's the last time you wrote a project proposal where you did it almost entirely with the assistance of the model and felt at the end of that process that was better and faster than if you just kind of did it yourself from start to finish? We're at that stage, right? And I'm not saying this technology is not amazing and that it doesn't have huge potential, but I think it's important to not only remember where are our customers today, like what is their understanding of how to use this stuff, and how solved are the problems that we're working on. So before you get skittish because of what one of the foundational labs might be doing, or so on, I would just consider that these problems are far from solved. And actually, obviously after MapQuest, we got phones with GPS and built-in directions, but actually the way to solve the navigation problem is not a Thomas guide or MapQuest or a phone with a map, it's self-driving cars. That's the way you solve the navigation problem, because then navigation is a thing of the past that none of us need to worry about. We just get in the car, we tell it where we want to go, and we can outsource that part of our brain, thank God, to then spend time on other things. But that's an example, I think, of like how do you truly and thoroughly solve a problem. And so when you're thinking about the problem that you're working on, that your business or your product is working on, I would just keep in mind that a lot of how we're solving these problems with LLMs today is still at the MapQuest stage. And if you think deeply and try to solve the problem for your customer quite deeply, that there's a lot more way to go to actually provide a solution that truly solves the problem. And for Grammarly, we are working on trying to help people communicate effectively, trying to make sure that they can show up as their best selves at work for their true brilliance and genius to be understood by everyone that they work with. The first way that we've been trying to solve that very big problem is by supplying correct words. Clearly, supplying correct words is no longer enough to continue to solve that problem, and we need to move on to the next stages of that problem to try to get to the self-driving car version of solving the problem, where today I think we're very much still at the MapQuest version of solving the problem. Does that analogy kind of work, hopefully? Okay, I'm not just kidding myself here. All right, man, these slides are really outdated. I think the other thing that I think is really important to consider when you're thinking about a problem to solve for your products in terms of what LLMs might do and how they might evolve is I think you need to be very careful not to pick a problem that I would say is too broad, or maybe another way of saying it is it's too close to next token prediction, right? And what the models kind of might do next. If you fly, I'd say, too close to that sun, you're very likely to get burned. So, for example, if you're just working on public domain writing, kind of like generating an essay, something like that, generating an essay about the U.S. Civil War, that might be a little too close to what a next token predictor trained on internet data may be able to do. you might be flying a little too close to what the LLMs can already do decently well and what they might do significantly better in short order. Likewise, at least for Grammarly, we want to be careful not to pick a problem that is too narrow. So for example, we observe that there's a lot of legal writing that happens with Grammarly, where a lot of lawyers have Grammarly in the loop when they're writing their content. But I think that focusing on an LLM that really improves and solves the problems of legal writing might be a little too narrow, at least for the TAM that Grammarly wants to address, or the problem that Grammarly wants to address. So it's very important to try to pick that problem that I would say is at the right altitude for the business that you're trying to build, that gives you the ability not only to kind of build a product experience and get an advantage from either a data model, contextual behavioral data perspective. It's important to kind of pick the problem at the right altitude. So for Grammarly, that may be writing words in a way that are most likely going to be understood or received well by people at work. Perhaps it is something about kind of workplace communication and understanding the dynamic about superiors, peers, how we typically interact at work, and the words that kind of help us be successful in those environments. Perhaps it's something about emotion and perception and kind of working with that modality to try and have your words land right. We're in the process of discovering exactly which of those problems are just right for us, but I think it's something that's very, very important to think about. And then when you pick that problem that is at the right altitude for your business, I believe that it's very important to try and solve that problem from model to pixel. I think you can get a very far way with prompting other models, but I think fundamentally, oftentimes, to solve some of these problems very deeply, you're going to want to have control and the ability to manipulate everything from the model all the way to the pixel that you're delivering to the user, and that's what Grammarly has been doing from day one. That may not mean that we are only using models that we have trained, tuned, et cetera, in-house. We're certainly going to use the best model available for the task at hand. But I think that there's really something to be said for honing and optimizing the model to the pixel for the problem that you're trying to solve. And that is how you get to a solution, I think, that is much more viable and differentiated and much less likely to be gobbled up by what some of these foundational model developers might be doing, or what some of these larger productivity suites might be doing. I really think that it is very possible to compete directly with these folks. I just want to, for everyone in the audience that has this worry or anxiety about what's the next OpenAI release that's going to gobble up my product and my business, I would just caution you that you are buying into their narrative, which is very convenient for them, but not necessarily convenient for all of you. I don't think we know exactly how this is going to turn out yet, whether those models will commoditize, and everything that we're all doing at the application layer is where the value will actually be derived. But regardless, I think that trying to solve these problems from model to pixel, even if you don't end up owning the model directly, gives you the understanding that you need in order to build solutions that kind of truly solve that problem. So with that, I think that's all for me. Thank you very much for listening, and have a good rest of your conference.
Really quickly. Another round of applause for Noam, please. Amazing talk. I'll say that one resonated, especially looking at the images of the maps and MapQuest, thinking about my mom and dad printing that out, sitting in a car yelling because somebody got lost. And here we are today, and we don't have those things happening anymore because it's right at our fingertips. So Think about that. It starts small, we iterate and we get better, and that's your job, right? So think about the smallest problem to solve that's going to be super impactful, and make sure that you're doing your job as a product person getting there. All right, we have officially made it to our first break. A couple things to go over before you're free to head over to caffeinate yourselves, as I keep saying. First, look at your badge. I mentioned this earlier. You're going to notice 2 QR codes, one in the front, one in the back. The one in the front next to your name is to be scanned by the teams at the expo booths. If you scan it, nothing's going to happen. It's for the expo folks to do. But if you flip it over and you scan the code on the back, it's going to take you to the agenda today, okay? One other QR code we recommend that you use throughout the day is your LinkedIn QR code. I mentioned connection several times. It's a really great way to network. Just open up your LinkedIn app, click on the search bar, click the QR code icon, and you're going to connect with people that you've met today. All right, time to head to the expo hall for your coffee or multiple coffees. Check out the sponsor booths, check out the Tesla Cybertrucks I mentioned. All of the amazing giveaways are there, and I'm going to see you back here at 10:40 for 3 more speakers. So thank you.
Now I get what you're all about, going through life with a smile. Show me how you lose yourself in whatever you do. How do you think it's alright, even in the darkest night? Now I want to see you again, so we can love every day as if it's our last one. Nothing to care for, just you and I. Wanna know how we can say it all, just one night. It's easy if we try. Now love every day like it was our last.
Artificial intelligence has arrived. To future-proof your product management career, you need to be able to build and manage AI products. But not all AI products succeed. AI product strategy is not just about adding a chatbot to your website. It's about understanding how to use AI to drive business results in the right way for your organization. Created by Silicon Valley's top AI product leaders, the Artificial Intelligence for Product certification will teach you how to create winning AI product strategies, master prompt engineering with hands-on projects, leverage large language models in your product, design AI-native user experiences, measure and optimize AI product performance, and pitch a compelling AI product strategy and solution. As an AI PC student, you'll be building your own AI-powered prototypes as you learn, leaving you not only with a strong understanding of AI product leadership, but also with the confidence to put your new skills into practice. Ready to build the next AI success story? Start your journey today.
Product managers are a lot like architects. They are able to build products end to end by shaping customers' needs into features used by millions. To get hired and succeed as a product manager, you're going to need to master a range of soft and hard skills. That's where the product manager certification comes in. You're about to learn how to build great products end to end, know your customers, and drive product market fit. Drive strategic alignment across stakeholders, design unforgettable user experiences, craft a winning go-to-market plan, and impress hiring managers. In the product management certification, we're going to show you how you can take tried and true strategies used by top product managers from Silicon Valley and apply them with hands-on experiences. You're going to learn about frameworks, methodologies, and the latest tools so you're prepared to build your own future products end to end. Ready to get hired? Land your first product job today. What got you here won't get you there. Being a product manager is one thing. Rising as a product leader is another. Leading teams is not just about your own expertise, but also about inspiring others. As a product leader, you're the organization's compass, guiding teams to a unified product vision. The Product Leader certification is here to help you land your next product promotion. You're about to learn how to craft and own your own product strategy, excel in communication, coaching, and leadership, master product process, and run great meetings, make insight-informed decisions, and gear up for your next promotion. In the Product Leader certification, we're going to show you how to elevate your product manager skills to the next level and put you on the path to promotion. Are you ready to take your product career to the next level? Start your journey today.
Are you looking to land your first product marketing job? We've created a comprehensive curriculum that is taught live, online, by experienced product marketing leaders to help you get hired and succeed as a product marketer. You will learn all of the core product marketing skills, from positioning to messaging to building go-to-market plans and launching products. You will also learn about areas that can help you differentiate yourself, from pricing and packaging to competitive intelligence to effectively collaborating with revenue teams. This course is here to help you master these skills and land your first product marketing job. Join us for the Product Marketing Manager certification.
Maximize your outcomes with our custom team training, coaching, and advisory. your one-stop solution to upskill your entire organization and outpace the competition. We meet you where you are, and we get you where you want to be, whether that's mastering digital transformation, building products to maximize revenue, or increasing teams' efficiency and productivity. What makes our approach a winning combination for your business goals? Product School is the global leader in product training, advising, and coaching. We help companies at all stages of growth and transformation adapt and scale. We have experience with companies from all industries, at all stages and all sizes. We provide live training and just-in-time coaching for your organization, in person and virtually. Teams are equipped to implement changes immediately. And we are trusted globally by companies across industries to train their teams. Schedule a call with our team to learn more.
Artificial intelligence has arrived. To future-proof your product management career, you need to be able to build and manage AI products. But not all AI products succeed. AI product strategy is not just about adding a chatbot to your website. It's about understanding how to use AI to drive business results in the right way for your organization. Created by Silicon Valley's top AI product leaders, the Artificial Intelligence for Product certification will teach you how to create winning AI product strategies, master prompt engineering with hands-on projects, leverage large language models in your product, design AI-native user experiences, measure and optimize AI product performance, and pitch a compelling AI product strategy and solution. As an AI PC student, you'll be building your own AI-powered prototypes as you learn, leaving you not only with a strong understanding of AI product leadership, but also with the confidence to put your new skills into practice. Ready to build the next AI success story? Start your journey today.
Product managers are a lot like architects. They are able to build products end to end by shaping customers' needs into features used by millions. To get hired and succeed as a product manager, you're going to need to master a range of soft and hard skills. That's where the product manager certification comes in. You're about to learn how to build great products end to end, know your customers, and drive product market fit. Drive strategic alignment across stakeholders, design unforgettable user experiences, craft a winning go-to-market plan, and impress hiring managers. In the product management certification, we're going to show you how you can take tried and true strategies used by top product managers from Silicon Valley and apply them with hands-on experiences. You're going to learn about frameworks, methodologies, and the latest tools so you're prepared to build your own future products end to end. Ready to get hired? Land your first product job today. What got you here won't get you there. Being a product manager is one thing. Rising as a product leader is another. Leading teams is not just about your own expertise, but also about inspiring others. As a product leader, you're the organization's compass, guiding teams to a unified product vision. The Product Leader certification is here to help you land your next product promotion. You're about to learn how to craft and own your own product strategy, excel in communication, coaching, and leadership, master product process, and run great meetings, make insight-informed decisions, and gear up for your next promotion. In the Product Leader certification, we're going to show you how to elevate your product manager skills to the next level and put you on the path to promotion. Are you ready to take your product career to the next level? Start your journey today.
Are you looking to land your first product marketing job? We've created a comprehensive curriculum that is taught live, online, by experienced product marketing leaders to help you get hired and succeed as a product marketer. You will learn all of the core product marketing skills, from positioning to messaging to building go-to-market plans and launching products. You will also learn about areas that can help you differentiate yourself, from pricing and packaging to competitive intelligence to effectively collaborating with revenue teams. This course is here to help you master these skills and land your first product marketing job. Join us for the Product Marketing Manager certification.
Maximize your outcomes with our custom team training, coaching, and advisory. Your one-stop solution to upskill your entire organization and outpace the competition. We meet you where you are, and we get you where you want to be. Whether that's mastering digital transformation, building products to maximize revenue, or increasing teams' efficiency and productivity. What makes our approach a winning combination for your business goals? Product School is the global leader in product training, advising, and coaching. We help companies at all stages of growth and transformation adapt and scale. We have experience with companies from all industries, at all stages and all sizes. We provide live training and just-in-time coaching for your organization, in person and virtually. Teams are equipped to implement changes immediately. And we are trusted globally by companies across industries to train their teams. Schedule a call with our team to learn more.
Artificial intelligence has arrived. To future-proof your product management career, you need to be able to build and manage AI products. But not all AI products succeed. AI product strategy is not just about adding a chatbot to your website. It's about understanding how to use AI to drive business results in the right way for your organization. Created by Silicon Valley's top AI product leaders, the Artificial Intelligence for Product certification will teach you how to create winning AI product strategies, master prompt engineering with hands-on projects, leverage large language models in your product, design AI-native user experiences, measure and optimize AI product performance, and pitch a compelling AI product strategy and solution. As an AI PC student, you'll be building your own AI-powered prototypes as you learn, leaving you not only with a strong understanding of AI product leadership, but also with the confidence to put your new skills into practice. Ready to build the next AI success story? Start your journey today.
Product managers are a lot like architects. They are able to build products end to end by shaping customers' needs into features used by millions. To get hired and succeed as a product manager, you're going to need to master a range of soft and hard skills. That's where the product manager certification comes in. You're about to learn how to build great products end to end, know your customers, and drive product market fit. Drive strategic alignment across stakeholders, design unforgettable user experiences, craft a winning go-to-market plan, and impress hiring managers. In the product management certification, we're going to show you how you can take tried and true strategies used by top product managers from Silicon Valley and apply them with hands-on experiences. You're going to learn about frameworks, methodologies, and the latest tools so you're prepared to build your own future products end to end. Ready to get hired? Land your first product job today. What got you here won't get you there. Being a product manager is one thing. Rising as a product leader is another. Leading teams is not just about your own expertise, but also about inspiring others. As a product leader, you're the organization's compass, guiding teams to a unified product vision. The Product Leader certification is here to help you land your next product promotion. You're about to learn how to craft and own your own product strategy, excel in communication, coaching, and leadership, master product process, and run great meetings, make insight-informed decisions, and gear up for your next promotion. In the Product Leader certification, we're going to show you how to elevate your product manager skills to the next level and put you on the path to promotion. Are you ready to take your product career to the next level? Start your journey today.
Are you looking to land your first product marketing job? We've created a comprehensive curriculum that is taught live, online, by experienced product marketing leaders to help you get hired and succeed as a product marketer. You will learn all of the core product marketing skills, from positioning to messaging to building go-to-market plans and launching products. You will also learn about areas that can help you differentiate yourself, from pricing and packaging to competitive intelligence to effectively collaborating with revenue teams. This course is here to help you master these skills and land your first product marketing job. Join us for the Product Marketing Manager certification.
Maximize your outcomes with our custom team training, coaching, and advisory. Your one-stop solution to upskill your entire organization and outpace the competition. We meet you where you are, and we get you where you want to be. Whether that's mastering digital transformation, building products to maximize revenue, or increasing teams' efficiency and productivity. What makes our approach a winning combination for your business goals? Product School is the global leader in product training, advising, and coaching. We help companies at all stages of growth and transformation adapt and scale. We have experience with companies from all industries, at all stages and all sizes. We provide live training and just-in-time coaching for your organization, in person and virtually. Teams are equipped to implement changes immediately. And we are trusted globally.
When I'm broken down and lying in bed, you lie beside me through it all.
Hello. Hello. All right, do that. Okay, so we have a ton of people coming back to sit down. For everybody in the back that's looking for a seat, there's actually plenty of seats up front, at least on this side, I see a bunch. And as people come in and as you start to see it packed, you can just wave somebody over and maybe you'll make another connection. All right, next up we have, if I could just get everybody to take it down. We have our Amplitude CEO, Spenser Skates, coming to the stage in a little bit. So Spenser co-founded Amplitude in 2012 with the mission to help every company build amazing products through data. He believes that with the right insights, every company can unlock the power of their products. Spenser earned a degree in bioengineering from MIT, where he was a 2-time winner of Battle Code, which is MIT's largest programming competition, which is pretty cool. So everybody, please join me in welcoming Spenser to the stage.
All right. You guys hear me okay? What is up, Product Con? How are you all doing this morning? I love it. I love it. It is so awesome to see how much the product community has grown. One of the things I always talk about is product leaders are the new general managers of businesses, and so we're going to dictate the future of the economy, so very, very excited to see this group growing. Okay, so the topic I am very excited to share with you today is something I have thought long and deeply about, which is how do you maintain product innovation as you scale? It's actually a really, really hard thing to do, and something I obsess quite deeply about as Amplitude's CEO. we're just fanatical about, frankly. So I wanted to share a bunch of the lessons about how we think about how do you drive innovation, particularly as you're growing and going to scale. Now, you might say, hey, Spenser, like innovation, that sounds like a ton of work. Man, do we really have to do that? Yes, you do. The companies that do not innovate die, and the best companies, like some of the logos that you see up here, like Under Armour and Dropbox and NBC, they have been able to continue to adapt who they are and the products and services they deliver to win, because customers are expecting the latest and greatest, and in order to keep up what they do, they need to continue to innovate. The moment you stop innovating, you are going to be disrupted. So I kind of took a look at a bunch of different categories. This is actually a slide from our one of our fundraising decks where we talked about how digital products are the future. And as you see, economies have changed. Whatever vertical you're in, whether you're in media, you go from Blockbuster to Netflix. Whether you are in travel, you go to calling an agent on the phone to online booking. Whether you're in financial services, whether you're in B2B, like kind of the list goes on and on and on. The companies that innovate will beat out and win over those who do not. So the best way to deal with that is disrupting yourself and out innovating, and making sure you're the one disrupting yourself versus someone else. So this is actually part of the reason I'm excited to share this is that Amplitude was actually born out of self-disruption and internal disruption and innovation. So before Amplitude, we had this company called Sonalight, which was a voice recognition app. It was like a version of Cieri for Android phones, where you could talk to your Android phone and it would talk back to you. One of the core problems that we had was we really wanted to understand what our users were doing. So we ended up building our own analytics tools. And after Sonalight didn't work out, we saw so many companies out there who wanted that same understanding of what their customers were up to, what led to long-term engagement and retention, what their best customers have in common. And so we said, hey, okay, great. Let's go ahead and build a product that does that. We are actually still, so that was back in 2012. 12 years later, in 2024, we are still being very aggressive about how we disrupt ourselves today. We just launched last month Amplitude Easy, which was, we rebuilt our platform from the ground up, the navigation, the UI, the sign-up process, the onboarding, what you got right out of the box. We changed our implementation from hundreds of lines of code to a single line of code, and a ton more, because we realized, hey, if we don't do that, someone else is going to do that to us. Today, I'm going to share with you guys in a little bit our launch of Amplitude Web Experimentation, which is a WYSIWYG editor, which I'm really excited. So we're continuing to be really aggressive about innovating and disrupting ourselves. And like I said, it's something that I think about even to this day. All right, so let me talk to you really quickly about, sounds pretty straightforward. Hey, who doesn't want to be innovative as you scale? What is the core problem? The core problem is this. Most people think that as you scale as an organization, the output grows linearly, right? So you have more engineers, more product managers, more people working on creating innovative solutions. Stuff goes up and to the right. Amazing, really exciting. Or sorry, this is your guys' right. Okay, up and to the right. What actually I see happening to most companies who get to scale is you get something like this. The reality is the output of the team actually goes down as you add more people. And there's lots and lots of reasons that is. There's more complexity, there's more opinions, ownership gets diluted, people have less context, things take longer to decide. And so the average SaaS company that I talked to, actually, they were more innovative when they were a smaller team when they were a larger one, which is crazy. It's like, okay, why do we even bother to grow the team if this is the case? What I've come to realize is what you want to be, if you do this right, what you can and are able to drive is something more like this. So not quite linear, but hey, we're still innovating more as we grow. So innovation is increasing and we're getting the benefits of scale and being able to grow. So what I'm going to share with you today is how do you get there? So I've thought long and hard about this, and there's 3 big things that I want to share with you on how do you keep up the innovation as you scale and grow. So the 3 things are, first, how you structure and manage your team. Second, making sure to be very deliberate around prioritizing the customer. And then third, how you embed innovation culturally so that the organization and the team gets the message that you constantly need to be innovating and disrupting yourself. So let's go ahead and go into them. Okay, structure the organization. This may sound very tactical, but this is actually fundamental. One of the best sayings about the importance of this is the idea that you ship your organizational chart. So if you're structured in the wrong way, it's going to be very difficult for you to be able to drive innovation because the people and how they're set up and their incentives are not going to be done in the right way. So first you need the right team structure and organization. The key thing here is you need functional experts who own every single part of the delivery of a part of the product experience end to end. So that's the metrics that output them. That's the tactics used to achieve those metrics. That's the specific things you're shipping this quarter. That's what you're planning to do next quarter. That's, okay, all part of the same group of individuals and teams. One of the biggest mistakes I see companies make as they get to scale is they start to specialize and outsource this. So they'll say, hey, we're going to create a product operations team, and they're responsible for thinking through the metrics. And if we're the governance or the CDP team or the growth team, we don't think through our own metrics. That's some other team. Or we don't talk to the customers who use it. That's in a product or design research team. Or we're going to give control of the long-term roadmap to some other team. It's like, no. That entire thing, functionally end-to-end, needs to be represented by a single team. We actually ran into this problem a number of times as we scaled at Amplitude because an organizational structure that worked when we were smaller broke as we got to larger scale, where it didn't make sense to, we ended up having to break out the governance and the data platform and the CDP teams because those were all focused on different personas and different user journeys, and we had them all melded into one. And the job of leaders and executives is to be constantly thinking through this all the time. The shape of the innovation is not static, and so the shape of the organization needs to constantly evolve with what you're hearing from the market, with what it is where you're trying to innovate, with where you're trying to grow. So we constantly reevaluate these. We're going through that right now as we look at what we're going to do for 2025. We make changes here every 6 months. And a lot of teams are like, wow, that's super disruptive. How am I supposed to focus on shipping and getting stuff done if the surface area of what I'm working is constantly changing? Well, that is part of being an innovative company. You need to because the market is, and your customers are expecting you to, and if you don't do it, someone else will. So that's kind of the first thing I wanted to start off with, which is the org structure kind of underlies everything. All right, let me go to the second lesson that I have on structure. One of the biggest traps I see companies fall into as they get to large scale is they use the same process everywhere. So once you get to, as an example, I'm in the B2B space, and as we get to 100 million ARR, one of the things you want to do is you want to be able to create new pieces of innovation that are separate from your core product. One of the hardest things for us to make the adjustment to was the realization that the organizational structure for a new innovative team was actually very fundamentally different. So you're not going to do quarterly planning for a new innovative team because you don't even know what's going to happen 2 weeks from now, never mind next quarter or next year. Whereas an existing mature product, like we're an analytics company, and so our existing analytics product, that does need quarterly and annual planning because you have thousands of customers already and they need to know what to expect. And you're not looking to make massive disruptions in that. And so separating these two groups with their own processes, their own systems, their own cadences. Let me give you a few examples. When we first were building our first new product beyond analytics at Amplitude, one of the things we did was we explicitly took them out of all of the existing planning processes that we had. So we didn't have them in the regular staff meetings. We didn't have them in our quarterly reviews. We didn't set quarterly goals for them. Instead, what we did is we had a much smaller group with them meet with them every 2 weeks, and we just focused on the single thing we cared about, which is new customer adoption of their product. So every 2 weeks, I'd meet with the experiment team, and I'd say, okay, how many customers do you have using it this week? You know, and then they'd say, hey, we have 20. I'm like, great. What do we need to do to get from 20 to 30? And then the next week, I'd come back and repeat the same thing. Okay, we're now at 30. How do we get to 40 customers, and so on? And that was the single thing I focused on. And so all the existing process that we had for our large, mature analytics product just was not appropriate. And so being able to create these smaller teams of innovation is fundamentally different. And you have to create a bubble for them. Yeah, one of the other things that I'll tell you guys a funny story. One of the other things that happened is whenever you're creating a new innovative product within a company, a lot of people are very interested in hearing about what's going on with the product. And you can spend a lot of time, you know, the go-to-market teams want to talk to them, the sales teams wants to talk to them, the partnerships team wants to talk to them, like everyone wants a piece of the innovative action. And one of the really key things is we said, okay, hey, no one gets to talk to this team except at this meeting every 2 weeks. So if you guys want to pitch them something or get them involved with some launch or something like that, you have to come to this meeting, and other than that, they're insulated so they can focus on just building and shipping really, really quickly because they're in a new space. Because their plans are constantly evolving. They don't know what their product positioning is going to be. They don't know how this is going to work with partners. They don't know even how it's going to be sold to customers. And so that was a kind of really key aspect of it. So anyway, I think just, again, like, when you're trying to do something new and innovative, insulating that rest of the team from a lot of your existing larger company processes, which are appropriate for a mature product. Okay, last thing is I want to talk about is the role of the product team. You know, a lot of people ask, hey, what's the role of product? You know, it's a newer role that hasn't existed. You know, how do we think about what it's responsible for? I think one of the most important things that I just alluded to is that a lot of product's job is to be the interface to the rest of the organization so that the core team can continue to focus on being aggressive and shipping. So, all right, I already told you guys the story on this one. All right, I don't need to repeat it. Cool. Okay, all right, so that's the first point. Org structure matters a ton. All right, second thing I wanted to get across to all of you about how do you keep up innovation as you scale is prioritize the customer always. One of the core challenges you have when you're a mature organization and mature product where you have thousands or millions of customers using you is that there are all sorts of places that feedback on what you should be doing can come from. So that can come from the field and the salespeople, that can come from marketing, that can come from partners that you have, that can come from investors or your board, there can be all sorts of input over here. Here's what you should do next on product. One of the things that we were very, very deliberate in always doing at Amplitude is keeping customer input as the North Star. And what that meant is that, hey, if we listen to customers and we focus on just building what they ask for, it is hard to go wrong with that. And so one of the things I would do is every single meeting with our product teams that I'd have, whenever they proposed building something or they had some idea, my first question was always, what customers are going to want to use this? And I said this so much so that they got tired of hearing it, and they put my face on a t-shirt with it, and they just said, okay, Spenser, we don't even need you to come to these meetings. We can just use this t-shirt, put it on a chair, and have that represent you in the room instead. But to me, I think the part that was so valuable about it is that the product team got the message of like, okay, we got to identify not just, hey, we think a lot of customers could use this. Let's actually talk about who specifically and why they're so excited and what is it that's convinced them that this is more valuable than anything else. So I kind of think about this as a North Star for innovation is your customers are already living in the future they want to be living in. They have something they aspire to want to be, and they'll constantly be giving you feedback about ways that your product and your experience is not living up to that aspiration. And so if you just focused on continually being aggressive about delivering against that, that's a really great North Star, and then eventually you'll go and build into that future. So, so many of our great feature launches has been a direct result of customer feedback. We're very, very diligent about not shipping anything without identifying a specific customer or set of customers that we know are going to use it right off the bat. And so this is just so core to the Amplitude DNA, and it's a big part of what has allowed us to become the leader in the analytics category and the leader in the space, is just continually beating this drum. All right, so how do you actually do this? How do you know whether a customer is going to use it? Well, I'd say there's two big ways. First, talk to them. Number one thing you can do. I see one of the bars that we have for our product management team is that you should be talking to customers 50% of the time. 50% of the time. So if you have 40 hours in a week, you better be spending 20 of those hours talking to customers in one form or another. And that's a really high bar. We have sometimes product managers who come from other orgs that's like, oh, well, that's the research department's job, or, I'll talk to a customer once a week, or I'll do it during launch. It's like, no, your role is to be doing that all the time. Because if you're not doing that all the time, how are you possibly going to understand the pain and what's needed? The second way we see companies doing this is by looking at product data. So you actually look at and observe people using your product. Now, you can use Amplitude's product. There's a lot of other great competitors of ours as well here. I'm not religious about it, but so feel free to use anyone. But my point is, you can actually get a lot of value by actually seeing what people like, where they're having problems, where they're dropping off, what keeps them coming back, what the best users have in common. There's so much, it's crazy to me how early this space is, in that everyone I talk to agrees theoretically, hey, we should look at what our customers use to understand what our users value, but so few teams do it in practice. We're in the very early days of this, and I see the companies that are able to leverage it be way more successful than everyone else. So that's the other way. In addition, once you got the talking to users down, once you got that muscle going, there's ways, look at what they do, look at the data, look at what they do at scale. The results can actually be quite surprising. I'll give you guys one quick story on this, is DoorDash actually figured out that on-time delivery was the best predictor of repeat customer visits. So if you ordered from DoorDash and your delivery was on time, you were much more likely to order again than if your delivery was late or the time estimate wasn't accurate. And this was actually a really key insight on their part. This is a big part. That kind of understanding from looking at the customer data is a big part of what has made them the dominant food delivery company in the US. If you look at versus companies like Uber Eats or Postmates or Grubhub or a bunch of their competitors who didn't look at the data and didn't have this understanding. They would focus on other things like shorter delivery times, but because DoorDash looked at the data, they realized that people are okay with longer delivery times as long as you're accurate about the estimates. So again, shows a lot of the value in terms of understanding your customers, understanding them by talking to them, understanding them by looking at the data. Okay, let's get to the last part, culture. Okay, so you set up your organizational structure, fantastic. You're using customers as your North Star, great. That is not enough. The last bit is you want to be deliberate about embedding innovation into your culture. And I'm not just talking about the folks in this room here who are part of product and engineering teams. I'm talking about how do you drive this into your entire company. One of the key mantras that we have is we want our teams to be very, very aggressive about how they experiment. So we want them to be trying out new things all the time. And we expect a very high failure rate. One of the reasons that we're very deliberate about that is what happens as you get to scale is a lot of organizations can be very afraid to share bad news. Hey, this new feature we launched didn't work out. Or, hey, this new thing that we tried with our customers didn't work in the way we expected to, even though we put a lot of work into it. And so you want to set a culture where, hey, it's okay to fail. The important thing is if you moved fast on it and you learned something from it. And so we're very deliberate in constantly experimenting with things, killing things that don't work, focusing on things that do. The other thing that we do in terms of embedding innovation in the culture is be very deliberate about creating rituals across the organization. So 2 that I want to share with you here is one is the first is at our all hands every week, we will do a product demo of something new. And that's a huge deal because it kind of sends the message to the entire company that we're always delivering something new. And we always expect the product to get better over time, and we always want to kind of push the envelope of who we are. And it's an exciting moment, for an engineer or product manager or designer to get up there in front of the company and share what it is they've built and what it is they're working on. The second thing that we do is we have a feature releases channel on Slack where our product development team will post about new features, and stuff is full there every single day of the week. It's actually one of the great sales tools I use because whenever I am talking with a potential customer of Amplitude's, I kind of show them, hey, look, here's an example of the stuff that we've gotten out there in the last week. And the key on that is anyone can post in it. It doesn't need to go through some long review process before, hey, we got to train support and we got to write documentation. It's hey, you can just post whenever you've created something new and just get it out there right away. And so that helps a lot as well. Last thing, I want to do a quick plug. We just launched Amplitude just as part of the culture of innovation. We just launched our web experimentation product today. So this is a WYSIWYG editor. One of the great things about this is one of the trends we're seeing is that it's important to give innovation to non-technical teams as well. And so how do you let your marketing team, or how do you let folks who don't know how to code be able to actually make changes and ship stuff? So in that spirit, in that vein, one of the things that we're announcing today is a WYSIWYG web experimentation editor. So anyway, go ahead, check that out on our site. And like I said, I'm not religious about it, so feel free to use any product. My point is these are all just great ways to embed innovation across your company. All right, so to wrap up, let me ask one question. Who here cares about innovation? Hell yeah. All right, we've got to see more hands going up for that. But yeah, so problem I've thought quite a bit about. First, think about team structure, because you end up shipping your org chart, and that is the biggest lever that you have to create an innovative culture. Second, put your customer first. Think about what customers are actually going to use our product. And third, create rituals that embed innovation throughout your culture. It requires a lot of focus, but if you're able to do that, you're able to scale innovation successfully and go and win and be the next world dominating company. So I am Spenser Skates. Thank you all very much for listening to my talk. Thank you, guys.
Again. Hey, I have a favor to ask everybody. In between the speakers and when you get up and you come back, if you could keep your conversations down just to a minimum. If y'all want to go out and talk, please feel free to do that. Go out and go down to the expo booth. But it is quite loud up here, so I know that there are people struggling to hear. So if you could just kindly keep your conversations down, and if you need to speak, just go out. Thank you for that. So big round of applause again for Spenser. That was awesome. Cool, okay, so if you want to find out more from Spenser, learn more from him or the team at Amplitude, their booth is downstairs in the expo hall, so make sure you go and stop and say hi and chat with him and the rest of the team. All right, our next speaker is Donna Boyer, who's CPO at WeightWatchers. As CPO, she oversees all product experience with corresponding build teams, including engineering, growth, UX, performance, and product marketing. And she also maintains oversight of end-to-end delivery, entire process. Before joining WeightWatchers, she served as CPO at Teladoc Health, which is another great company that we all know and love, a virtual healthcare services company. She's going to talk us through a hugely important topic, which is product leadership and driving turnaround success. We are super lucky to have her here. I'm going to also listen very intently on this talk. And let's welcome Donna to the stage, please.
Can you hear me okay? All right. So my name is Donna Boyer, and it's hard for me to believe this, and it's hard for me to admit this, but this marks my 30th year doing product management. So being here, it was actually this week, that I got my first product job way back when. And to come full circle and to be able to speak to all of you today, super fun. I love it as much today as I did 30 years ago. So with that, let's get going. Let's get this going. I'm going to talk today about product leadership in a turnaround. And really just more generally, product leadership when you're facing headwinds. Not specific to turnarounds, but the lessons that I've learned in turnarounds are just so broadly applicable that I wanted to share some of those today. So first, how did I get here? There's a lot of household name companies up here and startups of names that you would not know in between here. As I was thinking about my trajectory, one of the things that really hit me is that I have progressively gravitated more and more towards turnarounds, right? And I give some reflection of well, why is that? What is it about turnarounds that have drawn me to it? And I think I've come to believe with someone who has I love product as much as I do. I just feel like it sharpens your skills in a way that nothing else does. And sort of in true product school fashion, wanted to share the why and the what of what makes that so. So, thank you. All right, better? All right. So before I dive in, I just want to take a moment to talk about how I ended up at WeightWatchers. I've been at WeightWatchers about 4 months and change now. And before I do that, just take a moment for why weight, right? So I was working at Stitch Fix in the pandemic, and kind of everything shifted to home, and everything shifted to debates about were slippers shoes or not, right? We had lots of conversations about how to tweak our algorithms around athleisure, and in the meantime, I live here in San Francisco, and it was quite literally just dark days, huge fires, the sky was dark, big health equity issues, and it occurred to me that, the only thing I know how to do at this point, I can't cook, I can't juggle limited life skills, is make products. And I made a very conscious decision to get into healthcare because if anyone remembers kind of what was happening in those days, it became really clear that healthcare needed product people, right? So I did a big search on where did I want to go in healthcare and landed at Teladoc Health. And I was there for 3.5 years managing the portfolio from neonatal intensive care interventions to mental health to cardiometabolic to weight. And what I learned in my first role in healthcare is that weight was really at the center of all of it, right? Weight is really critical to mobility, it's critical to cancer, it's critical to cardiometabolic. So then I thought, okay, well, how do I get closer to that, right? And how do I get closer to that? Going back to consumer, which is really where I've spent most of my career, and looked around and ended up at WeightWatchers. And so why, right? So the why there is that, WeightWatchers is a 60-year-old brand, and it's helped millions and millions of people live healthier lives. It was also really well positioned to lead innovation. It's the #1 clinically recommended solution, and last year acquired a company called Sequence, which was a leading company in GLP-1 prescription weight loss, right? And the innovation that's happening in weight loss is incredible. It's like a once-in-a-generation type of thing with GLP-1, sort of Ozempic, which is probably more commonly heard of. And it's thought okay, if I can do that, if I can leverage a company that's been around and helped so many people, and the innovation and bring together the old and the new, have an opportunity to really affect health at scale. And then it was just an opportunity to work with a really well-respected brand. And when I work at WeightWatchers, pretty much everybody says to me, oh yeah, my mom did WeightWatchers, right? Really well-known, really respected, and a huge opportunity to bring together all of those ingredients into a successful turnaround. right? And so what that means is really reversing declining member growth and reversing declining revenue, right? And, you know, given that trajectory, I've come to realize I'm kind of like a moth to flames with that. So then the question becomes, well, why turnarounds? Show of hands, how many people here are currently or have worked in an early stage startup? All right, so a lot. So turnarounds are kind of a lot like early stage startups in a way. Like managing your burn rate really matters, right? Moving quickly really matters to find or refine, in this case, product market fit. And then in a lot of ways, like your worst day and your best day can all happen in the same day, right? So there's just a lot of parallels. And sort of like how quickly you need to move. You just have a lot more, tend to have a lot more members, right? So there's this interesting puzzle of you need to make changes, but you need to be careful who you affect. So at WeightWatchers, we have millions and millions of active users globally. So it means that, you know, moving fast and break things really breaks things. So there's an added piece of the puzzle. Okay, how many people have worked in a high growth or currently working in a high growth company right now? Okay, so turnarounds are nothing like that, right? So you'll hear a lot that high growth companies are like steering a rocket ship, like it's moving really fast. You don't have to have quite as much precision as where you're landing, but there's just a lot of power and momentum behind it. Turnarounds are kind of more like steering a boulder, right? Like, it's kind of like you've got this big rock rolling towards you, and what you need to do is stop the boulder from running you over, right? And so there's just a lot of physics in that, like it's a hard thing to do. And then you need to push the boulder going into the other direction and get it rolling with momentum, right? And so it can be daunting, right? And it can be a heavy push, but it's incredibly rewarding. So, you know, I think the question as I was thinking about this talk of like, why of everything that I could talk about did I want to talk about turnarounds? Because getting run over by a boulder, not particularly sexy, right? But the skills and the strengths required to stop that boulder, bring a team together and get everybody moving and the company financials in a different direction are skills that I have really come to believe make all of us better product leaders and better leaders in general and better managers in general. So I think that is kind of sexy, and that's why I want to go through that today. There's 3 things I'm going to talk about kind of chalk talk style. One is leadership in a turnaround. Next is ruthless roadmap prioritization. And the third is decision making under duress. Right? And I'm going to do it as chalk talk with the hope that you can take something back, whether you're in a startup, whether you're in a later stage company, or something in between, that you can go back to your jobs tomorrow and have some things that you can immediately apply. Okay, so don't worry, I'm not gonna read all of this, all right? Really important in a turnaround is creating a crystal clear path forward, right? The most common question I got from people when I joined WeightWatchers internally is, why did you join? Right? You're often joining a company where morale is down, right? Where you've got declining numbers, sometimes you're missing quarterly estimates, having just done layoffs. It can be really demoralizing. And those reasons that I gave earlier about like, why did I join, you know, the heritage brand, the opportunity to help millions of people, that's why everyone was there and is there. They're there for the mission, but what they need is clarity of first, then next, what are we gonna do to turn around this situation, right? And often, like if you get your engagement surveys back from your people teams, often you'll see things at any size and any stage company that are like, oh, I don't really understand the connection between the vision and the work I'm doing. Or as a company, I don't have a clear, we don't have a clear vision. And what I've learned from turnarounds is what that means is less about, and this is applicable broadly, is less about what is the North Star vision and more what do I need to do, right? Like how does my work connect to the path forward so I feel a connection to that company vision? And being in a turnaround situation has really forced that level of precision around here's where we're going, and here's the reason to believe, and here's what we have an opportunity to do as a mission, and here's what we're going to do this quarter, this year, and 3 years out, and here's why you should believe that it can work. That level of clarity is the reason to believe that people need to see, and it's a really good way. It's kind of more strategy in a way than vision. It will often show up as like we don't understand the vision, but that crystal clarity is like step one, right? The next is reuniting a sense of urgency. Having done this like turnarounds in bigger and smaller companies, often, there's something that you feel like there's a burning, like you're gonna run out of money. You're gonna run, like their time is short, and there's something that's really high on your priority list, and you'll say to people, well, how quickly do you think we can get this done? This being, a decision or a next step. And the answer is probably about 6 months, right? Things have a way of slowing down, right? In any company, they have a way of getting more complex organizationally. They have a way of many cooks in the kitchen or a lack of clarity. Really, really important to constantly be mindful of reigniting a sense of urgency. There's a really big difference, though, between urgency and panic, right? An urgency and sort of frenetic energy, where you've got like people kind of going around in eddies. It's really like clear expectations. Like, when do you need a thing by, and what would it take to get there? And a way of getting there, when your teams have slowed down, is don't ask how fast can you get it done, because you're gonna get an answer like, oh, in 6 months, when in your head you're like, oh, in 6 minutes, right? And then you've got that whole gulf. A much better way that I've learned of framing that question is, what would it take for you to get this done by the end of the week, right? And the importance of that is that it's not, you're then not debating how fast, it's just a way of reigniting urgency around, here's my expectation of you, and let's talk about the possibilities. Maybe it can't be done, right? But it just gets people unstuck about thinking about all the reasons they can't. It's often very real, right? It's often very real about they don't have the resources, or they're waiting on this thing from legal, or this is stuck in procurement, or there's a decision that needs to happen, right? But if you ask the question that way, it gives you a way of helping unblock teams in a way that you are removing obstacles, and you're not in this like, well, I could have done that in like, no time back in my day, which doesn't help anyone, right? And then the last one I'd say is just instill a culture of psychological safety, particularly when teams are going through a hard time. They're just super skittish, right? Like, it's really, people are worried about their jobs, worried about their jobs, they're worried about the company, they're worried about being judged. Anything you can do to create open communication goes a very long way. A thing about my role, and I'm sure about many of your roles, is people don't tell you the truth, right? Like, yeah, we can get it done. It's fine. It's good. Everything's fine, right? They don't tell you the truth. So one of the things I like to do is encourage like what we call like spicy conversations with little peppers. And a spicy question is a question that you think might be career limiting, right? If you think this question is going to get you in trouble, that is the question you should ask. And just create a way of, in a forum, of having people submit those questions anonymously, because it's critically important that you know what's going on, right? And anytime in a headwind, but also when things are going well, it's very easy to not understand like the real questions that people have. And often those questions are things like you never really thought of, or they're things like, oh yeah, that really wasn't clear, or I didn't answer that. So anything you can do to make it safe for people to ask you questions goes a very long way. When I was at Stitch Fix, we had some things happen where like we accidentally sent a lot of money to a place that we shouldn't have, things like that. And we instituted SBH emails, something bad happened emails in the subject line, right? And just made it okay for bad things to happen. And for me, it really helped me because I would get an email with an SBH thing and I could just take a breath, right? I'm like, okay, steel myself, don't react, because I'm just like, oh, by the way, Noam's anxiety image from earlier today really resonated with me because I would just react to something. But that SBH, where I had a moment to be like, okay, I wonder how bad this is gonna be. There's very few things you can't solve, and there's very few things you can't fix if you create a culture, whether this is turnaround or otherwise, where you can instill that psychological safety, where people will just tell you the truth. Okay, so moving on. Next turnaround skill. Road mapping, everyone talks about ruthless prioritization. In a turnaround, it's ruthless prioritization, right? Your opportunities, you have to pick well and you have to execute perfectly. If you make a bad decision, right, and you're not hitting your goals or you're not climbing out of the hole that you're in, the problem gets worse, right? Because then you have to do more layoffs and you're more resource constrained and there's less you can do. So picking well and executing perfectly is paramount. So, people will talk about creating laser focus. In a turnaround and anytime you're facing headwinds, being decisive about what you cut is really, really important. If I think about mistakes that I've made, most of them will fall into the category of not cutting anything fast enough, right? Or putting something on the back burner. Back burner is just kind of like a cop-out, right? Because then people are kind of back burner thinking about it. It's kind of catching on fire on the back burner. Much, much better. Even if it's hard, even if people are going to be disappointed, make the cuts. If it is not clear how that thing fits into that clear path, and you don't have confidence that it's going to move the needle, gone, right? And gone really means you're going to remove everyone from it and you're going to shift people immediately to the things that you have confidence in. Because it's a slow burn that keeps projects going. Just the level of organizational overhead that continues by having something on the back burner. It's the extra email, it's the once a month check-in. All of that stuff just takes mind share, takes resources, and takes focus away from the things that matter. Cannot emphasize this one enough. I have a little sticky note about this because it is hard, right? But the thing that you have to remember is that I think the reason, at least for me, about why I've been hesitant to do it is people have put so much work into our project. It's kind of a little bit sunk cost fallacy with also emotion, right? People have worked really hard and it's just close to being over the line, right? And, it's challenging to do. What you have to remember is once that product is out, once that next release is out, you have to take care of it, right? And so it's better not to start. And then the other thing on the people side of it, because no one likes to abandon a product after V1, right? No one, it's not good. And then the other thing is people like to work on things that continue to get resource and continue to win. So as hard as it might be to shift people, if you make that shift quickly, it's much easier. Next is sweating the details. So Spenser just talked about this a bit. Customer focus first, always. A lot of times what happens, very true in turnarounds, is that you're looking for the next big thing, right? If only we had this, if only we had that. Where often the opportunity to reignite growth is just right there in front of you. It's the small, A/B test wins, it's the copy changes, it's the little details that matter, and it's too easy to, in the face of big I innovation, to forget about little I innovation. And little I innovation, especially in a headwind, but at every stage company, matters a lot, and especially when you're already at scale, right? If you're in, in my situation where we have millions and millions of users, a small percentage change is a lot of additional money, and it's just much more of a sure thing than a big bet. And then the last one is just, anything you can do to eliminate thrash, right? Which is different than eliminating change, right? Change is gonna happen. You're gonna learn new things. You're gonna get new information. But thrash is just, the dots are not connecting for people and you're kind of radically changing, which can happen both in a startup as the market moves, or there's a new customer, new opportunity, as well as in a bigger company in a turnaround, because you're just really trying hard to get to that next thing and have to be really nimble. So you can be nimble without thrashing. And the biggest tip I can say about that is one of the things that I've found is that teams feel like they're thrashing when they don't know how the pieces fit together. So there's that anecdote of, like the 3 men and the elephant, right, where people are holding on to like a piece of the elephant, and there's one guy who was, I don't know, I have to look this up, but there's like one guy who was the tail and the foot and the trunk, but without the bigger picture. When this is happening when your team, where you think you're saying the same thing, and your team is like, oh, how come you're thrashing us? It's because you haven't created the picture of the elephant, right? So one of the most important things for eliminating real and perceived thrash is talk about the elephant. Talk about why you're doing a thing, and that will empower your teams to find different ways to do it, but the why matters, at least as much, if not more, than the what. And then the next one is really, there's a lot of you want to push decisions down to the team. You want to make sure that your teams are empowered. A lot of what will happen is drift, is you'll hear a pushback oh, well, it was top down, or someone said, or I did it because. And part of what happens is that becomes a culture of a little bit of learned helplessness, right? I didn't do it because, or I did do it because I don't really know, that product wasn't a really good idea, but some very high level, usually me, person told them to do it. If you can use the words, you can empower teams, but also expect teams to do a thing, it goes a long way, right? So, when you're empowered to, what that looks like is there's a roadmap that is really clear on how it's gonna hit your goals. And saying that is really, really different than just saying, go forth and prosper, but just setting those clear expectations so that the teams can own it and they own the results is a really good way of limiting thrash. There is nothing worse for a team or for a team leader where your teams are off doing a thing and it's 10 degrees off, but that 10 degrees perpetuates itself, right? And then suddenly it's not gonna hit the goals. And then you're really thrashing because you're like, whoa, help, right? So if you can actually set that up front, very helpful. And then my last one is just make sure that when you're making decisions, you know what you are deciding, right? Your decisions you can get the right information, and people will talk about this a lot, but what is the decision? It's really been interesting to me when, it's we're all in a room, we're all trying to make this decision, you go around, you think, wait, what do you think the decision is? And you hear different things, which makes it pretty impossible to make the right call, right? If you don't know what it is, or to have the right data. So really make sure that you know what you're deciding. And then sometimes it's actually not a decision. So I am an and person much more than a versus person. But often, you'll be asked about, can we decide between, is it speed or quality? Is it near term or is it long term? If you think about, it's both, right? It is near term in service of long term. It's both iterative and it's innovative. If you think about it like that, you can actually remove a lot of the decisions that have to be made by just thinking about how do you change the conversation and make it an and, right? And then, whatever happens, don't have steer-cos. No steer-cos, right? Because it's well, who's steering, right? So if you can avoid and really make clear that you know who's driving the decision, you know what the decision is, and you know it really needs to be a decision, that will reignite growth and reignite some of the long-term time to decision gets longer and longer, faster than anything that I've seen before. So just to sum it up, right, strongly encourage everyone to do a turnaround once, at least once, right? The level at which it sharpens your pencils when you know, in a startup, you are, cash constrained. In a rocket ship company, you're resource constrained. In a turnaround, you're both, right? So learning how to navigate both is just a really, really great way to manage through all sorts of change. When you are walking a high wire where you have to make the right decisions and you have to execute them well, right? It really forces you to understand quickly what is it that you're deciding. What is it you're deciding? Why are you deciding? And do you even have to decide? And then last, like, we all face headwinds, right? Like, no matter how fast your company is growing now, no matter how fast you think it will be going in the future, like, there's always those bumps and bruises along the way. And turnarounds really help you lead and build the team morale and confidence that helps you get through those. So having that in your back pocket, no matter how well your company is doing now, will help you lead through those war times. So everyone should try it once. And also, I'm hiring. Right? Happy to answer any questions after. So thank you.
One more time for Donna. That was awesome. Product leadership is so important, and this turnaround concept is super important. I echo what she says. Everybody should be doing it once. Psychological safety for your team all the time. All right, so leadership, again, is such an important part of what we do in our product community, and we should always take the time to recognize those who are serving as examples as we continue to grow in our craft. So at this time, I'd like to take this opportunity to give a shout out to the companies that Product School has recognized as leaders in our space, in our product world, as winners of the Proddy Awards. Every year, the team at Product School reviews hundreds of companies and selects the top digital products that our community loves across different categories. So, huge congratulations and round of applause for all of these companies up here. They're making a big splash in our world. These names are some that you know and love, and some that we are trying to learn and benchmark off of. So definitely give them a round of applause and just, congratulate them. So thank you to Product School for recognizing them. All right, next up, we're going to have our CPO and head of people platform at Gusto, Mike Cieri. Mike has led and scaled product organizations at high growth, high impact companies for more than 15 years. Prior to Gusto, Mike was the VP of product at Open Door, where his teams develop product and resources to help people realize their dreams of home ownership. Mike, the stage is now yours.
Thank you. Awesome. Good to see everybody. This is definitely the biggest room of product leaders I've ever seen put together, so that's great. A lot of energy here, a lot of great discussion so far. So excited to be here. We're going to talk a little bit today about multi-product ecosystems. So I've had the fortune of working with a couple companies that have built truly generational multi-product ecosystems. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what goes into that. As many of you know, when companies start, the first and foremost thing is to find product market fit with the first product. Everybody's driving at that. And it's a magical moment when you realize it. The gist of this talk is going to be about what happens next. How do you sort of leverage the success of the first product to unlock the second product, the third product, and so on and so forth to truly build a generational company? So some of you might be at this stage now in your product career. Some of you might be at this stage later on. I hope it's helpful to you kind of to think about this stage of company building. So just really quickly, real quick on me. So currently Chief Product Officer at Gusto, where I've been for the last 2 years. As many of you know, Gusto provides payroll, benefits, and HR solutions to SMBs. We have about 300,000 SMBs on the platform today. Since we started in 2011, we've moved about $1 trillion, which is like crazy to say, in payroll dollars. For me, I've been building products for 25 years. I started off as an engineer. I was coached very early in my career that I asked too many questions about, why are we doing this? And the competitors are doing that. Why don't we try that? And so somebody sat me down and said, you might want to try product management. I said, yeah, that's a good idea. So couldn't have picked anything better, and I was glad I was told that. So the last 10 years, I've spent most of my time at Square and Gusto. And Square and Gusto are similar in lots of ways. But the last 2 years at Gusto and 8 at Square previously, both have built multi-product ecosystems. At Square, when I started, it was still just one product, and I got to watch it go from one product to, when I left, about 25 products that all work together for small businesses, and Gusto is on a similar path. And so the gist of today's talk is going to kind of hone in on some of the insights from that journey that's hopefully leverageable for you on your journey. So there's sort of 3 acts to today's talk. The first, I'm going to talk about the importance of the first product. Product market fit is a must. But then there's some other conditions on how the first product needs to hit that sort of sets the stage for product 2, 3, 4, 10, 20, so on and so forth. Act 2, I'll talk about how you leverage those advantages. So what are some of the things you can take from product 1 or product 2 that's happened before and leverage that to build subsequent products, and how to really bring unfair advantage to subsequent products that results in outsized value for customers. And I'll talk a bit about Act 3, which is how the company needs to evolve and how the culture needs to evolve to support a multi-product ecosystem. It's just a different ballgame when you're building 20, 30 products versus building one. And so I'm going to share with you a few of the insights on that. Do you want me to use this? Okay. Okay, is this better? All right, sorry about that, guys. I'm not going to start over, but hopefully you heard most of the first few slides. Okay, so Act 1 here. We're going to talk about how the first product sort of sets up the foundation for subsequent products. And you're going to see a little bit of Pac-Man imagery throughout this. Pac-Man was my favorite video game growing up. How many people here played Pac-Man growing up? Okay, that was a secret question for how many people are over 40, which I am. So now I know the demographic of the room. All right. So let's get into it. So this is a look at Square and Gusto today. Both have built strong multi-product ecosystems. This is not how these companies started. So when you look at Square here, Square started with payments and point of sale, and based off those products was able to layer on payroll, website development, team management, CRM, lots of things that sort of work all together to help a business succeed. Similarly, Gusto started with payroll, and based off payroll, we were able to move into time management, expense tracking, benefits, so on and so forth, all sort of working together. But when you go back in time and you think about how these companies started, they did not start as ecosystems. Many of you probably remember the launch of Square. It was very, very simple. It was basically plug a white reader into a telephone and allow you to swipe credit cards, which in hindsight seems kind of basic, but at the time this was truly revolutionary. This unlocked so many small businesses and individuals that previously didn't take credit cards. We look at Gusto. Gusto also wasn't an ecosystem on day one. Gusto was a very simple web app that helped you run payroll and do it much more simply than folks were doing it at the time. Many people were doing it through pen and paper, and those that were using companies like ADP and Paychex, the process was really arduous. You had to fax information and make phone calls and all this stuff. And so it got way simpler when Gusto was launched. And so how did these sort of products set the stage for all the products that came afterwards? How did they get to the ecosystem? So a few insights to share. The first is that there was a large market at play with both, with a good amount of fragmentation. So the SMB market, as we all know, millions and millions of small businesses. If you include solopreneurs, there's something like 30 million that fall into the market. So a big market, and also a lot of fragmentation. They're not all the same, which sort of sets the stage for subsequent products that can go after parts of that fragmentation. Both products solve the horizontal need. So everybody needs payroll. Everybody needs payments. It doesn't matter if you're a plumber, a lawyer, a landscaper, you're going to have to pay your team, and you're going to need to take payments from customers. So both companies were able to sort of cut across this large market by solving a horizontal need in payroll and in payments. The third thing was it was a meaningful improvement over the status quo. So I gave a little bit of color on this a moment ago, but delivering something of exceptional value right off the bat that sort of formulates the company's legitimacy in the eyes of the customer and sets them up as a company to trust, sets the stage for subsequent products. So with payments, as you probably recall, back in the day, small businesses had to file to get these machines sent to them. They had to fill out these contracts that they got locked in on. The pricing was super non-transparent. They had no idea sort of what they were paying when they took credit cards, and Square sort of changed all that. And with Gusto, it unlocked all these consumers that previously were doing things by pen and paper to be able to use a sophisticated consumer-level web app to get it done, which is both meaningful improvements. And then the last thing to share is unique data capture. So when you look at Square, you look at Gusto and sort of what's happening under the hood. On Square, you're getting all this payments information. So you have really good insight into the revenue of a small business, which could be leveraged later to build subsequent products. With Gusto, when you're signing up for payroll, in order to even use the product, you have to tell us who all your employees are and keep that up to date so you can pay them accurately. And so we've developed this understanding of the employee system of record, an employee graph, if you will, and we can use that in order to serve you with more products down the road. Okay, so Act 2. Act 2, hopefully many of you that raised your hand have gotten to Act 2. This is after three stages of Pac-Man. But in this talk, Act 2 is going to be about leveraging advantages to build the next set of products. And so every time I have a team that comes to me and starts pitching a new feature, pitching a new product, what I'm going to share with you here is what's sort of rattling around in the back of my head on, are we taking advantage of things we've already done in order to sort of fuel our success on this next product? Said differently, are we consistently taking advantage of our existing position to deliver outsized value in a way that a startup or a point solution couldn't match? So let me talk to you a little bit about these things. The first one is awareness. So one massive advantage you have with product 2, product 3, product 4 is the customers are already here and you can reach them in new ways. With product 1, you have to go and pull customers out of the market. It's much more difficult to do from an acquisition standpoint. With subsequent products, you have the ability to use many new interfaces, many new placements in order to bring awareness to your product. And so a good example of this is our health insurance product at Gusto. You can see in this view here on the side that as you're adding a new team member, which is a natural thing that you will do when you're setting up payroll or adding new team members as your business expands, we can very naturally inform you that like, hey, you're hiring your 6th employee. And for a lot of businesses your size that are in your industry, they offer health benefits, and we notice that you don't. And so we have a product for that. If you'd like to consider it, click here to learn more. This is a very tasteful way to bring awareness to a subsequent product and an advantage that you can leverage. The key here is to do this tastefully. You can obviously get carried away, and we've all seen products that do that, where you've got advertisements kind of coming at you from every direction. But if done tastefully, this is an extreme advantage that all subsequent products should hopefully leverage. The second one to share with you is this all-in-one value proposition. And I've been reminded of this time and time again throughout my career, where you are able to launch a new solution, even if it's feature light, and customers really enjoy it because it's part of a tool that they already trust and they already use. And this gets back to the benefit of being able to launch something that's better than the status quo as the first product. So here's an example of time tracking. Time tracking at Gusto right now is very mature, very strong product. When it launched, it was fairly bare bones. But a lot of people adopted it over third-party products because it works so well with the rest of Gusto. So the third thing is data integration. This is leveraging data generated from the foundational offering for subsequent offerings. And so you can see here with benefits, this ties into the employee system of record. It's very easy for somebody to add employees, update employees, and have that kind of show up for both payroll and for benefits because it's all based off the same data. And so the data integration just makes it so much easier for customers. This is a huge, huge tailwind when considering what sort of benefit product to adopt versus outside options. And the last one, this is also a data one, but it's about leveraging unique insights from data in order to derive something new and novel for customers and being able to innovate off data you already have. Square Capital is probably my favorite example of this. Square recognized early that we had really good insight into the health of a small business from the payment trends. We could see from payments sort of how healthy the revenue stream was. Based off that, we could underwrite better than others could with lending, and we could use that in order to spin up a product like Square Capital. which was super cool. So I'm always kind of looking for what unique insights are we leveraging for subsequent products. So to kind of recap these things, these are the 4 things I'm looking for when I hear new product pitches. 1, are we leveraging awareness? 2, are we leveraging the all-in-one value proposition? 3, are we leveraging data integration to do something unique and to make things very simple for the customer? And 4, is there any unique insight that we're able to sort of bring for the customer based off products we've already launched when we're thinking about a new product to launch? And oftentimes, you'll hear pitches that kind of hit on a few of these. The home run is if you get all 4, but oftentimes it might be 1 or 2. Okay. So let's talk about Act 3. Act 3, many of you maybe didn't make it to in Pac-Man. That's a little bit harder to get to this stage, but I couldn't even find a GIF for this, so it's just a static image. But Act 3 is how the company evolves to support a multi-product ecosystem. It's just a little bit of a different way to run the company. So I'm going to share a couple insights on this here to close. The first thing is that it's really a mindset shift when you're talking about products 2, 3, 4, and so on. There's a lot of singles and doubles, to use baseball analogy here, versus the first product, which is typically more of a home run. And what ends up happening, as this graph is showcasing, is that these products start to stack over time. As they launch, they contribute a little bit less than the first product, but their contribution stacks and stacks and stacks as you get product 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 to hit, so that the company overall is up and to the right, even though each individual product underneath it, in addition to the first one, might not be kind of like knocking it out of the park at the same level that the main product did. And the insight on this is oftentimes for, say an overactive executive team that's not used to seeing this kind of trend line, they might conclude that, hey, product 2 or product 3 is not contributing nearly at the level as product 1. We should kill it. It's not worth doing it. Only going after sort of home runs, if you will. And that would be a bad way to go about things. And what I've learned over time is that what you want to see is some sort of framework that allows you to create clarity for the company on what to expect from subsequent products. So first off, just making it clear that the ICP is a little bit smaller. This is what you're going to see in terms of contribution that's meaningful, and we need to do that repeatedly in order to get this sort of up to the right pattern. And things like the 3 Horizons framework from McKinsey is one we use at Gusto, where we can be very clear on like, hey, for a new product that's in, say, a Horizon 3 zone, we're not sort of expecting massive contribution off the bat. It's something that'll come over time, but we need to nurture it and ultimately get it to start to contribute, even if that won't quite be at the same level as the main product. 3 other things to kind of leave you with before we close here. The first is that as you go on, you're building product 1. I'm talking about design systems, sort of the first box on this slide. There really is no design system. The design is the first product. That's kind of what you base it all on. But when you're building product number 20, product number 30, design systems get massively important. And the reason for that is for a lot of companies that I've been a part of, really base a lot of their value in simplicity and in good UX and good user experience. And for the customer, we don't really want them to feel a lot of difference if they're using product 19 or using product 1. We want it to all kind of feel consistent, like it's one Gusto, or when I was at Square, one Square. Design systems help make that real. And so investment in this has to sort of start to scale up as you're getting higher in product count. The second big thing to call out is platforms. So in the beginning, there really aren't a lot of platforms, and oftentimes platforms can be a tax to kind of get spun up until they actually aren't, and then they're highly leverageable in order to allow you to scale multiple products. So when I was at Square, we had this wonderful payment platform team that built this rock-solid payment platform that I didn't have to know at all how money moved. I just know I could call this thing, and I'd say, hey, move money from here to here, and it just moved. And so we could spin up so many transaction products on top of that so quickly. That was such an accelerant for us. And so building platforms over core assets at Square, of course, that was payments. At Gusto, it's the employee system of record. So it's bulletproof, and it can be used and leveraged with multiple products. Becomes key. And then the third one is a little bit more touchy-feely, but hopefully you guys all know what I mean, in good taste, in good product culture. So I gave you one example with awareness, where if you're not using good taste to make decisions, you can kind of pollute the ecosystem, put too many ads in there. That's an example of not using good taste. When you have sort of this thought pattern of how do we leverage advantages ingrained into the product culture, you start seeing pitches show up already talking about advantages. And you start seeing 3-year plans show up that already talk about leveraging advantages. And the whole organization starts to scale because the culture is in the mindset on how do we actually create a multi-product ecosystem. So just to recap, the first product success is critical. Ideally, it's in a large market, and it generates unique data, unique capabilities. As you're looking forward to products 2 and beyond, you always want to think about this better together thesis. What are the advantages that we can tap into to make sure its second product and so on and so forth are successful? And finally, there's some key ways that the culture needs to evolve to succeed. And this is what we have for you today. So thank you very much. If you like this kind of stuff, if you like small businesses, we're hiring gusto.com/careers. Would love to work with any of you, and I'll be around if you want to talk in person later today. So thank you so much for having me.
Hungry. I see it. I get it. You might want to hear the details though. So walk out, but don't ask a friend. All right. One more time for Mike, please, for everybody who's here. That was awesome. Okay. It is time for lunch. I know I'm standing between you and food. Do me a favor one more time. Look at your name badges. If you have a star next to your name on your badge, you get free lunch. If you don't, there are vendors that are going to be on the roof and you can go and purchase lunch. Delicious options. They have card readers. There's a lot going on in the expo hall during the lunch break, so go to the Product School booth where the CEO of Product School, Carlos, is signing free copies of his book, okay? And you're gonna find more coffee and a DJ playing. The expo hall is where you really wanna be. For our guests online at Ring Central, feel free to continue networking and exploring the virtual hall, and I'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. You're free.
Artificial intelligence has arrived. To future-proof your product management career, you need to be able to build and manage AI products. But not all AI products succeed. AI product strategy is not just about adding a chatbot to your website. It's about understanding how to use AI to drive business results in the right way for your organization. Created by Silicon Valley's top AI product leaders, the Artificial Intelligence for Product certification will teach you how to create winning AI product strategies, master prompt engineering with hands-on projects, leverage large language models in your product, design AI-native user experiences, measure and optimize AI product performance, and pitch a compelling AI product strategy and solution. As an AI PC student, you'll be building your own AI-powered prototypes as you learn, leaving you not only with a strong understanding of AI product leadership, but also with the confidence to put your new skills into practice. Ready to build the next AI success story? Start your journey today.
Product managers are a lot like architects. They are able to build products end to end by shaping customers' needs into features used by millions. To get hired and succeed as a product manager, you're going to need to master a range of soft and hard skills. That's where the product manager certification comes in. You're about to learn how to build great products end to end, know your customers, and drive product market fit. Drive strategic alignment across stakeholders, design unforgettable user experiences, craft a winning go-to-market plan, and impress hiring managers. In the product management certification, we're going to show you how you can take tried and true strategies used by top product managers from Silicon Valley and apply them with hands-on experiences. You're going to learn about frameworks, methodologies, and the latest tools so you're prepared to build your own future products end to end. Ready to get hired? Land your first product job today. What got you here won't get you there. Being a product manager is one thing. Rising as a product leader is another. Leading teams is not just about your own expertise, but also about inspiring others. As a product leader, you're the organization's compass, guiding teams to a unified product vision. The Product Leader certification is here to help you land your next product promotion. You're about to learn how to craft and own your own product strategy, excel in communication, coaching, and leadership, master product process, and run great meetings, make insight-informed decisions, and gear up for your next promotion. In the Product Leader certification, we're going to show you how to elevate your product manager skills to the next level and put you on the path to promotion. Are you ready to take your product career to the next level? Start your journey today.
Are you looking to land your first product marketing job? We've created a comprehensive curriculum that is taught live, online, by experienced product marketing leaders to help you get hired and succeed as a product marketer. You will learn all of the core product marketing skills, from positioning to messaging to building go-to-market plans and launching products. You will also learn about areas that can help you differentiate yourself, from pricing and packaging to competitive intelligence to effectively collaborating with revenue teams. This course is here to help you master these skills and land your first product marketing job. Join us for the Product Marketing Manager certification.
Maximize your outcomes with our custom team training, coaching, and advisory. Your one-stop solution to upskill your entire organization and outpace the competition. We meet you where you are, and we get you where you want to be. Whether that's mastering digital transformation, building products to maximize revenue, or increasing teams' efficiency and productivity. What makes our approach a winning combination for your business goals? Product School is the global leader in product training, advising, and coaching. We help companies at all stages of growth and transformation adapt and scale. We have experience with companies from all industries, at all stages and all sizes. We provide live training and just-in-time coaching for your organization, in person and virtually. Teams are equipped to implement changes immediately. And we are trusted globally by companies across industries to train their teams. Schedule a call with our team to learn more.
Artificial intelligence has arrived. To future-proof your product management career, you need to be able to build and manage AI products. But not all AI products succeed. AI product strategy is not just about adding a chatbot to your website. It's about understanding how to use AI to drive business results in the right way for your organization. Created by Silicon Valley's top AI product leaders, the Artificial Intelligence for Product certification will teach you how to create winning AI product strategies, master prompt engineering with hands-on projects, leverage large language models in your product, design AI-native user experiences, measure and optimize AI product performance, and pitch a compelling AI product strategy and solution. As an AI PC student, you'll be building your own AI-powered prototypes as you learn, leaving you not only with a strong understanding of AI product leadership, but also with the confidence to put your new skills into practice. Ready to build the next AI success story? Start your journey today.
Product managers are a lot like architects. They are able to build products end to end by shaping customers' needs into features used by millions. To get hired and succeed as a product manager, you're going to need to master a range of soft and hard skills. That's where the product manager certification comes in. You're about to learn how to build great products end to end, know your customers, and drive product market fit, drive strategic alignment across stakeholders, design unforgettable user experiences, craft a winning go-to-market plan, and impress hiring managers. In the product management certification, we're going to show you how you can take tried and true strategies used by top product managers from Silicon Valley and apply them with hands-on experiences. You're going to learn about frameworks, methodologies, and the latest tools so you're prepared to build your own future products end to end. Ready to get hired? Land your first product job today. What got you here won't get you there. Being a product manager is one thing. Rising as a product leader is another. Leading teams is not just about your own expertise, but also about inspiring others. As a product leader, you're the organization's compass, guiding teams to a unified product vision. The Product Leader Certification is here to help you land your next product promotion. You're about to learn how to craft and own your own product strategy, excel in communication, coaching, and leadership, master product process, and run great meetings, make insight-informed decisions, and gear up for your next promotion. In the Product Leader Certification, we're going to show you how to elevate your product manager skills to the next level and put you on the path to promotion. Are you ready to take your product career to the next level? Start your journey today.
Are you looking to land your first product marketing job? We've created a comprehensive curriculum that is taught live, online, by experienced product marketing leaders to help you get hired and succeed as a product marketer. You will learn all of the core product marketing skills, from positioning to messaging to building go-to-market plans and launching products. You will also learn about areas that can help you differentiate yourself, from pricing and packaging to competitive intelligence to effectively collaborating with revenue teams. This course is here to help you master these skills and land your first product marketing job. Join us for the Product Marketing Manager Certification.
Maximize your outcomes with our custom team training, coaching, and advisory. Your one-stop solution to upskill your entire organization and outpace the competition. We meet you where you are, and we get you where you want to be. Whether that's mastering digital transformation, building products to maximize revenue, or increasing teams' efficiency and productivity. What makes our approach a winning combination for your business goals? Product School is the global leader in product training, advising, and coaching. We help companies at all stages of growth and transformation adapt and scale. We have experience with companies from all industries, at all stages and all sizes. We provide live training and just-in-time coaching for your organization, in person and virtually. Teams are equipped to implement changes immediately. And we are trusted globally by companies across industries to train their teams. Schedule a call with our team to learn more.
Artificial intelligence has arrived. To future-proof your product management career, you need to be able to build and manage AI products. But not all AI products succeed. AI product strategy is not just about adding a chatbot to your website. It's about understanding how to use AI to drive business results in the right way for your organization. Created by Silicon Valley's top AI product leaders, the Artificial Intelligence for Product certification will teach you how to create winning AI product strategies, master prompt engineering with hands-on projects, leverage large language models in your product, design AI-native user experiences, measure and optimize AI product performance, and pitch a compelling AI product strategy and solution. As an AI PC student, you'll be building your own AI-powered prototypes as you learn, leaving you not only with a strong understanding of AI product leadership, but also with the confidence to put your new skills into practice. Ready to build the next AI success story? Start your journey today.
Product managers are a lot like architects. They are able to build products end to end by shaping customers' needs into features used by millions. To get hired and succeed as a product manager, you're going to need to master a range of soft and hard skills. That's where the product manager certification comes in. You're about to learn how to build great products end to end, know your customers, and drive product market fit. Drive strategic alignment across stakeholders, design unforgettable user experiences, craft a winning go-to-market plan, and impress hiring managers. In the product management certification, we're going to show you how you can take tried and true strategies used by top product managers from Silicon Valley and apply them with hands-on experiences. You're going to learn about frameworks, methodologies, and the latest tools so you're prepared to build your own future products end to end. Ready to get hired? Land your first product job today. What got you here won't get you there. Being a product manager is one thing. Rising as a product leader is another. Leading teams is not just about your own expertise, but also about inspiring others. As a product leader, you're the organization's compass, guiding teams to a unified product vision. The Product Leader certification is here to help you land your next product promotion. You're about to learn how to craft and own your own product strategy, excel in communication, coaching, and leadership, master product process, and run great meetings, make insight-informed decisions, and gear up for your next promotion. In the Product Leader certification, we're going to show you how to elevate your product manager skills to the next level and put you on the path to promotion. Are you ready to take your product career to the next level? Start your journey today.
Are you looking to land your first product marketing job? We've created a comprehensive curriculum that is taught live, online, by experienced product marketing leaders to help you get hired and succeed as a product marketer. You will learn all of the core product marketing skills, from positioning to messaging to building go-to-market plans and launching products. You will also learn about areas that can help you differentiate yourself, from pricing and packaging to competitive intelligence to effectively collaborating with revenue teams. This course is here to help you master these skills and land your first product marketing job. Join us for the Product Marketing Manager certification.
Maximize your outcomes with our custom team training, coaching, and advisory. Your one-stop solution to upskill your entire organization and outpace the competition. We meet you where you are, and we get you where you want to be. Whether that's mastering digital transformation, building products to maximize revenue, or increasing teams' efficiency and productivity. What makes our approach a winning combination for your business goals? Product School is the global leader in product training, advising, and coaching. We help companies at all stages of growth and transformation adapt and scale. We have experience with companies from all industries, at all stages and all sizes. We provide live training and just-in-time coaching for your organization, in person and virtually. Teams are equipped to implement changes immediately. And we are trusted globally by companies across industries to train their teams. Schedule a call with our team to learn more.
Artificial intelligence has arrived. To future-proof your product management career, you need to be able to build and manage AI products. But not all AI products succeed. AI product strategy is not just about adding a chatbot to your website. It's about understanding how to use AI to drive business results in the right way for your organization. Created by Silicon Valley's top AI product leaders, the Artificial Intelligence for Product certification will teach you how to create winning AI product strategies, master prompt engineering with hands-on projects, leverage large language models in your product, design AI-native user experiences, measure and optimize AI product performance, and pitch a compelling AI product strategy and solution. As an AI PC student, you'll be building your own AI-powered prototypes as you learn, leaving you not only with a strong understanding of AI product leadership, but also with the confidence to put your new skills into practice. Ready to build the next AI success story? Start your journey today.
Product managers are a lot like architects. They are able to build products end to end by shaping customers' needs into features used by millions. To get hired and succeed as a product manager, you're going to need to master a range of soft and hard skills. That's where the product manager certification comes in. You're about to learn how to build great products end to end, know your customers, and drive product market fit. Drive strategic alignment across stakeholders, design unforgettable user experiences, craft a winning go-to-market plan, and impress hiring managers. In the product management certification, we're going to show you how you can take tried and true strategies used by top product managers from Silicon Valley and apply them with hands-on experiences. You're going to learn about frameworks, methodologies, and the latest tools so you're prepared to build your own future products end to end. Ready to get hired? Land your first product job today. What got you here won't get you there. Being a product manager is one thing. Rising as a product leader is another. Leading teams is not just about your own expertise, but also about inspiring others. As a product leader, you're the organization's compass, guiding teams to a unified product vision. The Product Leader certification is here to help you land your next product promotion. You're about to learn how to craft and own your own product strategy, excel in communication, coaching, and leadership, master product process, and run great meetings, make insight-informed decisions, and gear up for your next promotion. In the Product Leader certification, we're going to show you how to elevate your product manager skills to the next level and put you on the path to promotion. Are you ready to take your product career to the next level? Start your journey today.
Are you looking to land your first product marketing job? We've created a comprehensive curriculum that is taught live, online, by experienced product marketing leaders to help you get hired and succeed as a product marketer. You will learn all of the core product marketing skills, from positioning to messaging to building go-to-market plans and launching products. You will also learn about areas that can help you differentiate yourself, from pricing and packaging to competitive intelligence, to effectively collaborating with revenue teams. This course is here to help you master these skills and land your first product marketing job. Join us for the Product Marketing Manager certification.
Maximize your outcomes with our custom team training, coaching, and advisory. Your one-stop solution to upskill your entire organization and outpace the competition. We meet you where you are, and we get you where you want to be. Whether that's mastering digital transformation, building products to maximize revenue, or increasing teams' efficiency and productivity. What makes our approach a winning combination for your business goals? Product School is the global leader in product training, advising, and coaching. We help companies at all stages of growth and transformation adapt and scale. We have experience with companies from all industries, at all stages and all sizes. We provide live training and just-in-time coaching for your organization, in person and virtually. Teams are equipped to implement changes immediately. And we are trusted globally by companies across industries to train their teams. Schedule a call with our team to learn more.
Artificial intelligence has arrived. To future-proof your product management career, you need to be able to build and manage AI products. But not all AI products succeed. AI product strategy is not just about adding a chatbot to your website. It's about understanding how to use AI to drive business results in the right way for your organization. Created by Silicon Valley's top AI product leaders, the Artificial Intelligence for Product certification will teach you how to create winning AI product strategies, master prompt engineering with hands-on projects, leverage large language models in your product, design AI-native user experiences, measure and optimize AI product performance, and pitch a compelling AI product strategy and solution. As an AI PC student, you'll be building your own AI-powered prototypes as you learn, leaving you not only with a strong understanding of AI product leadership, but also with the confidence to put your new skills into practice. Ready to build the next AI success story? Start your journey today.
Product managers are a lot like architects. They are able to build products end to end by shaping customers' needs into features used by millions. To get hired and succeed as a product manager, you're going to need to master a range of soft and hard skills. That's where the product manager certification comes in. You're about to learn how to build great products end to end, know your customers, and drive product market fit. Drive strategic alignment across stakeholders, design unforgettable user experiences, craft a winning go-to-market plan, and impress hiring managers. In the product management certification, we're going to show you how you can take tried and true strategies used by top product managers from Silicon Valley and apply them with hands-on experiences. You're going to learn about frameworks, methodologies, and the latest tools so you're prepared to build your own future products end to end. Ready to get hired? Land your first product job today. What got you here won't get you there. Being a product manager is one thing. Rising as a product leader is another. Leading teams is not just about your own expertise, but also about inspiring others. As a product leader, you're the organization's compass, guiding teams to a unified product vision. The Product Leader certification is here to help you land your next product promotion. You're about to learn how to craft and own your own product strategy, excel in communication, coaching, and leadership, master product process, and run great meetings, make insight-informed decisions, and gear up for your next promotion. In the Product Leader certification, we're going to show you how to elevate your product manager skills to the next level and put you on the path to promotion. Are you ready to take your product career to the next level? Start your journey today.
Are you looking to land your first product marketing job? We've created a comprehensive curriculum that is taught live, online, by experienced product marketing leaders to help you get hired and succeed as a product marketer. You will learn all of the core product marketing skills, from positioning to messaging to building go-to-market plans and launching products. You will also learn about areas that can help you differentiate yourself, from pricing and packaging to competitive intelligence to effectively collaborating with revenue teams. This course is here to help you master these skills and land your first product marketing job. Join us for the Product Marketing Manager certification.
Maximize your outcomes with our custom team training, coaching, and advisory. Your one-stop solution to upskill your entire organization and outpace the competition. We meet you where you are, and we get you where you want to be. Whether that's mastering digital transformation, building products to maximize revenue, or increasing teams' efficiency and productivity. What makes our approach a winning combination for your business goals? Product School is the global leader in product training, advising, and coaching. We help companies at all stages of growth and transformation adapt and scale. We have experience with companies from all industries, at all stages and all sizes. We provide live training and just-in-time coaching for your organization, in person and virtually. Teams are equipped to implement changes immediately. And we are trusted globally by companies across industries to train their teams. Schedule a call with our team to learn more.
Artificial intelligence has arrived. To future-proof your product management career, you need to be able to build and manage AI products. But not all AI products succeed. AI product strategy is not just about adding a chatbot to your website. It's about understanding how to use AI to drive business results in the right way for your organization. Created by Silicon Valley's top AI product leaders, the Artificial Intelligence for Product certification will teach you how to create winning AI product strategies, master prompt engineering with hands-on projects, leverage large language models in your product, design AI-native user experiences, measure and optimize AI product performance, and pitch a compelling AI product strategy and solution. As an AI PC student, you'll be building your own AI-powered prototypes as you learn, leaving you not only with a strong understanding of AI product leadership, but also with the confidence to put your new skills into practice. Ready to build the next AI success story? Start your journey today.
Product managers are a lot like architects. They are able to build products end to end by shaping customers' needs into features used by millions. To get hired and succeed as a product manager, you're going to need to master a range of soft and hard skills. That's where the product manager certification comes in. You're about to learn how to build great products end to end, know your customers, and drive product market fit. Drive strategic alignment across stakeholders, design unforgettable user experiences, craft a winning go-to-market plan, and impress hiring managers. In the product management certification, we're going to show you how you can take tried and true strategies used by top product managers from Silicon Valley and apply them with hands-on experiences. You're going to learn about frameworks, methodologies, and the latest tools so you're prepared to build your own future products end to end. Ready to get hired? Land your first product job today. What got you here won't get you there. Being a product manager is one thing. Rising as a product leader is another. Leading teams is not just about your own expertise, but also about inspiring others. As a product leader, you're the organization's compass, guiding teams to a unified product vision. The Product Leader certification is here to help you land your next product promotion. You're about to learn how to craft and own your own product strategy, excel in communication, coaching, and leadership, master product process, and run great meetings, make insight-informed decisions, and gear up for your next promotion. In the Product Leader certification, we're going to show you how to elevate your product manager skills to the next level and put you on the path to promotion. Are you ready to take your product career to the next level? Start your journey today.
Are you looking to land your first product marketing job? We've created a comprehensive curriculum that is taught live, online, by experienced product marketing leaders to help you get hired and succeed as a product marketer. You will learn all of the core product marketing skills, from positioning to messaging to building go-to-market plans and launching products. You will also learn about areas that can help you differentiate yourself, from pricing and packaging to competitive intelligence to effectively collaborating with revenue teams. This course is here to help you master these skills and land your first product marketing job. Join us for the Product Marketing Manager certification.
Maximize your outcomes with our custom team training, coaching, and advisory. Your one-stop solution to upskill your entire organization and outpace the competition. We meet you where you are, and we get you where you want to be. Whether that's mastering digital transformation, building products to maximize revenue, or increasing teams' efficiency and productivity. What makes our approach a winning combination for your business goals? Product School is the global leader in product training, advising, and coaching. We help companies at all stages of growth and transformation adapt and scale. We have experience with companies from all industries, at all stages and all sizes. We provide live training and just-in-time coaching for your organization, in person and virtually. Teams are equipped to implement changes immediately. And we are trusted globally by companies across industries to train their teams. Schedule a call with our team to learn more.
Artificial intelligence has arrived. To future-proof your product management career, you need to be able to build and manage AI products. But not all AI products succeed. AI product strategy is not just about adding a chatbot to your website. It's about understanding how to use AI to drive business results in the right way for your organization. Created by Silicon Valley's top AI product leaders, the Artificial Intelligence for Product certification will teach you how to create winning AI product strategies, master prompt engineering with hands-on projects, leverage large language models in your product, design AI-native user experiences, measure and optimize AI product performance, and pitch a compelling AI product strategy and solution. As an AI PC student, you'll be building your own AI-powered prototypes as you learn, leaving you not only with a strong understanding of AI product leadership, but also with the confidence to put your new skills into practice. Ready to build the next AI success story? Start your journey today.
Product managers are a lot like architects. They are able to build products end to end by shaping customers' needs into features used by millions. To get hired and succeed as a product manager, you're going to need to master a range of soft and hard skills. That's where the product manager certification comes in. You're about to learn how to build great products end to end, know your customers, and drive product market fit, drive strategic alignment across stakeholders, design unforgettable user experiences, craft a winning go-to-market plan, and impress hiring managers. In the product management certification, we're going to show you how you can take tried and true strategies used by top product managers from Silicon Valley and apply them with hands-on experiences. You're going to learn about frameworks, methodologies, and the latest tools so you're prepared to build your own future products end to end. Ready to get hired? Land your first product job today. What got you here won't get you there. Being a product manager is one thing. Rising as a product leader is another. Leading teams is not just about your own expertise, but also about inspiring others. As a product leader, you're the organization's compass, guiding teams to a unified product vision. The Product Leader Certification is here to help you land your next product promotion. You're about to learn how to craft and own your own product strategy, excel in communication, coaching, and leadership, master product process, and run great meetings, make insight-informed decisions, and gear up for your next promotion. In the Product Leader Certification, we're going to show you how to elevate your product manager skills to the next level and put you on the path to promotion. Are you ready to take your product career to the next level? Start your journey today.
Are you looking to land your first product marketing job? We've created a comprehensive curriculum that is taught live, online, by experienced product marketing leaders to help you get hired and succeed as a product marketer. You will learn all of the core product marketing skills, from positioning to messaging to building go-to-market plans and launching products. You will also learn about areas that can help you differentiate yourself, from pricing and packaging to competitive intelligence to effectively collaborating with revenue teams. This course is here to help you master these skills and land your first product marketing job. Join us for the Product Marketing Manager Certification.
Maximize your outcomes with our custom team training, coaching, and advisory. Your one-stop solution to upskill your entire organization and outpace the competition. We meet you where you are, and we get you where you want to be. Whether that's mastering digital transformation, building products to maximize revenue, or increasing teams' efficiency and productivity. What makes our approach a winning combination for your business goals? Product School is the global leader in product training, advising, and coaching. We help companies at all stages of growth and transformation adapt and scale. We have experience with companies from all industries, at all stages and all sizes. We provide live training and just-in-time coaching for your organization, in person and virtually. Teams are equipped to implement changes immediately. And we are trusted globally by companies across industries to train their teams. Schedule a call with our team to learn more.
Artificial intelligence has arrived. To future-proof your product management career, you need to be able to build and manage AI products. But not all AI products succeed. AI product strategy is not just about adding a chatbot to your website. It's about understanding how to use AI to drive business results in the right way for your organization. Created by Silicon Valley's top AI product leaders, the Artificial Intelligence for Product certification will teach you how to create winning AI product strategies, master prompt engineering with hands-on projects, leverage large language models in your product, design AI-native user experiences, measure and optimize AI product performance, and pitch a compelling AI product strategy and solution. As an AI PC student, you'll be building your own AI-powered prototypes as you learn, leaving you not only with a strong understanding of AI product leadership, but also with the confidence to put your new skills into practice. Ready to build the next AI success story? Start your journey today.
Product managers are a lot like architects. They are able to build products end to end by shaping customers' needs into features used by millions. To get hired and succeed as a product manager, you're going to need to master a range of soft and hard skills. That's where the product manager certification comes in. You're about to learn how to build great products end to end, know your customers, and drive product market fit. Drive strategic alignment across stakeholders, design unforgettable user experiences, craft a winning go-to-market plan, and impress hiring managers. In the product management certification, we're going to show you how you can take tried and true strategies used by top product managers from Silicon Valley and apply them with hands-on experiences. You're going to learn about frameworks, methodologies, and the latest tools so you're prepared to build your own future products end to end. Ready to get hired? Land your first product job today. What got you here won't get you there. Being a product manager is one thing. Rising as a product leader is another. Leading teams is not just about your own expertise, but also about inspiring others. As a product leader, you're the organization's compass, guiding teams to a unified product vision. The Product Leader certification is here to help you land your next product promotion. You're about to learn how to craft and own your own product strategy, excel in communication, coaching, and leadership, master product process, and run great meetings, make insight-informed decisions, and gear up for your next promotion. In the Product Leader certification, we're going to show you how to elevate your product manager skills to the next level and put you on the path to promotion. Are you ready to take your product career to the next level? Start your journey today.
Are you looking to land your first product marketing job? We've created a comprehensive curriculum that is taught live, online, by experienced product marketing leaders to help you get hired and succeed as a product marketer. You will learn all of the core product marketing skills, from positioning to messaging to building go-to-market plans and launching products. You will also learn about areas that can help you differentiate yourself, from pricing and packaging to competitive intelligence to effectively collaborating with revenue teams. This course is here to help you master these skills and land your first product marketing job. Join us for the Product Marketing Manager certification.
Maximize your outcomes with our custom team training, coaching, and advisory. Your one-stop solution to upskill your entire organization and outpace the competition. We meet you where you are, and we get you where you want to be. Whether that's mastering digital transformation, building products to maximize revenue, or increasing teams' efficiency and productivity. What makes our approach a winning combination for your business goals? Product School is the global leader in product training, advising, and coaching. We help companies at all stages of growth and transformation adapt and scale. We have experience with companies from all industries, at all stages and all sizes. We provide live training and just-in-time coaching for your organization, in person and virtually. Teams are equipped to implement changes immediately. And we are trusted globally by companies across industries to train their teams. Schedule a call with our team to learn more.
Artificial intelligence has arrived. To future-proof your product management career, you need to be able to build and manage AI products. But not all AI products succeed. AI product strategy is not just about adding a chatbot to your website. It's about understanding how to use AI to drive business results in the right way for your organization. Created by Silicon Valley's top AI product leaders, the Artificial Intelligence for Product certification will teach you how to create winning AI product strategies, master prompt engineering with hands-on projects, leverage large language models in your product, design AI-native user experiences, measure and optimize AI product performance, and pitch a compelling AI product strategy and solution. As an AI PC student, you'll be building your own AI-powered prototypes as you learn, leaving you not only with a strong understanding of AI product leadership, but also with the confidence to put your new skills into practice. Ready to build the next AI success story? Start your journey today.
Product managers are a lot like architects. They are able to build products end to end by shaping customers' needs into features used by millions. To get hired and succeed as a product manager, you're going to need to master a range of soft and hard skills. That's where the product manager certification comes in. You're about to learn how to build great products end to end, know your customers, and drive product market fit. Drive strategic alignment across stakeholders, design unforgettable user experiences, craft a winning go-to-market plan, and impress hiring managers. In the product management certification, we're going to show you how you can take tried and true strategies used by top product managers from Silicon Valley and apply them with hands-on experiences. You're going to learn about frameworks, methodologies, and the latest tools so you're prepared to build your own future products end to end. Ready to get hired? Land your first product job today. What got you here won't get you there. Being a product manager is one thing. Rising as a product leader is another. Leading teams is not just about your own expertise, but also about inspiring others. As a product leader, you're the organization's compass, guiding teams to a unified product vision. The Product Leader certification is here to help you land your next product promotion. You're about to learn how to craft and own your own product strategy, excel in communication, coaching, and leadership, master product process, and run great meetings, make insight-informed decisions, and gear up for your next promotion. In the Product Leader certification, we're going to show you how to elevate your product manager skills to the next level and put you on the path to promotion. Are you ready to take your product career to the next level? Start your journey today.
Are you looking to land your first product marketing job? We've created a comprehensive curriculum that is taught live, online, by experienced product marketing leaders to help you get hired and succeed as a product marketer. You will learn all of the core product marketing skills, from positioning to messaging to building
Artificial intelligence has arrived. To future-proof your product management career, you need to be able to build and manage AI products. But not all AI products succeed. AI product strategy is not just about adding a chatbot to your website. It's about understanding how to use AI to drive business results in the right way for your organization. Created by Silicon Valley's top AI product leaders, the Artificial Intelligence for Product certification will teach you how to create winning AI product strategies, master prompt engineering with hands-on projects, leverage large language models in your product, design AI-native user experiences, measure and optimize AI product performance, and pitch a compelling AI product strategy and solution. As an AI PC student, you'll be building your own AI-powered prototypes as you learn, leaving you not only with a strong understanding of AI product leadership, but also with the confidence to put your new skills into practice. Ready to build the next AI success story? Start your journey today.
Product managers are a lot like architects. They are able to build products end to end by shaping customers' needs into features used by millions. To get hired and succeed as a product manager, you're going to need to master a range of soft and hard skills. That's where the product manager certification comes in. You're about to learn how to build great products end to end, know your customers, and drive product market fit. Drive strategic alignment across stakeholders, design unforgettable user experiences, craft a winning go-to-market plan, and impress hiring managers. In the product management certification, we're going to show you how you can take tried and true strategies used by top product managers from Silicon Valley and apply them with hands-on experiences. You're going to learn about frameworks, methodologies, and the latest tools so you're prepared to build your own future products end to end. Ready to get hired? Land your first product job today. What got you here won't get you there. Being a product manager is one thing. Rising as a product leader is another. Leading teams is not just about your own expertise, but also about inspiring others. As a product leader, you're the organization's compass, guiding teams to a unified product vision. The Product Leader certification is here to help you land your next product promotion. You're about to learn how to craft and own your own product strategy, excel in communication, coaching, and leadership, master product process, and run great meetings, make insight-informed decisions, and gear up for your next promotion. In the Product Leader certification, we're going to show you how to elevate your product manager skills to the next level and put you on the path to promotion. Are you ready to take your product career to the next level? Start your journey today.
Are you looking to land your first product marketing job? We've created a comprehensive curriculum that is taught live, online, by experienced product marketing leaders to help you get hired and succeed as a product marketer. You will learn all of the core product marketing skills, from positioning to messaging to building go-to-market plans and launching products. You will also learn about areas that can help you differentiate yourself, from pricing and packaging to competitive intelligence to effectively collaborating with revenue teams. This course is here to help you master these skills and land your first product marketing job. Join us for the Product Marketing Manager certification.
Maximize your outcomes with our custom team training, coaching, and advisory. your one-stop solution to upskill your entire organization and outpace the competition. We meet you where you are, and we get you where you want to be, whether that's mastering digital transformation, building products to maximize revenue, or increasing teams' efficiency and productivity. What makes our approach a winning combination for your business goals? Product School is the global leader in product training, advising, and coaching. We help companies at all stages of growth and transformation adapt and scale. We have experience with companies from all industries, at all stages and all sizes. We provide live training and just-in-time coaching for your organization, in person and virtually. Teams are equipped to implement changes immediately. And we are trusted globally by companies across industries to train their teams. Schedule a call with our team to learn more.
Artificial intelligence has arrived. To future-proof your product management career, you need to be able to build and manage AI products. But not all AI products succeed. AI product strategy is not just about adding a chatbot to your website. It's about understanding how to use AI to drive business results in the right way for your organization. Created by Silicon Valley's top AI product leaders, the Artificial Intelligence for Product certification will teach you how to create winning AI product strategies, master prompt engineering with hands-on projects, leverage large language models in your product, design AI-native user experiences, measure and optimize AI product performance, and pitch a compelling AI product strategy and solution. As an AI PC student, you'll be building your own AI-powered prototypes as you learn, leaving you not only with a strong understanding of AI product leadership, but also with the confidence to put your new skills into practice. Ready to build the next AI success story? Start your journey today.
Product managers are a lot like architects. They are able to build products end to end by shaping customers' needs into features used by millions. To get hired and succeed as a product manager, you're going to need to master a range of soft and hard skills. That's where the product manager certification comes in. You're about to learn how to build great products end to end, know your customers, and drive product market fit. Drive strategic alignment across stakeholders, design unforgettable user experiences, craft a winning go-to-market plan, and impress hiring managers. In the product management certification, we're going to show you how you can take tried and true strategies used by top product managers from Silicon Valley and apply them with hands-on experiences. You're going to learn about frameworks, methodologies, and the latest tools so you're prepared to build your own future products end to end. Ready to get hired? Land your first product job today. What got you here won't get you there. Being a product manager is one thing. Rising as a product leader is another. Leading teams is not just about your own expertise, but also about inspiring others. As a product leader, you're the organization's compass, guiding teams to a unified product vision. The Product Leader certification is here to help you land your next product promotion. You're about to learn how to craft and own your own product strategy, excel in communication, coaching, and leadership, master product process, and run great meetings, make insight-informed decisions, and gear up for your next promotion. In the Product Leader certification, we're going to show you how to elevate your product manager skills to the next level and put you on the path to promotion. Are you ready to take your product career to the next level? Start your journey today.
Are you looking to land your first product marketing job? We've created a comprehensive curriculum that is taught live, online, by experienced product marketing leaders to help you get hired and succeed as a product marketer. You will learn all of the core product marketing skills, from positioning to messaging to building go-to-market plans and launching products. You will also learn about areas that can help you differentiate yourself, from pricing and packaging to competitive intelligence to effectively collaborating with revenue teams. This course is here to help you master these skills and land your first product marketing job. Join us for the Product Marketing Manager certification.
Maximize your outcomes with our custom team training, coaching, and advisory. Your one-stop solution to upskill your entire organization and outpace the competition. We meet you where you are, and we get you where you want to be. Whether that's mastering digital transformation, building products to maximize revenue, or increasing teams' efficiency and productivity. What makes our approach a winning combination for your business goals? Product School is the global leader in product training, advising, and coaching. We help companies at all stages of growth and transformation adapt and scale. We have experience with companies from all industries, at all stages and all sizes. We provide live training and just-in-time coaching for your organization, in person and virtually. Teams are equipped to implement changes immediately. And we are trusted globally by companies across industries to train their teams. Schedule a call with our team to learn more.
Artificial intelligence has arrived. To future-proof your product management career, you need to be able to build and manage AI products. But not all AI products succeed. AI product strategy is not just about adding a chatbot to your website. It's about understanding how to use AI to drive business results in the right way for your organization. Created by Silicon Valley's top AI product leaders, the Artificial Intelligence for Product certification will teach you how to create winning AI product strategies, master prompt engineering with hands-on projects, leverage large language models in your product, design AI-native user experiences, measure and optimize AI product performance, and pitch a compelling AI product strategy and solution. As an AI PC student, you'll be building your own AI-powered prototypes as you learn, leaving you not only with a strong understanding of AI product leadership, but also with the confidence to put your new skills into practice. Ready to build the next AI success story? Start your journey today.
Product managers are a lot like architects. They are able to build products end to end by shaping customers' needs into features used by millions. To get hired and succeed as a product manager, you're going to need to master a range of soft and hard skills. That's where the product manager certification comes in.
All right. Everybody hear me in the back? Yeah? Okay, I know we're having issues with the mic. So what we're going to do is we're going to make sure everybody can hear everybody. So if you're not hearing, just like signal one of us later and we'll make sure it's all fixed, right? All right, well, welcome back. I see the sun's coming out, so finally it'll get warm. Whoa, yay for the sun. Okay. I hope everybody had a chance to eat and that your tummies are full. You're ready for our panel discussion, and just keep in mind, just do me a favor, don't leave after the panel discussion. We're actually going to be having a live podcast interview after the panel discussion, so really cool. And I thank you in advance for your patience and kind of sitting down through 2 sessions back to back. All right, so we are going to jump into the panel discussion. We're going to be talking about accelerating revenue growth through product. I'm going to be moderating the panel, and I'm going to be joined on stage by 3 awesome people: Adam Dilley from Quantum Metric, Cecilia Liu from Sprig, and Andrew Jensen from User Testing. So please give them a huge round of applause as we welcome them on. Okay, can you hear me? Yes. All right, I'm going to let our panelists introduce themselves, talk a little bit about themselves and their companies, and then we're going to kick off with some questions. So let's go ahead, and if you don't mind starting.
Yeah, nice to see you all. I'm Adam Dilley. I lead engineering at Quantum Metric. And I won't spend much time on what we do, but I'll tell you about our mission and how it's connected to the topic that we have today. So we talk about how we want to build cultures at companies that are maniacally focused on winning the hearts of their customers. So we often hear about, I want to improve the experience, but there's not as many companies who have a culture that is just built around satisfying their customers, who are just maniacally, and we like to use that word because it just tells you the strength of that feeling that we want at companies where they say, I just want to create the best, most seamless experience, one that I would think about as a product that I love to use. And so I'm really excited to talk about this topic today.
Yeah, and hello everybody. How's everybody doing? I am Cecilia Liu. I lead product engineering at Sprig. At Sprig, we are building a AI native product insights platform that, in a nutshell, empowers product builders like you all to build better products based on deep understanding and empathy for your users. A little fun fact about myself. I live in San Francisco with my husband. I have a 2-year-old daughter who is a handful. Fun fact about me, I taught second graders in New York City public schools before I became a software product manager. And I learned to play the French horn as an adult, which was fun.
Very cool. Hi everybody, Andrew Jensen, SVP of Product at User Testing, and so basically responsible for product management, product operations, and data science. And for those that are not as familiar with user testing, so we basically build a human insights platform that allows our customers, who are UXers, designers, researchers, marketers, to engage with your customers, your users, and bring their insights in so to help you make product decisions, UX decisions, and just build better UX and CX overall. About myself, so I'm based in the San Francisco Bay Area, also married, 2 daughters, and yeah, big into cycling and endurance events.
Awesome. Okay, well, we're going to dive right in. We have a lot of great questions for our panelists today. All right, first off, the cuff is going to be Adam, and this is a little bit of a heavy one, so we'll love to hear your answers for this. All right, how are you building a culture of user-driven curiosity across your product and UX teams to ensure that user insights are effectively integrated into decision-making? I'd also love to hear how you ensure seamless collaboration between different functions to not only develop innovative products, but also align them with broader revenue and business objectives. So I'll start with you.
Okay. So multi-part question, multi-part answer. I also realized I forgot the assignment already on fun fact. So I live in Colorado, cold state. I picked up coffee roasting years ago. So I source raw beans from all over the world. I roast them. Great when it's cold in Colorado to have your own roasted coffee, endless supply. Okay, so decision making. I like to think about what's the story you want to tell when we're approaching a product effort. And I think before you get into building requirements, designs, certainly before you get into writing a line of code, think about what is the story I want to tell at the end of this effort. So who is the person with the problem? What role are they in? What does success look like in their role? And when you think about that from the very beginning, it can align decision-making towards that story that you want to tell. And certainly measurables, KPIs, that sort of thing, you can drive your insights towards the things that story is aligned around. So I love the story to be the kind of thing that ties the effort together. And then you mentioned curiosity. I heard John from Walmart this morning talk about siloed analytics. Like you have to go ask an analytics team for some kind of answer to the question about your product. And it just seems like if you want to drive curiosity within your team, how can you make them go somewhere else for the answer to their question? So I think giving them the tools that they need to build that curiosity. All of us have some aspect of session replay in what we do. I love being able to go sit down and watch a user use the product that I'm building. That drives curiosity, not making me go ask a team to take 2 weeks and bring me back a report. So certainly giving them what they need. And then aligning the business was the last part you mentioned. And we've taken the traditional product trio, the idea of a PM, engineering leader, and designer, and we've added a fourth point to that, which is someone from our field teams. Now this doesn't necessarily apply to every single company, but we have field teams who are working with our existing customers and our prospects every single day. And this is something that PMs try to do by having meetings with the customer, something certainly you should all do. We talk about it all the time. But there's something special about someone who spends every day working with customers. We've made that the fourth point of our product teams, so they're generous with their time to work within our teams and help us drive that specific customer viewpoint into the decisions that we make. And that's really what helps align the business to the goal you're trying to achieve for the customer. So, sorry, I didn't know a lot there, but
I love that.
long question.
I love it. Cecilia, did you want to add anything to that?
I just want to echo what Adam said. I really love this concept of, creating this culture of curiosity and really fundamentally deeply believe in that you don't hold all the answers. You have a lot of power, you hold a lot of answers, you should know the inside and out about your product, but in the day, you don't get to decide how your customers spend their dollars, right? They fundamentally hold that power, and I think, it's so key for us, to think about business growth, to really lead with that curiosity and try to walk a mile in your customer's shoes. And I think that can unlock a lot of understanding that you otherwise would, be missed opportunities.
Yeah, just honing on the culture part, in addition to I think in line with what was mentioned, sometimes we talk about kind of moving from more of an orchestra approach to evolving to a jazz band. And so the orchestra approach has a conductor, and we were talking about product operations and the evolution of product operations. And if your teams are not talking to their customers, or it's not ingrained in your culture to put certain stage gates or processes in place to do that, and then once people start to see the wins and understanding oh wow, I'm much more confident in my decisions, I have the data, that it gets beautiful when it starts evolving into this jazz band where people are kind of working on their own. They know, when to actually reach out, when to trust their own intuition, and really just kind of evolving and being very productive.
Awesome. Okay. So let's move on, and we're going to talk about the importance of measuring user satisfaction. Super important. What role does user satisfaction play in your process and business growth overall? And we're going to start with Cecilia on this one.
I love this question, and the reason is that I don't know how you guys feel about it, but to me, there are so many mantras and models and frameworks and truisms in product management that we so often just take at face value, and we never take the time to step back, ask why, right? So I'm glad we're stepping back and asking why here, and so let's get to the core of it. To me, the core here, the answer to this question comes down to one word, and that is value. What I mean by that is the value you create through your product is fundamentally what makes that product successful, is what makes your business grow. But for anyone who's taken Econ 101, you'll know that the concept of value is so highly complex, right? It is multidimensional, and more importantly, it is subjective. The product value is not solely determined by intrinsic factors that you can control. In fact, it is often determined by the value your users place on your product based on the perceived benefits that they derive from your product. And so, for example, your product is intrinsically valuable if it provides an effective solution to a problem. But then that value is also determined by a slew of other factors, like how differentiated it is, how motivated your users to solve that problem, how much their bosses are breathing down their necks to solve that problem, right? What's their best alternative, their their perception of your brand and a whole lot of other social and emotional factors. And so if that's, sometimes like FOMO plays a big part in like the value that user place on your product. So I think it's that complexity and subjectivity when it comes to determining value is why user satisfaction makes such critical KPIs for product managers, for product builders out there, because like all of these factors, whether that's intrinsic utility of your product or extrinsic market dynamics or like, the emotional connections your user have to your brand can all be measured and translated and reflected in user satisfaction measurements. So in that sense, I see user satisfaction metrics as like vital signs, right, for your product and your business. It provides essential information for the overall health of your product and your business, and it can give you like early detection for any change or deterioration that might occur. And I would go so far as to argue, even when you have very clear marching orders about like very specific business outcomes to optimize for, whether that's conversion or top line revenue or gross margin, user satisfaction often make very reliable counter metrics to monitor. So don't lose sight of that.
I think the fun thing about working in product is we have examples all around us. Like we are all users of products, and the value that you're talking about is something that if we all sit down and think about what products do I give my money to? Some of them are going to be out of necessity, but a lot of them we're going to think about why do I give my money to that particular product? And it all is going to come down to value and an experience that's created along the way. And a lot of times it's just, I love the seamlessness of this particular experience. I love how it feels like it knows what I need. And a lot of times it's going to come down to that value. It provides me something that saves me time or helps me get through a day. Or so I love that idea of just pinning it all value.
Good, okay. All right, so Andrew, we're going to move on to you. All right, tell us how you're integrating both product KPIs and user experience metrics into your product lifecycle at user testing, and how you measure the impact of these experiences on retention and adoption.
Yeah, great question. So, when we think about our product metrics, typical SaaS metrics like retention, adoption, overall usage, we're generally using them in kind of the beginning of the product lifecycle when we're aligning our product strategy with our business objectives, and then taking that a step down and how are we prioritizing and continuously prioritizing what's in our roadmap? Like what are the business objectives and the usage objectives that we're looking to accomplish? And then, but it's, as we know, products and those usage metrics are only going to be as successful if our users and our customers are actually finding value. And so that's why the UX metrics are such an important factor to be considering along the way. So when we think of our product lifecycle, the three areas that we think about metrics typically are in the beginning when we're talking about like the prioritization of what we're doing, and then measuring when we release our solutions to, are they heading in the right direction? But where it gets a little ambiguous, where you can't measure with live data, is as you're building, as you're designing. And it's just so important to make sure that you're keeping on the right track, that you're hitting your user needs. And that's where, you can often get astray. We have so many examples where we've been saved, by this process of just kind of reaching out and validating the UX metrics. There was actually one just this past week, a great example that, I thought I'd kind of bring to this discussion is just that we're building this new AI capability that our customers have been asking for a long time, and we know that this is going to be a great solution that we're really excited about building. And we're building a report and analytic that goes along with it. And if you asked everybody in the product team, in the organization, they would have looked at that analytic and said that, this is exactly what everybody needs. It hits the mark. And fortunately, as we do, we go out and actually validate success metrics with our customers, and got the feedback that, yes, there's a deeper level of persona that really resonates with this level of depth. But fortunately, we found out that the majority of the users, they didn't understand it. They basically, it got to the point where some people actually said it makes them feel stupid, which is not exactly what you want for, building your products and gaining adoption. So in getting those metrics and getting that kind of qualitative feedback, we're able to know what metrics we can place first so that everybody understands, they can quickly grasp and take away. It provides the value. And then know what the deeper level metrics are for the people that actually want to have and spend the time to really understand and get deep into the overall quantitative data. So it's things like this that why it's really important, and we really value the UX metrics in addition to getting those UX metrics, and then it gives us a lot more confidence that we're going to be successfully driving our business KPIs and product KPIs overall.
Yeah, I just want to add on to what Andrew said. I think you touched on a really important point, which is like oftentimes the observable user action that's like captured through user analytics data are lagging indicators, right? And sometimes really like first party in context feedback or like, the user experience data points, those are really valuable leading indicators. And that's something like, we practice what we preach at Sprig. When we launch a product at Sprig, we have all of the analytics dashboards set up and everybody's, kind of like watching the data rolling in, but we also have, one question surveys out there and replay set up. And those responses get published, via Slack integration to the entire company. And oftentimes, we can see like early warning signs through those like user feedback responses before that is captured through, user action analytics.
And all that comes from doing your work early. So a big mistake people make is waiting till too late in the process to think about what are the metrics of success here. But just another plug for all the way back up at the story. What is it that we're trying to move? What's the metric we're trying to shift with this particular effort? You'll know at the very beginning what you're going to monitor, and that's why you have them set up beforehand when it goes to launch.
All right, well, we're going to stick with you, Adam. In your experience, what role does customer-centric prioritization play in managing competing roadmap efforts? We don't have any of those, right? None. How do you ensure that the most critical features which have the highest impact on customer value are prioritized for development accordingly?
So, slight side note based on the end of that question, how do you make sure they're prioritized for development? I lead product engineering, so I care just as much about driving customer value as I do about team efficiency. And one of the things I always like to keep in mind is, there's the big efforts. They're kind of like our top priority, which I'll talk about in a second. But then I also care a lot about efficiency. So filling in the cracks with things getting done and customer value constantly going out the door means that the development team's not always going to be working on the top priority thing, but they're working on some smaller efforts which also have customer value, which you can kind of make sure you're getting out to the market. But getting to that customer-centric overall prioritization of what we're working on is hard because there's so many signals coming at us from different directions. It's like, what's the level of effort behind different things? What's the potential revenue? What's the customer reach? What's the CEO yelling loudest about? There's a lot of things that go into our heads, and we have a long list of items, and how do you pick from those things based on all those signals? And sometimes I like to just simplify it with the team and say, if you could just deliver one thing to our customers at the next launch and potentially nothing else gets done, what would that one thing be? And the team, you can just see them gravitate towards the ones that are more important, and they're still taking all those signals into account. I know this one's going to take longer than that one, and this one has more revenue, but it really puts the whole thing through a customer lens, and it's like, if I can only give the customer one gift, it's going to be this particular effort at that next launch.
Either of you want to weigh in on that? Okay, move on. Okay, so Andrew, we'll go back to you. How do you bring the conversation of product and UX metrics to the exec team, demonstrating how these metrics support broader business KPIs and success metrics?
Yeah, so I guess just on the most fundamental basis that we have a monthly kind of product meeting with our leadership team to really kind of drive that conversation and making sure that we have accountability within our product team, which are product leaders and design leaders, to make sure that when they're thinking about and building the products that they're responsible for making sure that we're driving successful product KPIs and metrics, but also UX metrics as well. And so the UX metrics are great with the leadership team as well, because you're bringing forward what users are saying, what they're doing. We all have the challenge when there's a lot of opinionated people across the leadership team about we need to build these certain things, why having to drive a certain direction, but having user feedback of really kind of reinforcing what's on the roadmap, why we're building things is super critical in getting alignment. And then so on the UX metric part, we have a bunch of metrics that we like to use. One of them is NPS, and I think like a lot of product teams out there, there's a little bit of a love-hate relationship with NPS, because it's really good at showing the trends of how sentiment is tracking over time, but it sometimes has very difficult to get actionable data. And a lot of companies and leadership teams love NPS, but in order to make it more actionable, what we found in our team is taking the massive data sets of NPS feedback and user feedback, using LLMs, kind of driving that into ChatGPT, and then you can have these really great conversational, prompt-based conversations to really dive deep into what are the root trends that are driving these broader kind of NPS trends overall. So that's been super helpful. Another one is a QX score. It's a metric that we use that not only has like attitudinal data of what people are saying, but behavioral data. Like, are people successful in actually engaging with this feature or this capability? And so we set up different benchmarks across our product and experiences where we set up a score, and then as we release new capabilities, making sure that the QX score is tracking in the right direction. And if it's not going in the right direction, just having the conversations of going in, finding struggle, finding where users are getting hung up, where there's not a lot of value, and optimizing. So, by pulling this up to our leadership team, and not just looking at, it's important to look at SaaS KPIs and kind of usage KPIs and obviously alignment with our business objectives, but bringing the customer voice into that, really just allows us to make sure that we're all on the same page of like why we're building things and what is the actual end user goal that we're trying to accomplish.
Okay, well, speaking of, you mentioned LLMs. The next question is going to be around a little bit of AI, right? So how should product builders think about user satisfaction in the age of AI?
Yeah. It's a meaty question, so I think I'll answer it in two parts. Part one is how should you think about user satisfaction if you're building AI product yourself, right? And before we talk about what's different, I actually want to talk a little bit about what remains the same. And in my opinion, everything I was discussing earlier about value, about leveraging user satisfaction to really understand the value your product brings, all of that should remain the same. And I would argue that it matters even more if you're building AI products, because it's so easy for us sometimes to get distracted by what I call shiny objects and lose sight of what's actually important. And in this case, AI is the shiny object. And what I mean by that is that, we run the risk sometimes, and I'm guilty of that too, of falling in love with our own product, with how, cool and cutting edge our ideas are, with how magical AI makes everything, right? And then you lose sight of whether the AI capability actually meets the needs of your users. And remember, the AI technology itself doesn't automatically make a product good. It's the value that you create. I'm a broken record at this point. It's the value you create through the application of AI that makes a good product. That being said, I do think there are unique things to think about when it comes to user satisfaction for AI products. And one of those things I think is worth talking about here today is, I think trust plays an outsized role when it comes to user satisfaction for AI products. While I acknowledge that there are a lot of true believers of AI out there, you should probably assume that when it comes to the general population of your users, there's going to be a high degree of skepticism out there. So spend some time thinking about how, one, understand the source of that skepticism, right? And two, more importantly, ways to build trust over time to combat that skepticism. And I'll give you an example. Something we do very intentionally and consistently at Sprig is what we call cite our sources. What I mean by that is that even though we are very confident about our AI's ability to distill accurate and useful information from thousands and thousands of survey responses or replay clips, we intentionally built into our product the ability to drill down and actually get to the first-party raw data that backs up the insights and recommendations that our AI surfaces through product so that our users can build trust over time. So that's part one. Part two is like, how do you leverage AI in your own practice, in your own craft of understanding and optimizing for user satisfaction? And to that question, I say, embrace qualitative data, right? We live in an age now where processing and examining and consuming large bodies of non-numeric qualitative data is no longer a luxury that no one can afford. And with AI, like product builders out there could really truly build that deep understanding and that empathy for their users based on firsthand experiences as opposed to only observed user actions reduced to statistics. And that's something we deeply believe in at Sprig. In fact, we believe in it so much that we put it on a billboard, which you might have seen, and that is to build product for people and not data points.
You mentioned the skepticism, some of the trust. I think sometimes we can also overplay that. Another thing that John at Walmart mentioned this morning was like, let these things augment what the customer is already doing today. And they're basically boiling down into buckets of like, save them time, automate something away that they had to do boilerplate over and over again before, and let them use human language to interact with a product. So in a lot of cases, we're overthinking, what if this thing isn't perfect? Which if you've worked with Gen AI, it's so far from being perfect. There's certain situations like Tesla's here, I want them to be perfect when it comes to self-driving AI, There's a lot of situations for us, a lot of us in the room, where it doesn't have to be perfect. It can just save the customer time, and the public's starting to gain an understanding of these things aren't perfect. I probably need to, check my work sometimes here. But if we can save them time, augment those things away, and just add value through LLM, it's worth us pursuing that and not overthinking it to, cost us that product that could be getting into customers' hands.
Yeah, I'll just kind of add quickly to those comments on, I think we find in building AI and kind of aligning it with kind of good user experiences is through experimentation. I think that, that's in a lot of companies where there's a lot of great ideas. Everybody's really excited, as you mentioned, about AI. So, a lot of these use cases tend to surface throughout the teams, from engineers, from product managers, designers, but, we kind of see ourselves and our customers, sometimes those experiments, can kind of get in trouble where you can, spend a lot of time and kind of, build this great concept, but you really have no way to execute it because it gets misaligned with your roadmap. So one thing we've been really focused on is making sure that we're keeping the AI experimentation and the priorities lockstep with our roadmap prioritization, so that we're kind of green-lighting certain level experiments that we know that we can execute, and then really spend the time to focus on them and do them really well and build them with great UX overall. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, well, we're almost at time, and we're going to close with one final question across the three of you. What is one final thought or piece of advice that you want to leave behind for everyone here? Product leaders, future product leaders, aspiring product leaders, all the people. What do you feel that you want to leave as words of wisdom? Adam, we'll start with you.
So the title, I'm looking at it right now, Accelerating Revenue Growth Through Product. I think when we think about revenue, think about asking your customer, what could I build that would make you pay me more money? It feels kind of gross, right? We're not, a lot of us come from backgrounds of engineering or design, we're not wired for sales, which is, revenue is a sales topic. But we love our teams, we love our companies, we love our products, and I think we've all been figuring out over the last couple of years, we do need to do a little bit more of this, thinking about revenue, because if we love those things, we want them to survive, we need our customers to pay us. And so we got to think about, how do I build a product that adds value like you're talking about, and the customer will look at it as, this is something that's worth paying for. So all that to say, It's not natural, but push yourself to think about it, think in terms of revenue, it will be worth it on the other side.
So at the risk of sounding like a broken record, I would say, value is, at the end of the day, what drives product success, what drives revenue growth. And so leverage your user satisfaction, understanding, and KPIs to deeply understand and optimize for that value so that you can build products for people and not data points.
Yeah, I think, I'm a big believer in the concept of continuous improvement and just a focus on continuous improvement. And sometimes, whether it's some of these big projects, if you're not user-centric or you're having problems aligning with your customers, don't get over-intimidated, start simple, show quick wins, but really keep that focus on, learning, getting feedback from your teams, and continuously improving. And I think that's, really drives a lot of growth and success over time.
Okay, that concludes our panel. So I want everybody to please give a round of applause to Adam, Cecilia, and Andrew. Thank you for being here today. Nobody get up. Everybody stay seated. I think the three of you are allowed to get up, though, so thank you for that. Do not go anywhere. We are about to launch straight into our live podcast interview, so everybody just hang tight. Before we jump into the podcast interview, I do want to give a huge thank you again to the panelists, so one more round of applause. Remember that they represented companies sponsoring the event that you're at today. So make sure that you go down to the hall to learn more about Sprig, Quantum Metric, user testing, and visit their booths in the expo hall at the next coffee break. Okay. Okay, and that was quick. I'm right back. Okay. All right. So, product growth, super important, right? All right. Everybody give a cheer if you are interested in learning more about product growth. I don't know if you saw the recent statistic about the fastest growing role in product right now being the growth PM. So I'm assuming that there are a lot of people here who are either interested or want to understand a little bit more about it or getting into it. So this is going to be really exciting. Product growth certification is something that we're going to be talking about. So I am thrilled to tell you right now that the product school is launching a new certification, and you know how amazing these are. The product growth certification focuses on growth product management, emphasizing optimization of product conversion rates, experimentation, and driving revenue. It is going to be a specialization course, just like the PMMC and the AIPC courses that we all know and love, and some of us have already taken, but it's shorter and it's designed to provide deeper skills in specific product growth areas. So to learn more about this certification, just head to the product school booth, which is also downstairs in the expo hall, and someone from the product school team is going to be waiting and will be able to chat with you. All right, and I have mentioned a few times already, but what we got in store for you right now is going to be really exciting. So you still see 2 seats here behind me. And, excuse me, I'm losing a little bit of my place here. This is going to be a Product Con first. So this is a live podcast that we're going to be doing for the first time at Product School, Product Con. Who has heard of or listened to the Product podcast so far? Okay, cool, I see a couple hands. The product podcast already has over 8.5 million downloads, so make sure that you're one of those people very soon, or you're adding to that number. In every episode of the Product Podcast, Product School's founder and CEO, Carlos, who you're gonna see in a second, sits down with who's who of the product world to discuss the latest trends and developments in product. Today, you're in for a treat, as Carlos is recording this again for the first time live in front of all of you. So everybody pay attention, all the chatter, please take it down a little bit, but this is gonna be a really, really good one. So we have this, okay. Special thank you to everybody who's joining us here live today in person or online, everybody up there. We're giving away a free Product School certification. So, round of applause and tell the Product School people thank you for that. Thank you. This is a huge deal. It's valued at $5,000, so definitely take advantage of it. So all you have to do is sign up for the Product School newsletter, which you can do by scanning the QR code right behind me here. Share your favorite moment from the live product podcast on LinkedIn. And that's it. So don't forget to tag Product School and enter, use hashtag ProductCon and the Product Podcast to enter. All right, favorite time. We're going to bring to the stage, once again, Carlos and Cisco's Executive Vice President and CPO, Jeetu Patel. So give them a huge round of applause and let's pay full attention.
This way we don't get confused, you know?
Well, that's right. We do look alike, so.
Exactly. Jeetu, you are the first person who comes on the podcast for the third time.
Wow, thank you.
And every time you have a different role, so thank you for that.
There's one person who's really happy about that, so that's great. Thank you for that.
So the first time you joined us, nobody was listening. Like, I think this was early days product school, and you were one of the early believers. You were still the chief product officer at Box. Second time, you were the EVP and GM for cybersecurity and collaboration at Cisco, and now you got recently promoted to CPO.
Yeah, they give these jobs to anyone these days. You should feel good.
So maybe we can start with just learning a little bit more about how is your new role different from the previous one?
How's the new role different from the previous one? So the way that we are structured right now, and we'll probably end up evolving the structure a little bit because of the change, but I used to run about 10 billion of the 44 billion in revenues. And now we pulled everything together. And the large reason why we did that is what ends up happening is, you know, Conway's law is true where you tend to ship your org chart as a large company. And so what ends up happening is organizational boundaries start showing in your products. And, you know, people are focused on their product and they don't integrate with anything else. And before you know it, a customer is buying Cisco, but you're selling your organizational unit. So we needed to make sure that that actually changed. So we pulled it all together. So now networking, security, collaboration, Splunk, observability, all of those things come together. And that actually just gives a much better holistic platform effect for the customers, which is one of the key priorities for us.
And can you give me a sense of size of your product org?
Size of our R&D org, so we are about 6.5 billion of R&D budget of the 55 that we have in the north on the top line, and about 33,000 employees.
You mentioned Splunk. So March of 2024 is when you confirmed the acquisition for 28 billion with a B. I'd love to learn more about the rationale and how that fits into the broader picture.
So, you know, in the way that we were thinking about this, in order to be a world-class networking company, which is what our core is, you have to be an amazing security company, because otherwise you're just selling dumb pipes. That doesn't make any sense. In order to be a world-class security company, you have to be a world-class AI company, because the threat vectors and the sophistication of threat actors is so high now compared to what it used to be 5 years ago, that you simply can't go out and handle security at human scale. You have to do it at machine scale. And so AI becomes a core part of your defense. And in order to be a great AI company, you have to be a great data company. And Splunk really helps us kind of further the cause on the data. For those of you that don't know Splunk, they capture a lot of log and metrics data around different systems, so you know exactly what the events are that are occurring. And then correlating that data is really effective across multiple domains. So if you happen to have data about an email system, and you have data about an endpoint system, and you have data about what packets flow through a network, and you have data about what's happening at the application level, correlating that will actually allow you to better detect threats and compress the time for investigation. And so we felt like that was a very additive capability for us. And one of the things that in large companies you have to keep in mind is not every company is worth buying because either it might be the wrong time, or it might be too expensive to buy, or it might just not have the right kind of synergies with the rest of the business. Whereas with Splunk, it was a great culture fit. It was actually a perfect level of adjacency that we needed to have. And our product was incomplete without Splunk to some degree. And those are always the best companies to buy, where the product completes your overall portfolio and story pretty well.
And I read you also committed $1 billion for an AI-specific fund to invest in other AI companies. So I want to learn more about how you're thinking about AI specifically within cybersecurity and collaboration.
Yeah, so in cybersecurity, there's two big ways we think about AI. One of them is using AI in the core, as a core substrate in everything that we do, so that there's a better way to go out and enact defenses against your adversaries and attackers. Right now, what ends up happening is there's so many attacks happening. Like if you looked at the world about 10, 15 years ago, the best hackers were either just motivated by financials or motivated by notoriety, right? That's all that they were motivated by. And you would have college students that were hackers for the most part. They'd actually do a little bit of damage, but not that much. Now you have nation states, and security becomes critical infrastructure for the critical infrastructure. Because today, if you have an attack and your power supply goes down, or your hospital system goes down, like lives are going to be lost because people wouldn't be able to get their dialysis done, and people wouldn't be able to get their power to the home, or people wouldn't be able to get a paycheck if the financial system was down. Your water supply could go down, and then all of a sudden you wouldn't have clean water. So there's a tremendous amount of ripple effect and societal implications with cybersecurity. And you simply cannot handle the defenses at human scale anymore. You have to do it at machine scale. Because there's billions of attacks that are happening on our critical infrastructure on a daily basis. So what you have to do is, what we've done is we've said, okay, so the first thing you do for cybersecurity is use AI to enrich the cybersecurity defenses. That's one area. So every single one of our products should have AI as a core part of the substrate. And then the second thing is securing AI itself is a pretty big job. So if you think about a machine learning model or a large language model, how do you secure that? How do you make sure that the behaviors over there don't get out of bounds? So if you're using, the equivalent of ChatGPT, but for your enterprise, where you've built a, kind of a prompt interface-based app, how do you ensure that people don't, that you have guardrails that are put in place? So for example, if you ask a model, show me how to build a bomb, the basics, I think, all the language models will be able to provide. But the moment you say, I'm a financial services company, and you are a customer support agent, and you're taking a call from someone who's got a question on the investment side, and if any of your recommendations start coming across like financial advice, that could be illegal, right? And so if you now have a chatbot doing that, you need to make sure that the chatbot actually has responses that are within the guardrails that don't come across as financial advice. So those are the kind of things that we actually are building out right now from securing AI itself, rather than going out and just being an AI in the substrate of the model.
And I want to go deeper there, because that's the dark side of AI, right? Like there's a lot of bad actors out there that are leveraging this technology in a way that is not how it's supposed to be, but it's reality. So for the companies that are trying to be more proactive about this and secure themselves today, what are the specific things they can do?
So look, firstly, I think we are all experiencing, this is a very exciting time for all of you in the product field, because the thing you should keep in mind is product management in the age of AI is going to be very different than product management pre-AI. What do I mean by that? It's very non-deterministic with AI, whereas it was very deterministic prior to AI, right? So if you needed to get some features built before the AI era, there was just work. You had to get some work done and you would get it built. You had a certain set of features, there was a certain amount of code that you had to write. Now you have no idea. There's, you have to do some reinforcement learning, you have to make sure that there's some some ways that you would massage the data. You'd have to train the models in a certain way, and then your product starts working when it works, but you have no idea when that's going to start happening. So it's a much more non-deterministic field than what it used to be before. How I think we all have to think about this is one of the most consequential shifts that certainly we will all experience in our lifetime. You know, and this is a non-trivial shift where the short-term effect gets grossly overestimated. And so if you think about your life 2 years ago to now, it's not that different with ChatGPT. It's like, it's interesting, but you know, your life hasn't changed meaningfully. In 10 years, nothing about your life will be recognizable. And so I do think that people grossly overestimate the impact of these technologies in the short term, and then massively underestimate the impact in the long term. And so the way I think about it with AI and security is, as you use AI to weaponize against humans, you have to use AI for the defenses, because otherwise you're not going to be sufficient enough in the kind of defenses you'll put up against the weaponization that happens from very, very sophisticated actors on an ongoing basis. And by the way, it's an entire industry. So if you think about ransomware, there's actually companies that do ransomware as a service. They provide that as an infrastructure where you could go out and go to them, pay a subscription, and figure out a way to go make sure that ransomware gets infiltrated into your environment. And so these are like, you know, what used to be that security was kind of a thing that you would have as an afterthought. You have to have security baked into the way in which you build product today, baked into the way in which companies are operating the entire environment. And there's very few things for which a CEO gets fired today. You know, one of them is, of course, like, you know, you do something stupid or sexual harassment or something of that sort. But the second thing is, you know, if you have a massive breach, that could be a company-ending event, and it could be a job-ending event for any of the executives. So you have to be very, very careful of it. And so I do think that the significance of AI and how it's used in security is going to only compound over time.
You have a very interesting quote I'm going to read here related to this. Don't worry, it's not too old. It said, in cybersecurity, the true enemy is the adversary, and we'll work closely with our competitors to jointly beat them. Can you elaborate more on that?
Yeah, I think that in most of our industries, what ends up happening is you get very competitive with who you're competing with in the market, right? Like it's, for example, in my case, in WebEx is one of the products we have. We compete very fiercely with Zoom. But when you start thinking about something like cybersecurity, yes, I compete with Palo Alto Networks, but the true enemy is not Palo Alto Networks. The true enemy is the adversary. And actually, it's going to be very important for the industry to exchange data with each other and correlate threats more effectively. Because if we don't do that, like, humanity is at risk. This is not just a commercial interest. It is something that's going to have a meaningful consequential effect on society at large. And so it's, I think it requires a very different mindset. So your competitors have to also be your partners. And frankly, that's actually starting to happen now, even in other industries, where you can't have a zero-sum game and a zero-sum approach anymore. You have to think about this as, you're going to compete with your largest partners, and you're going to partner with your largest competitors, and that's just the way that life's going to be. And you just have to make sure that you get into that mental model, because the more you think about a closed system, the less strategic advantage you're going to have in the market. So you have to think about this as a product manager from an ecosystem standpoint, not just from an internal standpoint. So like if we were to think about like what we would do with Palo Alto, we'd love to make sure that we exchange data with Palo Alto and Zscaler and CrowdStrike and Microsoft and any of the other kind of cybersecurity players in the market. Because if we don't, and there's an adverse event that occurs, it's actually going to be bad for all of us.
And I also think from the go-to-market angle, there's a play there, right? Like, as much as a company would want to sell the entire suite of products, the reality is that maybe you need to start with certain modules. So how do you go about allowing those type of integrations? And I'm not talking about internal integrations between your products, but like external integrations with your partners.
So here's the thing that happened with SaaS that I think was beautiful. And prior to SaaS, most people had a very zero-sum approach to this thing. And I learned most of my ecosystem kind of instincts at Box. And Aaron and I would talk about this all the time, who's the CEO at Box. And one of the things that is really important in SaaS is there's this beautiful thing that got created called RESTful services, where you could call an API through a URL, and before you know it, you're able, and the expectation of the customer changed. But the customer's expectation was, hey, if I happen to have Salesforce, and if I happen to have Cisco, and I've invested in both of these, I expect you to make sure that these two technologies work well together, because there is an easy way for them to integrate, because there's a RESTful service available, right? So that was the first start, which is like non-competing vendors in the ecosystem should probably go out and tie together. The second piece then is, I happen to have two competitors that happen to be in the same investment pool. I'm going out and I've purchased products from both of you. And the best example I can give you is Microsoft Teams and WebEx, right? These are competitors, but we know that at some point in time, and this is a good rule for you to keep in mind, when someone exceeds 20% in market share and you don't partner with them, all you're doing is excluding yourself from their market. That's all you're doing. So economically, it makes no sense for you not to actually have a much broader way to go out and think about it, because if you do partner with them, then you could participate. So let me give you an example. With Microsoft Teams was getting great momentum. We build some of the world's best devices. In fact, we were the first device manufacturer right now, probably the only one right now that has an NVIDIA chipset built into all of our conference room devices, right? So we can move a lot of AI to the firmware level. So we built a lot of these devices. What we did was we said, well, let's partner with Microsoft so that Microsoft can run natively on our devices. They can take over and run their operating system on our devices. And we should run WebEx on the Microsoft operating system on our devices. What did that do for us? It allowed us to make sure that anyone that had standardized on Microsoft now became an insertion point for us where we could go into that account. So commercially, it was great for us. Well, what did it do for Microsoft? Commercially, it was great for them because a lot of customers had actually invested already in Cisco devices, and they didn't want to change out their infrastructure, so they were able to do that. And the both of us, if we would have been stubborn and said, no, we don't want to partner with each other, we would have both lost an economic opportunity. In this case, both of us benefited from the fact that we partnered with each other, and we were able to have the benefit of the customer translate to benefit for us. So a lesson I would give to the product managers is, don't start by navel-gazing and looking at your own technologies first. Start from the customer and work backwards. And even if in the short term it feels like that might not be very beneficial to you in your product, if it's right for the customer and you work backwards from their requirements, you will eventually actually benefit. And so that's a very important kind of mental model that you should think about is embrace and extend, even with partners and competitors, if you have to, because eventually what that does is serves the customer. And when the customer sees that you're actually doing all the things to serve them, they end up in turn serving you.
You mentioned NVIDIA, and I stalked you on LinkedIn and many other places to come prepared. And I read that you started buying GPUs around 6 years ago. So that wasn't that obvious. What was the trigger for you to start investing in AI there?
So I think you have to place certain bets. And one of the big things that a product person does is knows, like one of my big lessons I learned was you have to identify the megatrends and use them as a tailwind. Don't ever fight a megatrend. Chances are you'll never win, you know? So use it as a tailwind. However, what's important is knowing the difference between a megatrend and a hype cycle. And they're two very different things. So for example, Web 2.0, complete crock of shit. Didn't make any sense, right? And when people started to go out and do that and say, this is going to go change the world, it was very hard for them to even articulate the use cases. And all it was this scheme where the VC community just kept hyping it up. But there was not really a use case that you could really kind of sink into. With AI, you didn't really have that much imagination that was required. If you just said, I'm going to see a linear, maybe even a logarithmic or exponential growth curve for this technology, anything is eventually possible, right? And what we did was we started with some of these core technologies in our WebEx business at Cisco before we started taking it elsewhere. So in the WebEx business, it's like, all right, so I'm in a web conference, I need to take out background noise. And so we actually had a sound and acoustics module that we actually purchased from a company, and that got embedded in our product, where you could segment background noise from human speech, amplify the speech, and suppress the noise. And before you knew it, it was magical. People would have lawn mowers in the background, and you couldn't hear it on the other end. And that became, that felt like magic, you know? And so we continued to keep doing that. And then we said, well, this is great for the WebEx platform, but if we want to extend our platform to other third parties, let's actually move AI into the hardware level, which means you needed to have NVIDIA chipsets at the hardware level. So you need to have GPUs that can actually go out and process their workload. And once you did that, the beauty of it was now anyone using their video conferencing tool with our hardware could benefit from our AI. So now noise removal can also work against Zoom, and it can also work against Google, and can also work against Microsoft. And so that became a benefit for the customer, and it was very unique because our products were superior on that front compared to anyone else. And it was very hard to go out and just incorporate that in instantly. You had a couple-year advantage, and then we kept working on it, and we kept getting better at it. So I think the other big lesson over here for product managers is focus on getting 1% better every single day rather than getting 3,000% better in 6 months, because 1% better every day will compound to something much, much better. But what you have to do is keep chipping away at it and have a level of grit and have a level of stamina that you don't give up. Because the moment you give up, someone else comes in. But in business, the people that win are not always the ones that have the best IQ, but it's the ones that have the most stamina. You know, the reason Microsoft does so well sometimes is Microsoft has very long staying power. They will stay in a market for very long. You know, a company like Cisco, I'm trying to make sure that we have very long staying power, because you have to do things for multiple years to be able to really go out and change the shape of an industry. And by the way, when you do stop innovating, you start falling off a cliff. So we've had that happen sometimes as well, and we have to just make sure that we are maniacally focused on continuing to get better. But getting better doesn't always mean adding more features. Getting better means that you have to make sure that you're solving real problems customers have. Don't build vanity features. That might actually create more of a negative effect for customers than a positive effect.
I want to double down on that. I heard you say recently that ambition is to become the world's largest startup. And I know that sounds great, and Steve Jobs said that Apple is a startup within a startup. It's funny because startups always say, we're not a startup. And large companies say, we are a startup. So how can you break that down and really articulate what that means for you?
So being a startup means you have to operate at speed. Being a very large startup means you have to operate at speed at scale. You can't just operate with speed. You have to operate with speed at scale, you know, and that's really important. So like, I think it requires an entirely different mental model of how you have to condition the body of work that needs to happen. You cannot just go out and say, I'm going to do something fast and try it out, because I'll give you an example. If we have 17,000 salespeople, in order to get 17,000 salespeople trained is an enormous activity. And if you have something that's half-assed, those people are just going to give up. They're not going to use it, you know? And so you have to make sure that you've actually got the right level of mental fortitude to say, I'm going to do something at speed, but I'm also going to think about scale. And I'm going to make sure that this thing can actually be simple enough that gets to a very broad audience so that they can actually go represent it to the market. And so simplicity becomes the core tenet in becoming the world's largest startup. You have to distill it down to the most important few things rather than trying to just jam it with capabilities. Because at some point in time, I think humans have reached their level of saturation on how much more stuff they can actually consume. So what you have to do is you have to make sure that you do it in a way that that's at speed, and the clock speed of your business is very fast. You can't take too long for decisions to happen. And so you don't get too bogged down with the hierarchy of an organization. You have to make sure that you can go deep in the organization and have a fast clock speed. But the second thing you have to do is you have to operate with scale. You have to keep in mind the importance of scale. So at speed, at scale, with the underlying, kind of substrate of being very simple is super important. By the way, Cisco is not very good at all of these things. So we make things overly complicated sometimes. And so we have to make sure that we change the culture on that. So I'll give you one example. We use so many fucking acronyms. It's crazy. It's completely nuts. And we come up with acronyms at runtime. They'll be like, well, you have to get approval from JP. I'm like, who's JP? He's like, well, that's Jeetu Patel. I'm like, I never go by JP. Why are you calling me JP? So they would start doing that. And so what we have to do is we have to change the mental model of saying, let's make sure that we speak not in jargon, but we speak in English. And we speak in simple language. Because the goal of communications is not to make sure that you sound smart. The goal of communications is to make sure that the receiving party gets smarter as a result of your communication to them. And oftentimes what ends up happening is people actually try to think that they need to sound impressive. And when you give acronyms and when you give jargon, it makes other people not know what it is. And I keep giving people this example. I'm like, look, if we're 85,000 people in the company and 10% of them leave every year, that's 8,500 people that leave. That means 25,000 people will be net new coming in by the third year. If you're talking in jargon, most of those people will not know what you're talking about, and they'll feel too stupid to ask, so they won't ask. And a quarter of your company will not have any idea what's going on, and that's a really big cost, right? And so what we've tried to do is said, don't do that, and instead, not reward jargon, but reward simplicity. Because what that will do is allow you to operate at speed, at scale. And so it's such an important kind of underlying value system that needs to be in place.
To that point, you actually, I learned that from you in the first interview. You said something along the lines of alignment is the enemy of innovation.
Yeah, so this thing about alignment, what ends up happening when you get a company to becomes large? Why does a company become large? Because they actually had success in something, right? That's why they became large. How did they get success in something? They were, at some point in time, every company was a startup. They started, they actually had this obsession for the front line, and the founder and the CEO was the biggest sales champion. They would be going out and selling the most of the deals, right? And so there was not that much asymmetry between what the customer knew and what the company knew, because the CEO was always in front of the people trying to collect requirements. And so they were really good at understanding the sentiment of the front line. Now the company gets bigger. You've got layers of management, right? We all the executives now sit in some ivory tower somewhere, and they've got people who've got people who've got people who've got people who talk to a customer. Before you know it, it's like the telephone game. By the time it actually comes to you, it's completely corrupted in the message. You have no idea what the actual customer had said. So what happens in large companies is large companies are very good. They become very good at the math of the business, but they're not very good at the core foundational soul of the business, which is what is the frontline sentiment and how is that getting incorporated back into the product, right? And what large companies do a lot of times is they will say, well, I'm going to make sure that as a large company, I'm going to largely focus on the core financial elements, and I'm not going to focus on the front line. And the moment that starts happening, it's the beginning of the end. And so what you have to do as a large company is fight that instinct to only listen to layers and layers and layers of management and actually go direct to the customer and make sure that the people, like your loyalty, my loyalty is never to my direct reports. My loyalty is to the individual contributor that's getting the work done on the ground. And if a direct report who's a senior vice president or a vice president or someone who's got a big title is not serving that individual contributor well, then that person is not who I should show loyalty to. I should show loyalty to the front line, right? And so alignment is where most of the time gets spent in large companies, because what do? They say, you know what? We spent 3 days and we all aligned. And before you know it, you're spending 80% of the time aligning, 20% of the time building. It should be the other way around. Like, yes, align by all means. Like, as you get larger, you're going to have to align. But if you're spending 80% of the time aligning, you're not building anything. So my bias on this one is, at some point in time, when you spend more than a certain amount of your time aligning, something has gone wrong terribly in your business, and you need to make sure that you take a step back and say, what do I need to do to build more so that I need less alignment? Because of the way in which the structure needs to be created, it needs to build more. By the way, this is exactly the reason why we changed the product organization at Cisco. Because we used to have 3 or 4 different people that were EVPs, right? And so if I needed to make a decision across different areas of the business, you have to have 4 people agree to it. Now, all 4 of us were really good friends. But even then, there are 4 different human beings that have to agree to something. It's much easier if you've got one directly responsible individual. So at some point in time, you have to make sure that you actually continue to keep taking stock of your companies and saying, am I spending too much time aligning, or am I spending most of my time building? And if you're spending too much time aligning, somewhere along the line, the system got the better of you, and you've actually lost touch with the front lines. And you've become good at the math of the business, but you might not necessarily be good at the soul of the business, which is why the company succeeded in the first place. Does that make sense? Yeah? Yeah. Oh, I didn't mean to ask. Thank you.
I think this is such a good way to wrap up the conversation. We might need to do a 4th round at some point. Thank you so much for your time.
It's such a pleasure. Thank you all.
Big last round of applause for Carlos and Jeetu. Thank you so much for that. Awesome. Okay, I'm gonna release you guys in a minute so you can go get your coffee breaks. This is your final coffee break of the day. And when you get back, it's gonna be about 2:30 to make your way back here. Again, keep your conversations down to a minimum. When you're coming in, please come in with as much quiet as you can possibly bring in from the doors. So see you at 2:30.
Artificial intelligence has arrived. To future-proof your product management career, you need to be able to build and manage AI products. But not all AI products succeed. AI product strategy is not just about adding a chatbot to your website. It's about understanding how to use AI to drive business results in the right way for your organization. Created by Silicon Valley's top AI product leaders, the Artificial Intelligence for Product certification will teach you how to create winning AI product strategies, master prompt engineering with hands-on projects, leverage large language models in your product, design AI-native user experiences, measure and optimize AI product performance, and pitch a compelling AI product strategy and solution. As an AI PC student, you'll be building your own AI-powered prototypes as you learn, leaving you not only with a strong understanding of AI product leadership, but also with the confidence to put your new skills into practice. Ready to build the next AI success story? Start your journey today.
Product managers are a lot like architects. They are able to build products end to end by shaping customers' needs into features used by millions. To get hired and succeed as a product manager, you're going to need to master a range of soft and hard skills. That's where the product manager certification comes in. You're about to learn how to build great products end to end, know your customers, and drive product market fit. Drive strategic alignment across stakeholders, design unforgettable user experiences, craft a winning go-to-market plan, and impress hiring managers. In the product management certification, we're going to show you how you can take tried and true strategies used by top product managers from Silicon Valley and apply them with hands-on experiences. You're going to learn about frameworks, methodologies, and the latest tools so you're prepared to build your own future products end to end. Ready to get hired? Land your first product job today. What got you here won't get you there. Being a product manager is one thing. Rising as a product leader is another. Leading teams is not just about your own expertise, but also about inspiring others. As a product leader, you're the organization's compass, guiding teams to a unified product vision. The Product Leader certification is here to help you land your next product promotion. You're about to learn how to craft and own your own product strategy, excel in communication, coaching, and leadership, master product process, and run great meetings, make insight-informed decisions, and gear up for your next promotion. In the Product Leader certification, we're going to show you how to elevate your product manager skills to the next level and put you on the path to promotion. Are you ready to take your product career to the next level? Start your journey today.
Are you looking to land your first product marketing job? We've created a comprehensive curriculum that is taught live, online, by experienced product marketing leaders to help you get hired and succeed as a product marketer. You will learn all of the core product marketing skills, from positioning to messaging to building go-to-market plans and launching products. You will also learn about areas that can help you differentiate yourself, from pricing and packaging to competitive intelligence to effectively collaborating with revenue teams. This course is here to help you master these skills and land your first product marketing job. Join us for the Product Marketing Manager certification.
Maximize your outcomes with our custom team training, coaching, and advisory. Your one-stop solution to upskill your entire organization and outpace the competition. We meet you where you are, and we get you where you want to be. Whether that's mastering digital transformation, building products to maximize revenue, or increasing teams' efficiency and productivity. What makes our approach a winning combination for your business goals? Product School is the global leader in product training, advising, and coaching. We help companies at all stages of growth and transformation adapt and scale. We have experience with companies from all industries, at all stages and all sizes. We provide live training and just-in-time coaching for your organization, in person and virtually. Teams are equipped to implement changes immediately. And we are trusted globally by companies across industries to train their teams. Schedule a call with our team to learn more.
Artificial intelligence has arrived. To future-proof your product management career, you need to be able to build and manage AI products. But not all AI products succeed. AI product strategy is not just about adding a chatbot to your website. It's about understanding how to use AI to drive business results in the right way for your organization. Created by Silicon Valley's top AI product leaders, the Artificial Intelligence for Product certification will teach you how to create winning AI product strategies, master prompt engineering with hands-on projects, leverage large language models in your product, design AI-native user experiences, measure and optimize AI product performance, and pitch a compelling AI product strategy and solution. As an AI PC student, you'll be building your own AI-powered prototypes as you learn, leaving you not only with a strong understanding of AI product leadership, but also with the confidence to put your new skills into practice. Ready to build the next AI success story? Start your journey today.
Product managers are a lot like architects. They are able to build products end to end by shaping customers' needs into features used by millions. To get hired and succeed as a product manager, you're going to need to master a range of soft and hard skills. That's where the product manager certification comes in. You're about to learn how to build great products end to end, know your customers, and drive product market fit, drive strategic alignment across stakeholders, design unforgettable user experiences, craft a winning go-to-market plan, and impress hiring managers. In the product management certification, we're going to show you how you can take tried and true strategies used by top product managers from Silicon Valley and apply them with hands-on experiences. You're going to learn about frameworks, methodologies, and the latest tools so you're prepared to build your own future products end to end. Ready to get hired? Land your first product job today. What got you here won't get you there. Being a product manager is one thing. Rising as a product leader is another. Leading teams is not just about your own expertise, but also about inspiring others. As a product leader, you're the organization's compass, guiding teams to a unified product vision. The Product Leader Certification is here to help you land your next product promotion. You're about to learn how to craft and own your own product strategy, excel in communication, coaching, and leadership, master product process, and run great meetings, make insight-informed decisions, and gear up for your next promotion. In the Product Leader Certification, we're going to show you how to elevate your product manager skills to the next level and put you on the path to promotion. Are you ready to take your product career to the next level? Start your journey today.
Are you looking to land your first product marketing job? We've created a comprehensive curriculum that is taught live, online, by experienced product marketing leaders to help you get hired and succeed as a product marketer. You will learn all of the core product marketing skills, from positioning to messaging to building go-to-market plans and launching products. You will also learn about areas that can help you differentiate yourself, from pricing and packaging to competitive intelligence to effectively collaborating with revenue teams. This course is here to help you master these skills and land your first product marketing job. Join us for the Product Marketing Manager Certification.
Maximize your outcomes with our custom team training, coaching, and advisory. Your one-stop solution to upskill your entire organization and outpace the competition. We meet you where you are, and we get you where you want to be. Whether that's mastering digital transformation, building products to maximize revenue, or increasing teams' efficiency and productivity. What makes our approach a winning combination for your business goals? Product School is the global leader in product training, advising, and coaching. We help companies at all stages of growth and transformation adapt and scale. We have experience with companies from all industries, at all stages and all sizes. We provide live training and just-in-time coaching for your organization, in person and virtually. Teams are equipped to implement changes immediately. And we are trusted globally by companies across industries to train their teams. Schedule a call with our team to learn more.
Artificial intelligence has arrived. To future-proof your product management career, you need to be able to build and manage AI products. But not all AI products succeed. AI product strategy is not just about adding a chatbot to your website. It's about understanding how to use AI to drive business results in the right way for your organization. Created by Silicon Valley's top AI product leaders, the Artificial Intelligence for Product certification will teach you how to create winning AI product strategies, master prompt engineering with hands-on projects, leverage large language models in your product, design AI-native user experiences, measure and optimize AI product performance, and pitch a compelling AI product strategy and solution. As an AI PC student, you'll be building your own AI-powered prototypes as you learn, leaving you not only with a strong understanding of AI product leadership, but also with the confidence to put your new skills into practice. Ready to build the next AI success story? Start your journey today.
Product managers are a lot like architects. They are able to build products end to end by shaping customers' needs into features used by millions. To get hired and succeed as a product manager, you're going to need to master a range of soft and hard skills. That's where the product manager certification comes in. You're about to learn how to build great products end to end, know your customers, and drive product market fit, drive strategic alignment across stakeholders, design unforgettable user experiences, craft a winning go-to-market plan, and impress hiring managers. In the product management certification, we're going to show you how you can take tried and true strategies used by top product managers from Silicon Valley and apply them with hands-on experiences. You're going to learn about frameworks, methodologies, and the latest tools so you're prepared to build your own future products end to end. Ready to get hired? Land your first product job today. What got you here won't get you there. Being a product manager is one thing. Rising as a product leader is another. Leading teams is not just about your own expertise, but also about inspiring others. As a product leader, you're the organization's compass, guiding teams to a unified product vision. The Product Leader certification is here to help you land your next product promotion. You're about to learn how to craft and own your own product strategy, excel in communication, coaching, and leadership, master product process, and run great meetings, make insight-informed decisions, and gear up for your next promotion. In the Product Leader certification, we're going to show you how to elevate your product manager skills to the next level and put you on the path to promotion. Are you ready to take your product career to the next level? Start your journey today.
Are you looking to land your first product marketing job? We've created a comprehensive curriculum that is taught live, online, by experienced product marketing leaders to help you get hired and succeed as a product marketer. You will learn all of the core product marketing skills, from positioning to messaging to building go-to-market plans and launching products. You will also learn about areas that can help you differentiate yourself, from pricing and packaging to competitive intelligence to effectively collaborating with revenue teams. This course is here to help you master these skills and land your first product marketing job. Join us for the Product Marketing Manager certification.
Maximize your outcomes with our custom team training, coaching, and advisory. your one-stop solution to upskill your entire organization and outpace the competition. We meet you where you are, and we get you where you want to be, whether that's mastering digital transformation, building products to maximize revenue, or increasing teams' efficiency and productivity. What makes our approach a winning combination for your business goals? Product School is the global leader in product training, advising, and coaching. We help companies at all stages of growth and transformation adapt and scale. We have experience with companies from all industries, at all stages and all sizes. We provide live training and just-in-time coaching for your organization, in person and virtually. Teams are equipped to implement changes immediately. And we are trusted globally by companies across industries to train their teams. Schedule a call with our team to learn more.
Artificial intelligence has arrived. To future-proof your product management career, you need to be able to build and manage AI products. But not all AI products succeed. AI product strategy is not just about adding a chatbot to your website. It's about understanding how to use AI to drive business results in the right way for your organization. Created by Silicon Valley's top AI product leaders, the Artificial Intelligence for Product certification will teach you how to create winning AI product strategies, master prompt engineering with hands-on projects, leverage large language models in your product, design AI-native user experiences, measure and optimize AI product performance, and pitch a compelling AI product strategy and solution. As an AI PC student, you'll be building your own AI-powered prototypes as you learn, leaving you not only with a strong understanding of AI product leadership, but also with the confidence to put your new skills into practice. Ready to build the next AI success story? Start your journey today.
Product managers are a lot like architects. They are able to build products end to end by shaping customers' needs into features used by millions. To get hired and succeed as a product manager, you're going to need to master a range of soft and hard skills. That's where the product manager certification comes in. You're about to learn how to build great products end to end, know your customers, and drive product market fit. Drive strategic alignment across stakeholders, design unforgettable user experiences, craft a winning go-to-market plan, and impress hiring managers. In the product management certification, we're going to show you how you can take tried and true strategies used by top product managers from Silicon Valley and apply them with hands-on experiences. You're going to learn about frameworks, methodologies, and the latest tools so you're prepared to build your own future products end to end. Ready to get hired? Land your first product job today. What got you here won't get you there. Being a product manager is one thing.
I'm back. All right. Everybody's attention, please. Okay. If everybody could make their way to their seats and we can get started with the next speaker. We've got a quick but packed afternoon, so we want to make sure we make the most of it. All right, so next on the agenda is the Chief Product Officer at Carta, Vrushali Paunikar. Vrushali leads the team that's responsible for developing new products and advancing existing solutions. Her team delivers value to Carta's more than 30,000 customers in the venture and startup ecosystem and generates growth for the overall business. Before becoming Chief Product Officer, Vrushali worked on building the valuation business and helped that business scale to software margins. She then went on to lead the fund administration business, taking that business from zero to over $80 million in ARR. That's the not so fun stuff, but also fun, because in addition to all of this, she's a mom of 3, a mom of a 3-year-old who is planning a farmer's market themed birthday party. So any tips, I'm sure she's gonna love to hear it a little bit later. Huge resume, especially that last bit. Let's give Vrushali a massive round of applause as she enters the stage.
Carta was rejected by every Silicon Valley investor for our Series A. Their reason? The market for cap table management software was far too small. Today, the Carta business brings in over $400 million of ARR and continues to grow. It also serves as the backbone of private capital. So were those investors wrong? Maybe not. But why did we decide to go after such a small market in the first place? And how did we get to where we are today? Hi everyone, my name is Vrushali Paunikar, and I'm the Chief Product Officer at Carta. Before this role, I was the de facto general manager for our fund administration business. For the past 7 years, I have built, failed, persevered, succeeded, and everything in between. Building Carta has been a journey of a lifetime, and today I share my lessons. I'll talk to you about markets and why starting small is the right way to go. I'll talk to you about teams and matching the players to the play. And lastly, I'll talk to you about vision. It's important to have one, and it's important to know when to pivot. So let's get started. Carta was founded in 2012 to build the NASDAQ of private markets. But that's not where we started. We started here, digitizing paper stock certificates. We knew, the company was named eShares at the time, and we knew to build this private stock exchange, we needed to own the repository of private assets and the rails to transfer them. So we became the transfer agent. Cap table management was only the outcome of this first step. If we own the ledger of private assets, for a company, that's the cap table. Cap table management became our first business and our first big step towards a much greater vision. We wanted to bring liquidity to the private markets so that founders could retain control over their companies for longer. Now, back to my original premise. Cap tables back in 2012 were the unsexiest of unsexy problems. I mean, it was really about putting a spreadsheet in the cloud. Moreover, the market for cap tables was very small because the main buyer were law firms. But we knew that cap table management was the first step towards a greater vision for Carta. We were also big believers in Peter Thiel's strategy to escape competition. In a popular talk that Peter Thiel did, called Competition is for Losers, he makes the case that every startup should aim for monopoly. And to do that, you need to solve the problems that no one else is willing to, and avoid competition. He also talks about the right size of opportunity to go after, which is small, and then dominating that market and expanding. He gives several examples of companies that rose to success through this methodology. Companies like Amazon started as an online bookstore. Today, it's an online everything store, a cloud computing platform, a digital streaming platform, and oh yeah, an artificial intelligence company worth nearly $2 trillion. What about eBay? Started off as a way to trade Pez dispensers online, And today it's an e-commerce platform that hosts several auction businesses worth nearly $40 billion. And PayPal was a feature on top of eBay for the 20,000 power sellers. Today, it's a global money movement platform worth $80 billion. So what was our playbook? Well, it was to start with digital stock certificates and work our way up to the NASDAQ of private markets. But how? What came in between? We knew there were a lot of problems we needed to solve on our way to build a foundation and our path to the NASDAQ of private markets. Problems like, well, how do you price an asset? How do you get investors engaged on the platform? What about security or compliance? The private markets are opaque, inefficient, and inaccessible. We knew there were many businesses to build in our path to the greater vision. While most companies tout focus, we had to be the company that could spin many plates. But how did we know which opportunities to invest in? The role of the leadership team at Carta is to answer this question. We are capital allocators. Our job is to balance the portfolio of bets on our path to solve for the greater vision. This slide came from a 2018 presentation that Henry Ward, our CEO, did for the company. He talks about how the role of the leadership team is to find the efficient frontier. We never had the luxury of one idea executed perfectly with focus that could lead us to scale. Instead, we were constantly paranoid that the markets that we were in would run out of oxygen, and we were constantly on the search for new ones. As a leadership team, we planted a lot of seeds and then doubled down on the ones where we saw signal. And we had to constantly rebalance our portfolio of investments between seed stage bets and growth stage bets. Eventually came an idea that became central to our investment thesis. The term N of 1 was coined by one of our investors in an essay they wrote about Carta. N of 1 ideas revolve around a central utility or resource that once captured, allow you to expand the market for it. The act of capturing this asset or this resource catapults innovation. From the outside, these ideas seem very small, but once you capture them, that's when the magic happens. The world changes around them, and opportunities are unlocked, both for the company and for an ecosystem of builders around the company that come to rely on it as a central utility. In other words, N of 1 companies are ones where winning equals dominating the market. And N of 1 companies stand alone in their respective sectors instead of being one of many. So what was that central utility that we were trying to capture at Carta? It is an asset, a private market asset. We funded ideas to acquire assets, value assets, and transact on assets. Products like cap table management and fund administration allowed us to acquire assets. 409A and ASC 820 valuations allowed us to value assets. And workflows like option exercises, capital calls, distributions allow us to transact on assets. Each product increases the likelihood of success of the other products, and again, that efficient frontier, all while making the repository of private assets a central utility. Building Carta as an infrastructure company wasn't just about placing the right bets. It was also about building the right team. If the atomic unit of Carta, the company, was an asset, or is an asset, the atomic unit for Carta, the organization, is a problem. We had to build a company of people with a unique ability to find the soft spots in the market and get after them with a certain intensity and zeal. At Carta, we talk a lot about principal-agent problems, and the Wikipedia definition of principal-agent problems is this. It's a problem that arises when one person can make decisions or take an action on behalf of or that impacts another person. This usually leads to a conflict of interest between the agent, the person taking the action, and the principal, the person impacted by the action. A classic principal-agent problem is between companies and employees. You see, most people have jobs. A job is a list of tasks that somebody does for someone else. At Carta and most other startups, they orient around problems. A problem is a puzzle that once solved creates state change in the world. Carta exists and startups exist to create state change in the world. We are building a company of principles. People show up to work as owners because ownership is not only our business, but it's our way of operating. Speaking of operation, if the role of the leadership team is capital allocation, then our teams are like startups. In 2016, Henry published a blog post called Founders Wanted that described the way that Carta was structured. Every time we found a new business that we wanted to invest in, we stood up a team that was led by a trifecta, a product leader, an engineering leader, and a business leader. This was our version of Dave McClure's hacker, hustler, and designer. We gave each of these teams a burn rate, but otherwise gave them complete autonomy to go solve these problems and create state change in the world. I was one of these founders myself. I had the opportunity to start our fund admin business from ground up, and today that business is over $100 million in ARR for the company. One of the other aspects that goes into team composition is making sure that we had the right type of expertise. We were operating in domains that are very complex. Here, we borrowed some ideas about team composition in service of innovation from David Epstein in his book, Range. We hired passionate domain experts who had a discomfort for the status quo, and we paired them with the craftsmen, the craftspeople. These T-shaped teams consisted of these deep domain thinkers and then the wide systems thinkers, the people who could look across and do the pattern recognition. These teams became our secret sauce for innovation at the company. In fact, 50% of my product team was originally hired into one of these domain expert roles. Once you have the right people and the right structure, you have to create the culture around them. Here, we've been very intentional since the very beginning. In the early days, we captured company principles in an evolving document called the eShares 101. Some early principles included things like, do the right thing, data models first, cage match everything. But the things that remained constant since day one was building an environment where there was a focus on solving problems and always being helpful. One of the books that most influenced Henry, our CEO, and therefore Carta's culture was Loonshots by Safi Bahcall. The book talks about how, as an organization grows, employees are put in a position where they have to make a decision about how best to use their time. Given an hour, do they spend that hour networking or solving problems? And you always want the answer to be to solve problems, because networking to get ahead is where politics arise. We had to build a culture where solving problems was what got rewarded. And when people ask me what it takes to succeed at Carta, I tell them this: find the right problems to solve, spend your time, your craft, and your skills to relentlessly pursue solving that problem, and then tell people how you solve that problem or what you learned by trying. We built the infrastructure that supports this virtuous loop. At Carta, we write problem descriptions and not job descriptions. because we're looking for people who are uniquely passionate and suited to solve the types of problems that we're grappling with. Every week we host show and tells and R&D reviews, which give our teams a forum to talk about problems and what they're learning. And lastly, we run the company in a wildly transparent way to promote that culture of ownership. One of the things that did change over time, though, was the types of teams that we were building. Again, we were a startup of startups, but one of the things we started to see in the last 18 months is that the incremental unit of investment was best spent connecting our products instead of building on top of our products. We had to build a connected platform instead of becoming a feature factory. And for that, we needed different kinds of people. Our OG founder types started leaving the company. And while this was heartbreaking, we needed to find the people who were excited about cleaning up messy platforms, teaching the company how to communicate and work with each other at scale. My own leadership team was completely transformed in the last 18 months, and I'm excited to conquer the next chapter of Carta's growth with them. So whatever happened to that dream of creating the NASDAQ of private capital? Well, if you were watching the tech news back in January of this year, that dream came to a theatrical end. Henry made the decision to shut down the business. Our ecosystem trades on a currency of trust. We could not continue to serve our founders and our funders, the people we called our customers, if we continued to pursue this dream. And the reality was, in the 7+ years we spent trying, we never figured out how to get secondary stock trading to work. We tried every flavor of this problem. Auctions, open tender offers, block trading, investor matching, and none of it worked. The only thing that worked was tender offers, which is a business we continue to support today. And more on top of that, we knew this wasn't working for a long time. We weren't seeing the signs of product market fit. What we were learning, in fact, was that opacity and inaccessibility were features of the private markets for its current players instead of being bugs. And we weren't going to be the company that changed that. For some time, the company had no common vision that connected us all. We were a startup of startups, but no common identity. And then came Henry's light bulb moment. Along the way, we had built a lot of interesting businesses. And in addition to that, the premise of building a network business still stood very true. We had built for companies, we had built for capital allocators, and we had built for investors. When describing what Carta did to one of our investors, Mark Andreessen, Mark responded, "Oh, Henry, you're building NetSuite." And that was exactly right. Yes, we were building an ERP for private capital. The next 3 slides sum up the new vision for the company. So here we go. In nearly every industry, there is a software built for the office of the CFO. The Fortune 1000 CFOs have SAP Financials. If you're a mid-market company like Carta, you're on NetSuite. Even small businesses have Xero or QuickBooks. But if you are a private fund CFO, you're running on Excel and a disparate set of tools because no one has given you a better solution. Until now. We are Carta. We're the networked ERP for private capital. What started as a cap table management business gave us the right to win in fund administration, which lent itself to fund tax and so on and so forth. The business of private capital is multi-node, and the ERP for private capital solves for each of these nodes. We are building products for companies, we are building products for investors, and we're building products for capital allocators. The strength of the ERP is that central registry of assets, the central registry of private assets. Updates in one module of the ERP update all other modules across all other nodes of the ERP. And the ERP connects to a greater ecosystem of applications built for private capital, serving as a central utility. Today, we're big players in venture capital, but this is a strategy we are bringing to private equity and so on and so forth. We will continue to build in concentric circles around our original position. Private capital is a $13 trillion opportunity, and our work is just getting started. All right, to summarize. Number one, have a big, bold vision, but start small. Remember, it's not always about the size of the market. N of one opportunities are where you have the ability to dominate a market, and there's state change that the world changes around it. So consider starting small. Two, I'd argue that the role of every executive team is capital allocation. How are you or your executive team thinking about balancing your portfolio of bets? Be intentional about this exercise, especially to match the stage of the business. Three, match your players to the play. We have a lot of OGs at Carta, and their institutional knowledge is invaluable. But as we approach the next chapter of Carta's growth, we need to bring in the people who have the know-how and the passion for scaling. And lastly, damn, this startup thing is really hard. You could get everything right and have it not work out. Don't be afraid to repackage your vision. Evaluate the path you're on and make sure it's still the right one. Take a look at what's working and what would it look like to double down. And there you have it. Building Carta has been the hardest thing I've ever done. Like excruciatingly hard, but also the most rewarding. So from one builder in a room full of others, thank you for listening.
One more round of applause for Vrushali. That was awesome. Cool. Next, I can't believe it, we are actually going to be on our last speaker. So time flies when hopefully you are all having so much fun. All right, last but not least, I'm going to introduce you to Ajay Arora, Senior Vice President of Product at Disney. Ajay leads, got your round of applause already. Ajay leads the commerce, growth, and identity teams for Disney's streaming services that we all know and love, especially those of us with kids, Disney+, Hulu, and ESPN+. He is also lending his talents as a product advisor at Product School, so helping all of you out in some way, shape, or form, whether you know it or not. On top of that, he teaches his own dynamic course at Stanford University. Before all of this, if that wasn't enough, he was at Netflix for 4 years as their Director of Product Innovation and Growth. So much knowledge for us to lean into from him. He has been a true leader in the world of product ever since one of his first leadership positions as Director of Product for Amazon's Audible mobile experience too. Like, this guy's insane, so excited. Ajay is a certified pilot on top of all of that, a scuba diver, and a personal trainer. He's also going to be downstairs DJing later on today, driving that Cybertruck around. He built the car. Just kidding. Okay. What can this man not do? All right, well, I'm going to welcome him to the stage. Lean in, listen, learn, and welcome Ajay with me to the stage.
What a kind introduction. Thank you, Christine. I started working at 13. My first job was the paper boy from my local hometown newspaper, The Liberal. I was raised in a small suburb of Toronto, Canada, and being the paper boy was hard work. I'd wake up before class, I'd load up my bike, and I'd go deliver the paper. But there were some highlights. Every month, I would knock on the door of my customers. They'd tell me what they thought of my product, and then I would ask them, can you please renew your subscription? Times have certainly changed, haven't they? Subscription services today have it so easy. You get someone to sign up, you take their credit card, auto-renewal does the magic. No more knocking on doors. While many things have changed, some things haven't. In fact, I use that analogy and I use that thought experiment for all my product managers working on subscriptions. If you had to knock on the door of your customer to get a renewal, what would they say? Would they be excited? Would they happily give you their money or not? So today, I'm going to walk you through subscription mastery for product managers. My name is Ajay Arora, as Christine mentioned. I'm the Senior Vice President of Product and Engineering at Disney. If you count my time as a paper boy, I've been in subscriptions for 30 years. But let's not count that for now. If you don't count that, I've been in subscriptions for 15. I started off leading product management for Amazon's digital audiobook subscription service, Audible. I spent time at Netflix, where I worked on growth and monetization for their growing business. And then most recently, I'm here at Disney, where my teams run engineering and product for commerce, growth, and identity. And we support our growing streaming services, Disney+, Hulu, and ESPN. On the side, for the past 5 years, I've been trying to distill all this knowledge around subscriptions. And I teach a class at Stanford called Building and Scaling Subscription Services. And that's given me an opportunity to talk to more subscription professionals. In fact, over 1,000 subscription professionals. And so I'm going to take all this knowledge and distill it and share it with you today. But first, let's warm up the crowd. I want you to get to know your neighbor. So go talk to your neighbor, and I have just one single question. I want you to ask your neighbor what services you're subscribed to, and what's your favorite subscription. If you run out of time, focus on the second question first, maybe. All right, I'll check in about a minute or so.
Diam, good to meet you. Yeah, so I mean, what services are you subscribed to, and what's your favorite?
My kids love Disney+, ESPN. I love Spotify.
Okay. So I mean, for me, not barring other brand subscriptions, I'd say YouTube Premium, because YouTube covers as well as music, as both. I'm also subscribed to. I dropped Amazon earlier this year. I mean, I'm just trying to save money. I think YouTube would make more sense as my answer for both.
All right, let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. All right. All right, on the count of three, I want you to scream back your favorite subscription. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I got that. Okay, so. Okay, when we go to dinner parties, this is the question I ask people. I've asked this question thousands of times, and so I have a good sense of what people typically say, and these brands typically come up. Is one of your favorite subscriptions on this page? Okay, very good. Okay, good. I know my audience. So we're going to talk about these companies, and why is it that so many people love these subscription services? And so before we dive in, I really want to say that now is the most exciting time to be in the world of subscriptions, right? We have so many great companies that have paved the way. You have companies like Apple, which recently reported that they have over 1 billion paid subscriptions on their platform. And every one of these companies has over 100 million paying members. In fact, back in the good old days, if you had 1 million or so subscribers, that was a badge of honor. Now it seems that every quarter, some of these services are posting millions of subscribers per quarter. It's a great time to be in this space. And if I was to choose an image that represents subscription services, I come back to this infinity symbol. There's actually 2 reasons. The first one, that as a product manager, you're so deeply involved, and when you add value and you make the product better, it actually benefits the customer. The customers have deeper engagement, deeper retention. This deeper retention drives recurring revenue, which you can invest back in the business, and it's a beautiful flywheel. That's one aspect. The second aspect is that when you're adding value to these customers, you're always continuously focusing on driving new features, new innovation. And here's what I mean. One of the most common questions I get asked is, Ajay, I've got a business and I want to convert it into a subscription. Can I do it? And my response back is, yes, provided you do these few things. Number 1, are you committed to invest in the product and make it better and better over time? If you're in the content space, are you going to continue to invest in new content types and content investment so your customers are always watching something new or listening to something better? And finally, are you going to be thinking about how to age with your customer? As things change, will they have tiers to upgrade or downgrade or different price plans as things change for them? So if you can answer yes to those questions, a subscription is for you. So aligning customer needs and delivering continuous value. So I'd like to tell stories, and I've decided to tell you 3 stories to take away the key insights for subscriptions. The first one's called Being at the Intersection. I get this question a lot, which is, what is a subscription and how is it different than a membership? So let me tackle that head on. So a subscription is a business model. It's a business model where consumers pay a recurring price at regular intervals for access to a product or service. I noticed that none of you mentioned your insurance policy, right? Yet, that is a subscription. So now let's talk about memberships. So memberships are relationships. You guys can all name countless memberships you're part of. Think about your alumni association. Think about your loyalty program with your airline. Those are all memberships. Those are relations. So now we take this concept of a membership, which drives this emotion, and we've got the subscription, which is a utility. And guess what? I'm going to drop my favorite chart, Venn diagrams. Who love Venn diagrams? Okay, good. Okay, so keep with me. Membership drives emotion. Subscription drives utility. What's in that sweet center? That's the magic. That's the magic. The best subscription services are building emotional utilities. I want you to think about that for a second and think about your favorite subscription. So don't just take my word for it, though. So we've got this concept, and here's some of the companies I heard you guys yell out. Spotify, Amazon Prime, T-Mobile, Costco. And I remember when I asked one of my students to name their favorite subscription, and they said Spotify. I asked why, and they said, well, Spotify has all the music I'm interested in. But you know what, Ajay? Spotify actually knows me better than my spouse. You see, Spotify knows when I need to get a pick-me-up. When I'm feeling a little bit down, I play the right playlist, it pumps me up. When I need time to focus, I go to Spotify. Did you hear that? That was the utility of all the songs I want to listen to. but the emotion of how well Spotify knows their subscriber. And so I want you to think about your favorite subscriptions and think about what is the utility that they're offering and what is the emotion it is driving for you. So what I find really funny about subscriptions is that sometimes folks think that you need to out-innovate. You need the craziest features or the best content, or you just have to be out there. And I have to remind people that's not the case. In fact, you could be a leader in subscriptions in a commodity space. Let's look at some subscription services. T-Mobile. They were a distant number 4, and now they're number 2, and I suspect that one day they may become the number 1 carrier in the US. They've got incredible retention metrics. Their churn is less than 1% per month. That means that's fewer than 1 out of 100 is leaving the service every month. Gold standard. But what is their product? You go to the store, you'll see the same Android phones and the same iPhones that you see at another carrier. Or in the US space, if you want to switch your phone number with phone number portability, it's so easy. There's no moat. Yet they built an incredible business. I don't need to talk about Spotify. We've talked about it. But there's a limited ecosystem advantage. It's not like they own an operating system, for example. And the catalog for the music industry, there's very few exclusivities, and so everyone has the same catalog. They built an incredible business. But you know what takes the cake? Costco. That takes the cake. It turns out that the renewal rate for Costco is 93% every year. The average Costco member is a member for longer than a decade. But here's what blows my mind. They've created a retail outlet that you have to spend money to shop at. You need to pay them to shop there. Not only that, they clearly sell commodity goods, right? That's where I buy my Duracell batteries. If you want to get Charmin toilet paper, you've got enough for a year. So not only do they have commodity, but they actually have commodity in inconvenient packaging. Yet, look what they've done. They've built an incredible, incredible subscription service. My story number 2 for you is embracing the subscription trinity. It's a term I coined because there's 3 levers, and they're so intertwined. You've got acquisition, you've got retention, and you've got monetization. And if I pull one of these levers, the other ones are going to change, even if I don't think about it. So when you think about a holistic approach for product management and subscriptions, you want to think about this trinity. And so, as a product person, I spend a lot of time looking at roadmaps, and I've asked many folks to share their roadmap on their subscription service. And this is what they share with me. They know acquisition is important, so they're spending a ton of time, maybe 75% of the team's time, on acquisition initiatives, how to get people to sign up for their service. They know retention is important, so they've got some time spending on retention. And then monetization, I actually get blank stares sometimes. And so let me define. Monetization is who's defining your price. Who's thinking about your tiering strategy? Who's thinking about an upgrade, a downgrade, a cross-sell opportunity? That's monetization. And clearly, many subscription teams are not spending enough time there. So my recommendation for most teams, this is how you want to spend your time. You want to focus on retention. You want to also be thinking about monetization and retention, but also with a good, healthy dose of acquisition. And so, let me share you some data, because I know I've got product managers in the room. They need to be more convinced than just a pie chart. So I'm going to give you a hypothetical subscription service. So let's imagine the subscription service starts the year in January with 1 million subscribers. And what you see is 5 different lines. And these lines represent different monthly churn rates. This is at the rate of which customers are leaving the service. So if you're a gold standard, like T-Mobile, like a Costco even, you're at that 1% line, which is that highest line. And despite becoming an amazing subscription service at 1% monthly churn, by the end of the year, you've already lost 100,000 subscribers. Think about it. You might be the world's best subscription service, but it's like you're fighting gravity. You're always losing customers. Now, don't get me started on the next lines. The difference between 1% and 5% sounds similar, but look what impact it makes on churn, right? So basically, if I have 1% churn, I have 900,000 users at the end of the year. But if I have 5% churn, I'm down to under 600,000. And then when you see what happens at 10%, and what I find amazing is that last red line, 50% churn. You start with $1 million, you cut it in half, you cut it in half, you cut it in half. Guess what? You don't have a business, right? You start with $1 million, you end up with 488. That's the power of retention. That's why great subscription services measure their churn numbers, not to 1 decimal place, but to 2 decimal places on average. So if the data didn't convince you, maybe some academic research will convince you. There's a great study conducted by Bain. This article is available at the Harvard Business Review, where the author concluded that it costs anywhere from 5 to 25 times more money to acquire a new customer than to retain an existing one. So now we have the data, we've got the academic research. And if that still doesn't convince you, let me give you my final image. Every subscription service, think of it as a bucket. You're pouring new customers into your bucket, and churn is all those holes. So you might be amazing at acquiring customers, but if they're all churning out because you're not retaining them, you don't have a business. So hopefully I've convinced you how we should be spending time building great subscription businesses. My last story for you is called Exiting Gracefully. And so subscriptions are long-term relationships. As I mentioned, if you build a great subscription service, a customer will be with you for over a decade. Something that's highly contested is what to do about that cancel flow and that cancel button. There's some thinking that actually if retention is so important, maybe we should hide the cancel flow so people just stay in our subscription, right? So there's actually a bunch of studies. I've done my own experiments on this, and I can say with high confidence that when it comes to exiting, you want to be graceful. You want your customer to be able to exit gracefully. I'm not saying you don't do anything. In fact, this is a feature I worked on at Audible, that if you try to cancel, we try to understand what went wrong. Did you have a technical issue? And if you did, we'll make sure that we have an agent that helps you. Is this not the right tier or the plan for you? Let's remind you that we have other offers. If it's too expensive, we might give you a special promotion. But at the end of the day, if a user wants to cancel, please let them cancel. If you don't, it's going to cost you dearly. And so I'm going to use cute puppies to explain why you should make it easy to cancel. So it turns out that if you make it hard to cancel, guess what most subscribers do? They call their credit card company. And the credit card company is more than happy to cancel the service on the customer's behalf. And not only do you lose your subscription revenue, you get hit with a chargeback fee, which in many cases is actually more than how much money you were charging the customer to begin with. Number 2, if you make it easy, customers can self-service. But if they can't, guess what? They're going to call your customer service team. We know that's going to cost more money. Word of mouth. How many can recite a horror story of you're trying to cancel service and it was so painful? It was so painful that you want to think twice about going back to that company again. And when you tell somebody who's thinking about that service, you remind them how difficult it was to cancel when you were a member. And finally, there's a reluctance to join. If you make it hard the first time, customers think twice about coming back. And we said, we're in this for the long game. So maybe the subscription is not good for the customer today, but they might want to come back. So if they have a good experience on their way out, they will think twice when they want to come back versus the other way around. So with that, we'll do a quick recap. Number 1, being at the intersection of emotion and utility. Number 2, embracing this holy trinity and acknowledging that acquisition, retention, and monetization are tightly interconnected. And then finally, exiting gracefully, which I'm about to do. Thank you, everyone. Let's stay in touch.
One more round of applause for AJ, please, please, please. Amazing. What a day. Okay, I'm sure everybody agrees this was an awesome way to get to know another product person, to get to understand the world of product better, to network, to learn, to do all the amazing things together. And I really hope it made everybody more excited for what's to come at Product Cons in 2025. So you see them behind us. We're kicking off things in London on February 19th. New York in May, online in August, and San Fran in October. So head on over to productcon.com to book your in-person ticket or sign up to view online for free, like all of you at home may or may not be doing. With that, ProductCon is going to come to an end in a couple minutes. We had a day full of learnings, new connections, so much energy. Can I hear some more of that excitement one more time, please, as we end the day? So amazing, right? I started the day by saying y'all need to make connections. I hope you made at least 10. I had like 40 in my LinkedIn, so keep them coming. I really love that. A big shout out to the amazing team, the events team at Product School. Huge, huge shout out to them. They're milling all over the place, please. And all of the volunteers, they made all of this possible. Thank you to the speakers who shared their learnings and our sponsors, Product Board, Amplitude, MicroStrategy, Heap, Glassbox, Quantum Metric, Pendo, User Testing, Merge, Mixpanel, Sprig, LogRocket, OneSchema, Snap, and Chisel. None of this would have been possible without those people. I'm sure you visited them. If not, make sure you do before they go. And we want to thank you guys the most. Thank you. Round of applause for yourselves for going through this day. You guys were awesome. And those online, hopefully you're clapping at home. Virtual guests, thank you for tuning in. It has been a pleasure. Until next time, thank you very much. Have a great time.
Ooh, that certain way you make me feel. Can't resist your love, can't resist your